Hi everybody, how you doing?
Hello.
Hi. We are live. Johnny 5. Huh. I can never resist
Yeah.
saying that.
Oh
Hey.
gosh. Does anyone even remember that movie?
I remember that movie.
Well,
Do
I
you
mean,
remember
you
that
do.
movie?
I do, but I'm
Oh,
old,
you're
so.
back.
Has anybody seen what was it called? Short Circuit.
Short Circuit, yeah.
It's such a good title for a movie too. It's like Short Circuit.
It
What's that
is.
about? Instead of like
It
what, it
was
would be like a
so
one
popular
word.
way back.
It
And then
it is
it,
it's
it had a very unfortunate sequel.
but and yet I like the sequel.
Oh,
I
really?
actually liked
I
the
probably
robot in
did
the
like it
sea.
when I was like,
Yeah.
little, but because I didn't know
Yeah.
any better.
I
I think it's like considered one of the worst movies ever made or something.
What, Short Circuit 2? No, there's much worse
Yeah.
movies. Look, he flies
I
around in a hang glider. That's awesome. And then he gets into a
movies
fight with some
that
street
got an
punks.
actual theatrical release. I mean, yeah, any Neil
Yeah,
Breen movie or
yeah.
any James Nguyen movie is worse than that, but um
But no, it was great because a bunch of street punks like they confront the robot and then they beat him to death. That was an awesome scene. It's so tragic. It's like, oh my god, they just murdered the robot.
true to
It's
life.
so-
It makes me think of that that hitchhiking robot thing that just like as soon as it made it from Canada into the United States, it got murdered. Like it was like that. Yeah, they would like put it by the side of the road, and people would like were supposed to like pick it up and drive it around and like leave it somewhere. It was a traveling hitchhiking robot, and it did not survive its entrance into the United States.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that the
Like-
robot apocalypse is really going to go the way that Hollywood imagines.
Yeah, we're gonna beat those
Did you-
robots to death with baseball bats.
Did you
so-
see? Did you see the moment that like, what was it, like Boston PD or something, like had a spot bot, from whatchamacallit, Boston Dynamics, like. Just in the same moment that people saw it, they were like, here's how to disable the robot. And there's like 50 different ways. And it's all like, this is so much less effective than whatever they thought was going to happen. And the hilarious thing is apparently, like, they had spent money on this thing without conferring about doing it even. And it's like, uh-oh. So it turned into its own weird scandal. Like, I guess they thought it was like, look, guys, we have a robot. Isn't it neat? The backlash. People don't want the authorities to have robot. There's been too many movies. We have been trained. Yeah. Oh my god. Thank you for the $4.99 Super Woody plush for... Hi, I'm Super Woody plush. Ow! I'm always in the wrong fandom! Ah! Wrong fandom or correct fandom?
Thank you anyway.
Thank you. Appreciate the 1 penny short of $5. Thank you so much.
Ryan Hartwell says, in the words of the Nostalgia Critic, this isn't Angela's Ashes, it's fucking Short Circuit. Yeah, I guess I should rein in my criticism a little bit there.
No, it's so old, and you can criticize.
Grade on
Short Circuit,
on a curve.
I mean, Short Circuit has brown face in it. You can criticize Short Circuit.
Oh yeah.
That one's interesting though, because like the actor himself who did it was like, yeah, this was stupid, and I fucking regret it, and like,
yeah,
it seems like, God, it was weird. Apparently, like, I know that I read an article by one person who's Indian American who's had watched it and was just like blown away that was brown face, and like had a very kind of fraught relationship with the movie as a result, because they had been a big deal to them as a kid, and then looking back they're like, oh,
that sucks. Yeah, when you...
and it's too bad too, because I remember really liking that character. But
yeah, he was a likable character. He was like
the best human to me. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
But yeah, unfortunately, it does not hold up.
No.
Roland Davila says, "Hello, I'm Rocky. I lived in New Orleans." He lives in St. Louis, actually. A lot of people.
He's been to New Orleans. I'm sure he's been everywhere. But
oh my God, Tracy, where's our Rocky's Adventures in New Orleans?
Oh God, yeah.
Oh my God.
I think he would love it there, but yeah.
No, I just gotta. We gotta go down there. Maybe my uncle, if he hasn't utterly lost his mind at this point, which he might. In which case, I'd be like, just a warning here. He is actually kind of nuts. But, you know,
Yeah.
he's harmless otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
I love him. I'm just disappointed in him.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it's like, maybe, hopefully he's still doing his, like, spinning basketballs on a unicycle in front of, in Jackson Square, in front of the big church there. Hopefully.
That's cool.
Yeah, he's a busker. My family's full of hustle. All we got is hustle. Frankly,
Michael McKean was also in Short Circuit too.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but no, I love Short Circuit. It's awkward. It has its share.
It's very 80s. Very.
It's
80s.
extremely. It's very dated. But...
Is that Ali? Was it Ali Sheedy who played the like female romantic lead in the first one? She had all the like I remember like really relating to her character because she had all these like animals with like 3 legs and they were all like all these broken animals that she was always taking in. I was like, my mom was like, "That's you." I'm like, "Yep, that's me."
Aw. I would have had so many more animals if my mom had allowed me. I would have definitely had rats.
Oh yeah.
But she's like, no rats. I would have definitely had snakes, and she's like, no snakes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I brought home a possum once. I was like sitting there and like as a kid going like, I know it's wrong to keep wild animals, but it's a possum. I wanna. But I was like, I don't know how to take care of a possum, and Google was not very strong then. Or, no, I don't think it even existed when I brought home the possum. My neighbor called me over and was like, hey, there's a possum in our yard. Can you get rid of it for us? And I was like, fuck yeah, let me get a jacket. And I threw the jacket on the possum and bundled it up and put it in a Tupperware container and just looked at it for a while. I was like,
yeah, Steve
so
Guttenberg, the police academy guy, was in it too. AZ Sketches says, hello, this is AZ, but I unfortunately will not be able to attend tonight's stream due to an important event happening. Well, good luck with your important event. And
enjoy the very important event. I'm happy you think us important enough to come in here and apologize for not attending. I'm honored.
Yeah, you don't have to, it's not an obligation, you don't have to be here.
Yeah.
But we appreciate you coming by. Thank you, and hopefully you'll be able to catch the next one.
Yeah. So today, just because this scene is fairly simple, I actually took it from one of the animators because I'm like, this is simple enough that I can get it done. I know that particular animator is a bit overloaded and has more important scenes to do. So I can actually get most of this finished. If not like an entire scene finished today because of the simplicity of this particular shot. And I don't, I need a background from one of the background painters that should have been dropped off, and I don't have a link to it, and so I have to hunt them down, and they need to get a link to me in order to get Mitzi walking down those stairs, because right now I just have like a work in progress thing. This actually right here is technically also not the full background here, but is that correct? I need to replace this. But this is good enough for working right now, because like this particular background does not have to be any more complicated than what it is. Okay, let's see. Dupe, and then dupe. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Damn it. I have to go in and copy these values, not the drawing. And then that's not what I wanted.
Oh, sorry if you can hear that.
Oh, no, that is what I wanted. Okay, that is correct. But I think I might want to move all that down a little bit. I'm not really feeling the composition of this shot. When I'm doing it, I can do what I want. I think this one's getting cut off about here. What I need to do is I need to go into this and then make quickly let me make a quick PNG just so I know what's going on here. Can I save a screenshot? Nope. Okay. What I'm gonna do is go in Premiere and then I'm gonna get a screenshot. I might temporarily switch over the stream to a different screen. You'll be able to hear us just so that I can grab the screenshot without accidentally spoiling you guys on some Act 3 stuff. But I just need to get the screenshot so that I can make a quick frame that I can reuse across multiple scenes to know what my cutoff points are, since I have some croppage going on at the top and the bottom. We got
you tap dancing, Rocky.
Yeah. Hey, Ban, are you there? He stepped away, didn't he? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he said he was getting something. I forget what he said. Food or something. He could just be taking a shit too.
He was cooking.
Cooking. That's right. He's getting something out of the oven.
Mark Segrist says, today's been a good day. A random stray cat walked over to me when I was painting, and I've been vibing with the same cat for 3 hours and listening to stream. Oh, cool.
Aw, I like that.
Are you painting outside? That's neat.
That's so nice. That's what I need to do. Saturday, I want to go to the park. I want to go somewhere free because my budget's a bit tight this month. I just paid taxes and all my savings got wiped out, so all the money I have is just whatever's left in my checking, which isn't much at this point, so I'll survive. And I'll have some more money coming in next month, but fucking taxes, Jesus Christ. Okay, really quick, I'm gonna, I can hear you guys, I'm just switching the stream to a quick, putting it on the be right back. I'm not really be right back. Don't worry, I am here and we are talking.
We're here.
We're here.
I'll keep responding to the chat, so
yeah.
There's activity.
Yeah, I'm just doing this so I don't accidentally spoil things if I'm scrubbing through Act 3. I'm just trying to get a screenshot of something real quick.
Engraved says, I'm babysitting the cutest little tuxedo cat, and I got so excited at the bird's house.
Aww. Oh my goodness,
they do Have you seen the cat do the little chattering thing they do when they see or hear birds? They're like, mine sit in the window and chatter at them. I don't think anyone's quite figured out what that is or why that is. The cats do that.
Not yet.
No, but it is funny to watch. Pharaoh's Purse says, oh boy, I'm late to the stream. What scene are we on? So we're actually working on something from Act 3, but picked it out specifically because it doesn't really give anything away. Act 3 has kind of been our, mostly kept secret act, so that, it's a surprise when the film comes out, but... yeah, it's Rocky and Danger, because these two things go together. Mark says, I named him Jake, he's my son now. Aw.
Aw. Let's see, where is the Act 3? Final Act 1 and Animating Acts. Here we go. Act
Neko Gem says, been a fan for a long time. Oh, thank you.
Sweet. Oh, I must make a correction. Apparently it's at 23 minutes right now. Fucking hell.
Uh-oh. It's out of control.
People better buy those prints.
Yeah.
Please buy prints so we can afford these extra minutes.
Yeah, we need to get the store up and fully functional.
That's why
I mean, it's there. It's just,
my
I
ass on these prints.
I haven't promoted it yet, but yeah, we got to get our prints in there and some other stuff. I've got other things I can include, so
awesome.
I think I might start selling pins again.
That gets silly with it could be a pin if we could figure out how to convert it.
Well, that requires manufacturing it, and it would be months and months out before we could even have it.
But the club really pin we could easily do like that.
I have a bunch of them, and so I think I will probably put them up in the store, and we can hopefully use that to help fund the making of.
Yeah.
Because we have our Kickstarter was successful. We did way better than I think we might have hoped to, but still, it's a shoestring budget for any kind of animation. We're coming up on 23 minutes here, as Fable mentioned, and I mean, if you for comparison, like what is a typical like animated film budget? Several $1,000,000.
What could an
we
animated
raised
film cost? $100?
$100, yeah. What could it cost? Yeah. So while we did, you know, 6 figures on Kickstarter, which was amazing. Thank you so much for those who backed us. Yeah, it's we have to be really resourceful.
Yeah.
Kitty Rainey says, "Hey, I don't really know who you are. One of your videos popped up on my YouTube recommendations, and I just clicked because I was curious. So I'm discovering your work, and it looks amazing. Thank you very much. This is so Lackadaisy is a long-running webcomic, print comic as well.
Tracy, who's speaking right now, is the creator. Oh, shit, I don't have the Discord thing at once. I can get Discord overlay so people can know who's talking.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we're making an animated film, short animated film of the same title at this point.
Oh, you know what? We should go.
Can't.
We should go into guest live so that Nox can help us out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's go there.
Okay. Let's do it.
Oh, we gotta drag Ben in here too.
I'll do it. Go ahead.
Okay.
And keep
Yeah.
working.
I gotta get the. Okay, let's see. Guest live is one I want, and that way people can see our names. There we go. That should be good. Let's see. Okay, now I can install this, plug it into a browser source. Sorry guys, I thought it was up, but oh no, it is up. What the fuck? Did I just have to go back to the site? It's there now. That's weird. Why? Why did it do that? I think
Eric
you have to like every so often reactivate
addicted
it.
to laudanum help. That's not good. Don't. Where would you even find it these days?
Yeah, where did you get that laudanum? I need to know because reasons.
Are you communicating to us from the Victorian era? Are you?
Yeah. Shit. I gotta move.
I'm sorry. Who's eating laudanum?
Someone in the chat just said they're addicted to laudanum. So
they're referring. Yeah. They're making a joke on Victor.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's up. Okay. Maybe I needed to have the browser up itself? I don't know. I don't know why I did that. Okay, because it's worked before, but I don't know. Discord every so often just changes shit. Alright.
Like their logo and font.
That actually doesn't bother me so much. I found it funny people were shitting on that, and meanwhile I'm like... Newt said that he helped make the logo what it is. Like, apparently they consulted him. I was like, oh, and then people are like, meh, and I'm like, oh.
Well, nobody likes change. That's. Oh, I mean, it's a minor change in my mind, and I get that they're going for like something friendlier looking, I think, but more approachable.
I don't mind the change. I do think the font is a little strange and hard to read, but like whatever.
Yeah, the logo didn't change much. They just lost the little spindly, like, pointy horn bits that looked, I guess, a little bit...
It probably didn't look good from a distance is the problem.
Yeah, the pixel width doesn't hold up at a small size, so...
Yeah, makes sense.
It makes also making, like, pins and anything more complicated. It's got this really tight little thing, and it's just meant to look like a gamepad, really, so like rounding it out actually makes it look more similar to modern gamepads. So it's not that big a deal. It's not a big deal.
I thought it was a Space Invader.
It does kind of look like a Space Invader.
It looks like several things.
Yeah, I think it was meant to evoke that kind of like.
Right, it looks like a video game thing.
Yeah. Ryan Hartwell says, "Have you ever heard of distillery cats? Breweries and wineries use them to prevent mice from eating the inventory." Yeah, I mean, cats have been used long time for all kinds of like anywhere there's grain there's going to be mice and rats and vermin
this
there
cat
to
farm
eat
has
it
several barn cats.
Yeah.
Good evening.
But even even like oh hey welcome.
Thank you.
Even like
horse here for you. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, apologies.
I like I mentioned I was stuck at work, so that's fine. I wouldn't even have noticed you weren't in here.
Well, I appreciate you coming in and helping us out. It is very helpful. Now, why on earth is this not actually fitting? Why is this not scaled correctly? This frustrates me. I have to manually adjust things. I hate that. I hate manually doing crap.
You're an animator. A traditional animator.
I wanna manually do certain things, not all things.
Yeah, no, I
it
know
gets
what
in
you
the
mean.
way. Doing all the setup manually gets in the way of doing the fun part manually. So, Citizen Zombie says I'll pay in tuna Bitcoin. Oh, great, tuna coin. Yes.
Somebody's gonna make tuna.
Certainly.
Is that gonna be the
Tuna
next
coin.
crypto? Can I make a crypto that actually doesn't have proof of work, or was it proof of space now? Somebody's like, yeah, we're gonna use a different. It was something called Chia. It's like we're gonna use a different way of the Bitcoin. We're gonna have proof of space where you just need to make space on a hard drive, and then that's how we're gonna prove it. So it doesn't use energy. It's like, no, you're just gonna be using up materials, and you have to run a bunch of hard drives now. It's still this, you're just passing on the problem to something else. It's still a big problem of resources being used and rare earth metals being mined for things that don't do anything. It's like, if you're gonna, yeah.
If it's anything like what I just pictured when you said that, it sounds like you're basically turning hard drives into bills, which the point of a bill is that it's small and foldable. You can put it in a wallet. A whole hard drive is not that.
No, it's just people trying to find ways to make cryptocurrency without having as many, like, problems attached to it. And it's like, there's interesting things about the idea of blockchain, but cryptocurrency is just, I think, one of the less interesting ways that you use that.
I mean, I think part of it is just a lot of people get excited, but because I mean, we've discussed this in the past, but the whole thing is essentially a pyramid scheme. It's only as valuable as more people jump on it, and you sell it to other people. I think a lot of people just kind of get excited about the idea of generating wealth through that, and so
that it could be that easy.
A lot of people don't think about other things that they could do.
Yeah, it's like, this is disappointing, actually. You know what's also disappointing is my capacity to import things, apparently. Okay.
The using space thing just reminds me of that time there was an actual MLM that just actually claimed to be a crypto thing, but actually it turned out that their whole crypto is just an SQL database.
Yeah. There's one issue I have is that there's really not much preventing you from making a crypto, and the fact that you have, like, kind of rip off coins that are clearly trying to bank off the popularity of other coins, like SHIB versus Doge. It's like, there's something wrong here. But I'm gonna cut off the crypto talk because I've ranted about NFTs and crypto enough, and I really
it just makes us frustrated.
Yeah, it's just like all you'll do is you're just gonna hear me get angrier and angrier, and it's like, I want to talk about something else. I'm so sick of this topic. I see it every day. Like, half of what's on my Twitter,
it's always trending.
Yeah,
always trending. Is there some way to just turn off all the crypto talk? Can I just
mute the words?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I would mute a lot of people bitching about it too.
So you get a kick out of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, Schadenfreude is entertaining and all. It's just I wish I could take it in doses instead of all the time constantly.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not like I can't handle these conversations. I think that even with the problems, it's interesting to see people talking about stuff because a lot of the conversation also involves talking about what technology is for, what sacrifices are worth it for certain kinds of tech, whether or not we should view things like that, concerns about climate change and energy usage, and like what's a responsible usage of energy, and like thinking about like is it worth it to do this kind of thing, and questions about utilitarianism and you know, like there's really interesting conversations about that kind of stuff. Sure. Even like as problematic, and crypto is like, there's something interesting about how if people are serious anyway, it's spurning this discussion about like how do we make more energy efficient, et cetera, et cetera. How do we like, can you have like a decentralized power grid like it would be necessary if one even were to invest in crypto? Like, can you run like a windmill or solar or like solar panels and just have that like take care of one server set? And because if you can figure out stuff like that, then it would be really, really, really valuable to take that kind of concern and apply it to any kind of server database. Any kind of database really needs that, because if you think about like just how much energy it costs to like run Google, it's like these are interesting conversations.
Thought we were gonna stop talking.
This is why I need to stop talking about it, because I can't stop talking.
I want to interject to thank Ryan for his $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Ryan. Appreciate that. And he's the one who mentioned distillery cats. Then someone else said that like Disneyland has cats too. I'm just gonna say that probably what happens is the cats are there anyway. They're gonna be there, and so they kind of just like all right, fine, we'll do the symbiotic thing here, and we'll let you stay, and you take care of the mice. And
where there are humans, there be cats.
Yeah, if they took the cats and somehow like got rid of them, which actually does unfortunately happen at times, like certain property owners and businesses are like very averse to cats being around. If they took them away, had some place come and trap them or whatever, like other cats would just move in. Like it's just gonna be there, so they might as well just make do with it. But yeah, I mean the cats kind of like, that's how cats are, I don't know, supposed to have domesticated themselves basically. Neko Gem says, I call myself the other way, but I don't care if you call me the Hanagira way. Oh, I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name then. But I gotta ask, if you're ever looking for more voice actors, I'll gladly pitch in for whatever character. All our voice acting
right now, but thank you.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
We've
done all our recording and
yeah. I'm very flattered at how many people keep going like, can I work on this? Can I work on this? Because it's like the problems you want to have basically is what that is. It's like people keep coming to us and be like, can I work on this? And normally one does not get the pleasure of being able to select from people quite so much. So it's much appreciated. I do appreciate the interest, but we're good right now. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate
that. I just
that.
understood what you meant by that. Because when you said the problems you want to have, you were talking about like yourself. It's like, yes, I have too many people wanting to work on my thing. I thought you meant like, yeah, you're signing up for like work that has to happen, and production is riddled with problems. Just in general, not that this project is like riddled with problems.
No, I try my best.
I hope that was clear.
I know what problems exist and what I would love to improve on in the future, and frankly, I have been, knock on wood, somehow have avoided some of the more severe things that can happen. Any issue I've come across is more just normal things, like, oh, someone had a drop, you gotta find a replacement, oh, this took a little longer than you expected, oh, it turns out we need more people on this than we thought, things like that. Nothing. The problems that would make me go, oh, fuck, would be payment and contracts. Anything to do with legality and getting people their money terrifies me. That's why I'm not responsible for that. I have Spike is the money person. I feel like I'd be too spooked and I would have like just like sincere panic attacks all the time. Like, I'm worried enough about like paying people fairly, let alone like anything too severe. Let's see here.
But think about the exposure.
Pharaoh's Purse says, out of curiosity, will we ever see Lackadaisy themed merch along the lines of club themed items, the speakeasy collar pin, chipsets, etc.? Yeah, we actually do have. I do have club pins. I just need to find a way to make them available.
I need a new one. I have one, but it's a little bit broken.
Oh, I can send you one. Jeez, I'll send you a fistful of them. But I mean, you're the director.
Well, if you send me a fistful, then I can give any of the LA locals on the crew. I can give them one. I can give it to Jason.
Cool. Okay.
I can give it to Ash. Yeah.
All right. We'll do that.
When Ashley and Mike and Jacob come down, and technically Dave, but Dave's not on the crew too. But when they come
Dave
down,
can have one.
Dave can have one. Be like,
honorary.
Here you go, Dave. I don't care.
Right,
take it. Hawk it for some
cool.
shit.
I'll I'll send you a bunch. But yeah, the trouble right now is that I'm planning to put them up in the Gumroad store.
Mhm.
What I have an issue with though is fulfilling shipments, because that's just more of my time that I then have to spend like packaging things up and printing out labels and mailing them off. And I am so I have a lot
drowning.
to do right now, and
You're drowning.
I don't know who I could or how I could automate that, or if I could use a fulfillment company or something. I don't know.
I would talk to Spike if anybody, because I'm sure Spike has a
Yeah,
lot more experience
I
with
think
that.
I've
And
got
she
a ton
has
of
a
them,
very
and
vested
I
interest
would
in
love to
making
be
that
able to
work.
make them available to people, because I hate that they're just sitting here. And they're well made. They're nice pins. They hold together. Like I've had a couple of them like on jackets and in like my little satchel that I carry around like for years, and they've lasted. So, yeah, it's just a matter of like the manual shipping is enormously like even just the limited amount of shipping I do for like custom art, like and the shipping I still have to do for all the Kickstarter backer art it's very time consuming to do that stuff. That is a job. So yeah, I'll talk to Spike about it Monday, see what if she has any advice or ideas in that vein. So, or no, I know she does have distribution companies that she works with too. So.
Oh, no,
Oh,
my
thank you so
cat's
much,
stuck on the
Nico.
rug.
To start my contribution, also I meant just assisting in voice acting for free, working on the project in any way possible is already payment. Oh, well, thank you very much. We do appreciate that, and there have been a number of people who've said, "Oh, I want to just be part of it and I'll work for free," but
No,
that's
no. Nobody
part of
works
a
for
yeah. We
free.
can't.
We
Yeah,
don't do
we
that.
we don't do that. It kind of just normalizes a bad practice. Like I really appreciate that. Like people are interested.
yeah.
Like it's not because we want to rebuff you and or like or say, oh no, we don't want you. It's because we first of all we've hired the people we need already for voice acting and things, and we've done all our recording already, so the voice acting is kind of a done deal at this point.
There is no room for more voice actors. There's no
right,
roles.
but the working for free thing. So a lot of companies in the past and actually still do this sort of like free internship thing where they're like, oh, come get experience and we'll pay you in experience. It's like they pay you in experience, pay you in exposure thing, and I think it's just like bad corporate practice.
Yeah.
Generally, I think artists need to. Generally, artists are underpaid, and we kind of just like it's so
we're used to being abused. Yeah.
Yeah, that we're like we're just happy to take whatever we can get, and we kind of almost need to push the like no, art is work. Artists need to be compensated. So that's how we feel about this.
Also, because like if you are concerned with making sure that everybody has access to art and the ability to get into the art field, then you need to not accept doing work for free unless it's A, personal projects, or B, a personal project with like one friend for moments, also a personal project, and you guys are on equal level on that. You right. Don't like at most maybe like if you see those multi-animator projects and you want to like join something like that, that's fine, because nobody's making any money off of that, and in all likelihood it'll probably get taken down from you.
Right. I'm not I'm not trying to say that there aren't times and places where you will want to work for free because it's a friend and it's a personal project and things like that. But when it comes to something like that, we have a budget, we raise the money, we're working with a business.
By devaluing your work, you can actually make it harder for other people to even enter the field.
Exactly. It makes it hard
to work for that cheap.
It does. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be like lecturing you. I'm not directing this at you. I really do.
Oh yeah, no. This is an education thing. We're not mad at you. We're more like we're worried about other companies taking advantage of guys like you. We want you.
Exactly. It's the whole mentality and structure around like young new talent just being expected to produce work for free and often work really hard. Like when I was working in the game industry, it was very, very common for studios to take on interns, and they'd be just out of school and it'd be like, oh well, you have to work for free before you can, to get your foot in the door, so to speak, before you actually like earn a living. It's like, no, that's garbage.
That is scummy as
like,
hell, and never.
It's so exploitative and crap. It's just we don't want to be part of that paradigm any longer. We want to push for a new paradigm in which people get paid fairly for their labor, and so
and frankly, like little indie projects like this, even like I could see somebody trying to pull the same thing. So just be aware that that's a thing that can happen. And if you're going to choose to do that, know what you're getting into and understand that you have to prioritize yourself in all cases. Like, you need to prioritize your health and your well-being. Thinking about, like, what are your long-term goals, and think about that rather than just, like, pleasing someone in the short term, because you don't want to go into this and be like, this is it. This is my dream come true. This is the only opportunity I'll ever have to prove myself. And then you hurt yourself during the process. And then you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I just don't want to see people getting burnt out on this medium or any medium that they love. Frankly, I want to see more people getting in, more kinds of people, like more kinds of perspectives. And the more barriers and abuse that there are, like, the fewer people are going to get in, and then you keep seeing the same kinds of projects over and over and over again. And so I'm greedy. I want to see more kinds of work from more kinds of people. So for the love of God, take care of yourself and respect each other, and help each other out, because that's how you can mitigate those abuses even in the very worst environments. So yeah, just, watch out for each other. Yeah, I have very strong feelings about this, because abuse is rampant, because companies know that this is a dream job for a lot of people, and so they they won't be honest about the fact that it's a job. This is a job. It is a job, and you could be learning on the job. Sure, I mean, you could be like, it's a job.
Yep.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
not a
it
hobby.
is definitely.
Yeah.
Are you cool with scooping up questions from the chat for us?
I have been doing it.
Oh, thank you very
thank you.
much. Appreciate
No
that.
problem.
I am re-diverting my attention to my art here, so I'm just gonna have my head down a bit. So I'll keep.
Yeah, I gotta do it too. So yeah, the screen has been boring enough to look at. It's just been me, like, struggling to import things. So I'm gonna look down, and I will rely on Nox and Ben. Also, if you want to see what chat is saying, just go to the YouTube channel and you can see the chat.
Oh, is there a link somewhere?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's just
yeah,
the YouTube channel. Yeah.
Let me post
okay.
it in the. I'll post a link for you. Hold on.
Sure. I might drop by in a bit. I'm just not physically at my desk right now. I'm
that's
finalizing
fine.
cooking things.
Okay, it's in streaming chat. You can find the link to it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, I'm collecting questions. I just will not interrupt you guys while you're making a point, because...
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
I mean, don't apologize. That's what people are here for, right?
We're always making a point. Like, it's like me and Tracy never shut up.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, this is one that I also feel strongly about, because, like, as I think I've mentioned before, part of the reason I don't do art professionally is this stuff. Or I didn't pursue art professionally. And also, like, honestly, from the outside, the conditions that I see some artists working in freak me the heck out.
Yeah, I think it does contribute somewhat as well to, like, what I ran into when I wanted to pursue an art career, and my family was like, that's not a job. It's the perception comes largely from, like, it's not that they think it's not work or something, it's that they don't think you can ever get to a place where you can make a comfortable living doing that. And so, like, the pragmatic answer is like, no, do something else, which sucks that that's a attitude that has come to pass, but or has been so prevalent, but it's largely not true. But there's also quite a lot of, like, abusive practice and just, like, exploitation and taking full advantage of people, because so many of these jobs are dream jobs for people.
Big companies even will pull this stuff, like without
Yeah,
giving details.
yeah,
There's
there was,
stuff like the most famous companies you can think of, all of them pull something. Like,
they all do
like
these
hearing,
like contest things. These like, oh, it's a contest and you can submit the work you've done, like, labored over, and it belongs to us as soon as you submit it. We've not paid you for it, and you have a 1 in a gazillion chance of winning anything. And even if you win something, all you get from us is, like, some, like, I guess we'll mention your name or something at some point, but it's
maybe
such a
$100 coupon for, like,
so,
their store.
Yeah, it's so scammy. It's like, you guys have, like, you're making some game or something or some product, and you have, like, you're like a multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar industry, and here you are like asking for free art. No, you go hire some fucking artists to draw up designs for you. You don't like go out there and like, oh god, yeah. It's
and the problem with that also is that the folks at the company are basically being cheated out of money and that kind of thing.
Exactly.
It's just,
yes.
it's not ideal. It's like they're not even gonna get good work. They're creating more work on the. It's just it's a marketing scheme, guys. That's what it really is. It's just a marketing scheme. So if you want to be part of the marketing of something, I mean, just do it on your own. Because, like, if you do care about a thing, then by all means, go and make fan fictions, make fan art, you know, talk about what you love, you know, do that on your own. But you don't need to do free work for a company. You know, if Disney comes to you, be like, yeah, free contest, and then if we like what you give us, then we'll put it in the movie. And it's like, no. No. Just no. No. No, 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 no. No.
Cool.
No.
Anyway, yeah.
No, thank you for making a stand on this.
Yeah.
I have to. I just being at the lead of this project, like, I can see so many ways in which I could, like, really horribly exploit the crew. Like, it would be too easy. And what we do is we often will talk about how we don't want to do that. And so, like, we've invited the crew into like Lacka chats and stuff and on streams and stuff, but I try to make it extremely clear to everybody, this is not an obligation. You never have to do this. This doesn't have any impact on like, you know, how I value you and the crew or anything like that.
Right.
Like Lisa never joins. Lisa is still part of the crew. Lisa is, you know, she's still Ivy. Just because she doesn't want to be part of streams, that's fine.
Things going on. She doesn't have to.
Yeah, she doesn't need to deal with my shit. She's a busy woman. And I want her to do what she wants to do. I don't want her to do this. So we had discussions about how like we had requested VAs come in a couple times, and then we were like, okay, we've done that like twice. Just be like, hey, do you want to? And then we were like, no more.
Yeah, we can't obligate them to.
No, we don't want them
even just
obligated.
asking and being like, oh, but it's your choice, kind of makes people feel obligated.
Yeah, it's like it's your choice to participate in the company Christmas party, but you know you can have in the back of your mind like that fear that always look like
you're not a team player if you don't, you know, do it. So yeah, it's a tricky social thing you have to navigate, where like you do want to do things and have fun with your teammates and stuff, but you also don't want to make them feel like that's part of their job or an obligation, even though it's unspoken. You know, if you don't go to the company picnic, the boss is going to notice and, you know, dock you points, even just in an informal mental way, you know, like.
Yep.
Sorry, we're playing.
Yeah, but anyway, aside from just like not wanting to
something.
contribute to the toxic abusive garbage that goes on with like art jobs, we would like to help establish a different pattern of like expectation.
We have a lot of newbie artists on the team, and I've told them that I just want them to not go into another job and then they get treated like shit, and they assume that that's, you know, the normal. Because like your first couple jobs, you'll kind of just assume that's how it is, and then people end up putting up with a lot of garbage because, you know, it's called paying your dues. And yeah, there's a certain amount of shit you kind of are going to go through in any new career because it's just you haven't established yourself yet and people don't trust you just yet whether or not you're going to like stick around basically. So you tend to get like it can be difficult to break into any field when you're new because, you know, you're going to treat it a little bit gingerly. But that said, that doesn't mean that anybody deserves to ever not get paid, you know, a living wage, to not, you know, to put way more hours per week than is healthy for anybody to do, to like never have a distinction between the rest of their life and work, you know, to deal with coworkers or bosses giving them shitloads of abuse and harassment. None of those things should be part of quote unquote paying your dues. I feel like paying your dues is really just should be, you know, putting in the time and like
be about
the
actual
things. Yeah.
It should be about the actual like
work.
You growing as an artist, not the you putting up with shitty corporate practice.
Yeah, like that should not be your dues. Your dues should be like, oh, I've never drawn a car before. I've been asked to do a car turnaround. Whoa, this is really hard.
Yeah,
And
I
then,
better ramp up my art skills here. You know, not.
Yeah, that's part of a normal growth process, but abuse is not, and I don't think should be put up with or regarded as dues paying. You know, so.
Yeah, and the more you allow it to happen to you, the more the company can get away with doing it to the next artist. So it's like, so we don't want to do that. And...
So, like, and we're speaking from experience here. That's why we're like, we don't want this to happen, because this is all stuff we've experienced, and it's like, this is crap. I never want anybody to do with this. I know what kind of things I could put up with is just like, that's part of the job, versus the kinds of things that sincerely nearly ended your career because you're like, this is too much. And it was never like the work.
All right. It wasn't the art. It was the everything around it that. Oh, well. Anyway.
Yeah. $5 from Ryan Hartwell again.
Oh, thank you, Ryan.
Will we ever have a character resembling Al Capone, either in the comic or the show?
I mean, some of them are kind of cut from the same cloth, I would say, similar cloth. But I don't tend to put historical figures directly into the comic, although sometimes they get mentioned. But yeah, I mean, like characters who are basically big city,
the Chicago folks.
Gangsters. Yeah, I
still want the circus to get name dropped in there for the one joke.
It would be a very obscure, like, nobody but you and I get it joke, but okay.
But that's what makes it perfect.
I know.
It's like,
not that I haven't done that. I've definitely put things in there that's like, I am the only one who will think this is funny, so.
That just gives it replay value.
The fun thing with jokes like that, though, is that, like, one day, somebody with actual historical interests will come by it, and it'll just make their day.
Oh yeah,
I suppose.
So who is that lady who does the videos talking about historical clothing? I know there's a few people, but every time she just gets giddy about something is so good.
Zabrowska, what's her name?
Probably. Is she the one with the who does?
She's in Poland.
Yeah, she's one of them.
Yeah, she's hilarious. I love her stuff.
Chat's being really wholesome after all the talk about the accepting good jobs and stuff, and cheering each other on about art projects and stuff.
Yeah. Support each other.
I guess I could do something really painfully punny and make it like Al Capone. I'm sure someone has done it.
Where is that?
Someone's already suggested Al Carpone in
Al Carpone
in the chat. Yeah.
Carpone.
In my mind, the pone part of that is also spelled PWND. So.
Oh
God.
Oh no.
No, I guess that's Rocky's gamer handle.
It's pone.
Oh my god.
Simon asks, "How do I force myself to draw something?"
If you've got to like force it, I don't know if drawing is for you. I don't know if it's not something you feel compelled to do and like a compulsion to do and enjoy doing at some level. I mean, sometimes like when you're toiling over a big project or something, there's gonna be points where you're not really enjoying it, but you gotta kind of like dig up some willpower, some constitution to keep going. But like if you're not just like sitting there going like, I need to draw right now, I feel like drawing, then maybe you're not a person who draws really.
If it's not compulsive, then I'd say, why are you doing this?
Yeah, if you're like if you have to force it.
I have a brain problem, and I draw, and that's what makes me draw all the fucking time.
Yeah, we describe it as like some kind of like brain disease, like toxoplasmosis or something. We're just like,
it's like, why the fuck am I dedicating my life to this? And it's like, I don't know. It's I got brain worms. I have brain worms, and they compelled me to do this.
But yeah, I don't know. Personally speaking, since I was a child, I've had a compulsion to draw, and I don't know why or where it came from. I just was always like, I saw something I like or was interested in, and like, I need to draw pictures of this.
I like to read books, and I was like, I want to see what it looks like, and I would draw what I read, And I was like a huge consumer of books, and I just was really into reading books and storytelling and how you could get like subtleties of something by if you if you read a book and you're like, oh, I don't like the cover, but what if I did my own cover? What would it look like? And I like translating words into visuals, and I loved comics, and I loved animation. I knew I wanted to do animation since like age 6. And somebody needs to fucking shut my door. I gotta come up with a rule in this house to be like, please close the door so that I don't hear dog bark. 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
In the meantime, I'd like to add something to that, actually.
Sure.
Because yes, you're right. The compulsion is definitely like a thing that's like if you're not compelled to draw, maybe you found something that's fun. But
I don't mean to imply that that's the only way to,
oh sure.
arrive
No,
at it,
I was just gonna say that like for me, early on, because I've always kind of had that compulsion too, but I also found it really difficult to kind of sit down and they'd be like, oh man, I really want to draw, but like it's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that might help is like if you take a piece of paper and like crumple it up and like make it dirty,
Okay,
and then that will make you feel like, okay, this particular drawing is not as important as it might be, and it's such a weight off your shoulders to.
It's I guess the kind of like, it's already trash, I can't make this worse. So like if you have like some kind of barrier there that's like I want to draw but I'm afraid to mess up or make mistakes or something, or it's going to be bad and I'm going to be disappointed in myself. Everybody draws bad.
That's really tough to deal with.
Yeah, I don't draw amazing all the time. Are you kidding me?
Oh god, yeah. I mean,
like,
even after
doodle of Rocky right here
years
that's just like the board art. It's like, this isn't good. He doesn't like where his fingers are ill-defined. He's just like a bunch of scribbles. It's because like the boards are not important in the long run. They're just there for reference's sake. So skill comes with time
maybe
and patience.
Maybe if you can narrow down like what is blocking you from drawing. Is it just you can't think of what to draw, or you feel worried that you're going to be disappointed in what you do, or you can't, I don't know, like, do you not exactly want to draw, but you want to be an artist for some reason? I don't.
Yeah, if you can zero in on like a specific thing.
Sometimes it's like, I want to make things, but maybe drawing isn't the type of artist
you don't have to use this medium. Like, there's a lot of mediums for creativity. So if what you want to do is like tell a story, like you can do that. You don't have to be an artist as well. And why is this not? Why can't I draw on this? Why does nothing work?
What I usually tell people who ask me how to get into art is I just tell them,
oh, that's why.
Yeah, go have fun with it for a few years.
Yeah, right.
And once it's become, first of all, you'll learn to love it, and second of all, it'll become a habit.
Right.
And that's when to me, that's when the compulsion comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would say,
and then you become a workaholic like me.
Yes.
For a long time, when I was like adolescent, pre-adolescent, early adolescence, I didn't really like showing my art to anybody. I wanted it to be like this private thing. It was like my private enjoyment. It was like, my escape from the world. And so I didn't feel worried about like what other people would I didn't want other people judging me on like what I was drawing or how I was drawing it or what have you. So I just kind of kept it to myself in little, like, I would have my sketchbooks, I would carry them around, and I would secret myself away and draw. And I would get uncomfortable when people like craned over me and like started watching me, and I'd just like close my sketchbook and just like, yeah, I'm done now. But I mean, you can, if you don't feel like you don't want to put on a show with it yet, or you want to just like test the waters and see, how it goes, or like see how good you are, or see if you enjoy it.
You don't have to put it online if you don't want to.
Don't treat it like it has to be something monetized or a career. It's just a fun thing you can try and just see, like, don't feel like this pressure to like put it on Instagram or something. You don't have to.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of like that sense now that every bit of your life has to be like lived online in some way, and that's silly. So don't. Yeah, like
and
there's
also don't feel like you have to draw something like specific. Like, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
like a lot of people feel pressure. It's like, oh, I have to either draw fan art or whatever. It's like
No,
oh,
that's just a strategy.
do what you
That's all
want.
that really
Yeah.
is.
And-
That's a
and- yeah, no,
strategy.
I mean, well, sometimes you do really want to draw fan art, and that's cool too. But
Yes.
yeah, it's also like if you're trying to build an audience, like fan art can be a very good way through the door to, get yourself some attention while also indulging in something you like. So that's all.
Yeah, no, my point was just like don't draw based on the expectations of other people. Just like have fun with it and
Exactly.
enjoy yourself.
Yeah. Don't draw for.
Maybe.
I mean, if you're-
maybe that's what get silly with it should mean. Don't just draw what you
guess.
want.
Just draw what you want. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Let's-
draw your passion.
you should show them the get silly with it art.
Okay,
I
I'll show
guess.
the get silly with it. Like, I actually
This is my
finished
art.
it up.
This is like my art direction. Recently has been like get silly with it or rein it in. My only two.
This is
My
so-
only notes. Get
I did
sillier
this-
with it.
I did this sketch and just yeah, our notes really have been like just rein it in or make
Yeah,
it
I mean,
haven't we?
The animators and cleanup artists have gotten so good at handling these characters that we really don't have a lot of notes to give them much of the time. It's often just like technical notes like, oh, you missed a line here, or this is the wrong color, this like
Yeah.
one little bit that you missed or something, or just make it sillier. Just like take the expression a little further than you did or something like that. So yeah, it's
Colin's saying to put that on a shirt.
Yeah, I kind of thinking of it's like I did the sketch and I was just we found the phrase just too funny, and then I did the sketch because I was getting punchy, and then I liked it too much, and then Mike liked it, and I was like, oh, it'd be fun if I could like color it in, and then maybe it could be a sticker because I know he would like that, and then I would like finish it, and I'm like, no, I want this. I want this on a
I like
pin.
that
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
a pin
I
would
think
be
my
good.
favorite part is that his tie is on backwards.
Yeah, I put the R right side up, but it's just funnier upside down, so it is. It didn't look right side up. It looked like it wasn't silly enough. It needed to be sillier. Here's
Seriously.
Rocky. He has no arms anymore. It's just the essential Rickaby instead. Only the essentials.
Yeah, Mark Segrist says the new Bob Ross, get silly with it. Yeah. It's Rocky's version of Happy Little Trees, I guess.
Rocky does a painting show would be so entertaining. It'd be part performance art, part Jackson Pollock, part Duchamp, but not because of commentary. It's just whatever he could grab from like the junkyard.
Yeah.
Look, I wrote my
would have
name
to
on a
imagine, like,
toilet.
it might start as a painting, but it become very dimensional very fast as he found things he wanted to put on there.
That honestly would be pretty cool, though. Not gonna lie, it would be awesome. It's like I wanna own one of Rocky's paintings. It probably would weigh 20 pounds and peel off the wall, and it's definitely
And
flammable.
it might start, it
Might start a
involve things
fire.
that will
Yeah.
rot or decay over time.
He duct tapes a banana to it. He doesn't even know about the duct tape banana. He just did it because he thought it was cool.
It's not because of Banksy. He just wanted a banana in the picture.
He was like, I can't draw. It's like, how do I do a realistic banana? Wait, what if I just put a banana on it? I know, and just glues a banana to the canvas.
Yeah,
Part
it's just like
of me-
standing. Sorry,
Part
go
of me
ahead.
also feels like if you see the banana and I don't know, something goes wrong and you accidentally peel it off and like the whole thing comes down and it just leaves behind like a actually beautiful painting.
Yes. I want to imagine that it's like he hasn't really invested in visual art as his medium, but I want to imagine that he definitely could get much better at it if he just like put in the time.
Yeah, I think if he was like someone who could sit down and patiently draw, he'd be pretty good at it. But he's more of like a very fast scribbler. Like he's got to get the idea out.
But that's how you start. Like you do a bunch of like fast scribbles and you kind of like build up speed basically, and all of it just starts as kind of crappy, but like it's only through doing that continuously that you do it. So it would just be like if he finds any satisfaction in
it would take a certain quiet and discipline. Like he'd need some medication to be able to like sit still for that long.
He needs
do that, I
weed.
think, but,
That's what he needs.
Yeah.
It's just give Rocky marijuana, and that might help at least half of what he has going on. He just needs to. Zib needs to be like, boy, I'm gonna sit you down one day. Here's the thing. You're gonna learn how to grow up. Is smoke this. I'm not
I don't know
advocating
about, like-
smoking for smoking in order to mature, guys, but it can. But I will say that it is used as medicine for a reason by a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah. Don't take this as medical advice from us. That's
I'm
for
not
sure.
your
But
doctor.
yeah, and maybe don't take medical advice from Zib either. Like he's not entirely got
Definitely
his shit
don't.
together, but he's not. But things catch on fire a lot less often around him than they do around Rocky. So maybe he's.
Oh man, Maxwell Powell asking
Yep.
if you could ship Rocky with anyone, who would it be? Miss Bobka, obviously. That's the OTP.
Yeah.
And if that sounds crazy, I want you to picture for a second Rocky on a date with Miss Bobka and both how wholesome and hilarious that would be at the same time. Just, the more you think about it, the more correct it is. Miss Bobka is the only right answer.
Oh no, it works.
That and a photo player.
He's young enough to be her great grandson.
Well, yeah, it's not going to go anywhere physical. It's just
No,
cute.
I know. it's just
like
cute. It's
he's
just hang out.
he's doing it because he's like entertained by this old woman giving him attention, and she just straight up doesn't even know what's going on because she's too far gone, and she's just like,
Man.
oh,
can't-
that's my...
She can't see him fuck up. That's
That's
Yeah.
actually kind of funny because technically that might be a good use for Rocky as a nursing home entertainer.
Oh my
I mean-
god.
I
I mean,
don't know
it would it might kill some people.
as Ivy says, he frightens the elderly. So
Yeah.
maybe. But I don't know. You reach a certain age threshold, like Mrs. Babka does, and like nothing
Nothing
rattles
phases
you because you can't really make it out through your extremely thick glasses what's even happening. So
Super chat from Ryan Hartwell. He asked, "Have you seen the film The Untouchables?"
I have, and in fact, I've been telling Fable we need to watch that in one of
Yeah, I need to
we
watch
have-
a lot more. We've been trying to binge like different gangster movies and stuff. Sometimes they're hard to find, unfortunately, because some of them are old and-
Yeah, you would think like
Yeah.
a lot of these movies from like the 80s and 90s and stuff would be like nearly free, like 99-cent rental on Amazon Prime or something would be
You mean
great.
like the
but they're all,
20s and stuff? Yeah.
Oh, the ones from
Yeah.
the 20s. Yeah, you'd think
Yeah.
they'd be like free somewhere or free with commercials even
Yeah.
or like 99 cents to rent, but they're actually not. That you have to like go digging for them, and often it's like if you can find them for rent, they're like outrageously expensive, or they're not for rent. You can only purchase it or something. It's like it's really dumb. It's like, why is this so? You would think, I don't know, at this point in time, this stuff would be
I
just
gotta let my dog back in.
I don't know.
Hi, Ada. Are you trapped? Okay.
Well, Fable's distracted. Battle Rage asks, "Tracy, not sure if I missed it, but the comic on hiatus during production of the short?"
Yeah, it was not an intentional hiatus, but as it turns out, I have very many things to do, and I ended up being way more involved in production than I anticipated.
I
It's
tried
just
to keep her
largely
from
a-
doing it, guys, but
No. It's a manpower thing too. It's like there just aren't enough people. We don't have enough budget to like reach our. We have a lot of ambition here, and so like in order to get this thing looking and being the way we want it, we need as many hands on deck as possible. So I've been putting as much as I can into it. Obviously, Fable is doing the. I think probably the most work of anyone, but yeah, I'm like I've been trying to be helpful and contribute to the character designs and be involved in all of the storyboard meetings and all of the editing we've done and all of the comic dub stuff and all of the voice recording and I mean everything. Note giving on like historical details and things that animators might not be aware of because it's just some random obscure thing that no one would know unless they'd been making a comic about the 20s for a long time. So yeah, so my involvement here has been a lot, and also like designing the merchandise stuff. The shot glasses have been time consuming. The making the graphics for the packaging and everything, and
just getting even doing the thumbnails for these YouTube videos is like its own task.
Yeah.
And none of these things are in of themselves necessarily take a ton of time, but they add up. That's the thing.
right.
Is
And
it
we've
all
got like
adds
all the backer reward art I've got to deliver for the Kickstarter people who really funded this thing. Got to deliver on what we promised to them. because we are very grateful, of course, and also because that's our obligation at this point to do. And the art book and the posters and the everything.
Everything.
I'm trying to get a shop set up. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Plus, I've got Patreon like obligations as well, like custom art for patrons and things. That's all like stacking up here. And
God, we've been doing so much work that we were having a conversation, and it occurred to me that like some point this year, I'm not going to be drowning in work, and I'm like, oh, that's weird to think that that's going to be the case.
Yeah, but I desperately want to get back to the comic. It's driving me nuts that I'm not drawing comics right now, but the film production is a finite thing, as Fable just mentioned, and so, when I am back to a normal workload, I will return to making comics. It was not a planned, like, I'm not trying to like keep everybody in suspense or deprive anyone of comic updates. I feel awful about it, but
we're trying to give you as much other things as well to kind of make up for it, so it's like, whoa, there's lots of stuff on the Patreon related to the production itself that you do not get publicly. So even just for as little as $1, like, you get access to private streams, right? You got some private streams.
For patrons get a monthly private stream, just for patrons. Lots of art. They see they see previews of things and lots of extra animation bits and things from the production, and they get to see all of the art earlier than everybody else does, and a lot of art that I don't ever share publicly too. And big wallpaper library, tutorials and stuff that I've never shared publicly too. So,
brush pack for Photoshop.
There's a Photoshop brush pack. There's a hat tutorial, the clothing wrinkle tutorial, volume 1 and 2 PDFs.
Somebody was asking me about a link to the shop. I'm not sure which shop they're referring to.
I'm typing in I think probably the Gumroad shop. So the thing is about the Gumroad shop, I'm linking it here, but it's not, oops, I typed it wrong. Ignore that. Let me,
Can you delete your own
let
message?
me remove, I can remove it. Yeah. Okay. Can I? Did it remove it? Okay. It's going to be... I didn't put the .com in there because I'm a .idiot. The page is not fully fleshed out with all the items it's supposed to contain at this point. So, it's got like one print in there right now. There are more things we're going to be putting in there shortly.
Why was that
including, huh? What?
Oh, idiot! Why was that funny?
I don't know. I don't know why I said it.
Novili asked, how long did it take you to improve your art?
It's improved.
I mean, you never stop improving. It's like a gradual curve of, you kind of like you'll progress sharply as you learn something new, and then you'll plateau for a bit, and then you'll progress again, and you'll plateau for a bit. And when artists talk about being in ruts, often it's like one of those plateaus where you're just like,
with enough experience, you also like recognize that that's what that is, and so you don't get discouraged by them anymore. It's like, you stop saying, oh, I suck, nothing I do is any good, and blah. And once you start seeing the pattern of like skill building, then plateau, as you kind of use those skills more actively, then skill building and plateau, you understand that it's just a pattern, and it's fine. If you just keep going, the pattern will continue. You will be okay. You can always be kind of envious of how other people do things, sure, but you use that as like you gotta kind of persevere sometimes through those things, understanding that it's a temporary thing, that you're stuck somewhere. What has happened really is that
like if you go back and look at earlier art you did, you have improved, but your sense of like good and bad art, or your sense of like what good art is has evolved, but your skills haven't quite caught up to that yet. And so what will happen is you'll then like hit a spot where you learn something new and you get good at something, and you produce this piece of art you're really super proud of, and you feel like you kind of like rose up in the ranks, so to speak, in your own game arena or whatever, in terms of like your development as an artist. And then you will start like you'll see other types of art, and you'll start formulating like a better, more refined or more sophisticated sense of like what good is, and your taste might change as well. And so you like the target moves again, and so then you're kind of like you're stuck kind of like running along like with the knowledge base and skill set that you have, until you then again like hit that little spike where you go, I advanced, I evolved. And then the target changes. It's like just moving goalposts, and it's a frustrating thing as an artist, but I think it's also like the thing that keeps you constantly growing. Like I don't know any artist who's ever been like any serious artist who like works professionally in art who's been like, yep, I know enough, I know all I need to know, I'm good now. I will never need to get better in any way. Like no one is ever like that in art.
That is shocking.
What an amazing thing if you were. Be like, an artist who's satisfied. Whoa.
Like I think that can happen to people who maybe have some like weird, sort of anomalous, like huge amount of success early on for some reason. Like they just like hit at the right time in the right way in some way, and then they stop.
I thought you were
going
to say, huge
as an artist
brain.
Or as a person. like celebrities have that issue too, right? Like they hit some massive level of success that's like outsized to any like it is not proportional to their actual skill base or their skill they're just like the right kind of pretty or something, and they were in the right movie and whatever, but they sort of like stopped growing as a person, as an actor, because they peaked in terms of their popularity at this point, and so they didn't really feel the need to like seek out more education as an actor, more growth and or even as a person. It's just like it's a weird thing that happens, I think. So I don't know. I personally find like the gradual, slow but steady thing is probably a healthier way to get there, because you will keep growing and wanting to grow. I mean, it's nice to like hit the big time, I suppose, in a momentary way. But then after that, like, what do you do? Where do you go? And if you just end up like a resentful person if you aren't then able to recreate that same level of success at any point. I think that probably is psychologically difficult and maybe destructive as well. I don't know. I'm being awfully judgmental, aren't I? But
no, I think having known so many people who got kind of internet famous at an early age, and like how that messed them up, like in ways that they're trying to like, undo. Basically, where they're like, I want to keep growing. I don't want to feel like that was my moment of the sun.
That was like moments. Like there's nothing better than that. Like no one wants to peak in high school, like that kind of thing. Sorry, Ben, I talked over you. So you know people who have that attitude?
I have met some people that have that attitude. Yeah, it's bizarre. And this might be like the wrong assessment, but it might just be like a personality type thing. It's people who were already arrogant to begin with, and they just happen to hop on this field, so they're very confident about it. And but they're confident in a way where it's not even like, I know what I'm doing. It's more like, no, I know what I'm doing, and no one can tell me otherwise.
That seems almost like defensive, like insecurity, sort of more than like actual genuine, like I'm actually convinced of my greatness. It's almost more like the opposite of that, but it comes across it like the way they act out is to try to project confidence and arrogance where they're really lacking it.
There's
profoundly.
definitely a lot of posturing. But yeah, no, I've met a few people who definitely have that air of like, no, no one can tell me, no one can touch me, and it's like, my god.
That's going to not work to their benefit in the long run, I think. But
only a few people can get away with that kind of thing.
Yeah, mostly they're billionaires.
Yeah. Are you a billionaire? Then sure, yeah, you could probably get away with it because society loves you no matter what. Are you not a billionaire? don't do that. Just don't.
Yeah,
Don't
you're
do
really
it.
just it's really just a form of self-sabotage if you do. Like you're not hurting anybody but yourself.
Well, actually, no. You could be hurting.
Well,
other
you
people.
can hurt other people.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah,
that's why I
true.
would
You can
discourage it.
definitely like.
You don't want to be the kind of person who is just a pain in the ass to work with in a crew. That's annoying as fuck. Nobody wants to deal with that.
Yes, you can definitely make life hell for other people by being a shithead.
Yeah. Just don't do that. Do me a favor. Don't be that way. Do yourself a favor and don't be that way, too. You don't need to. You just don't. It's a lot more fun if you're not. Think of all the great people you'll know and be able to talk to.
You know what? Thinking about it in retrospect, I think I might be more right than I realized about the people are already arrogant before they start doing art. And I say that because of just thinking about certain specific conversations where somebody would be like, yeah, I know how the industry works. Nobody can like tell me that I'm wrong about the way like the industry works. And then you learn more about the industry and it's like, oh no, this person knows nothing about it.
Yeah.
And yet they're so convinced of their own like.
Sometimes you
no.
get like a snapshot first impression of things and you just assume that is what it is.
Yeah.
So
it's very
like,
Dunning-Kruger effect type deal.
Yeah. So it's like the less you know, the more you think you know. It's like I love dinosaurs and I know a shitload about them, but I wouldn't claim to be a paleontologist because I'm not. So so I think some people conflate with that kind of like level of like being really into something with the same thing as, you know, being an expert instead thing. I think that can happen too. But that's less of an artist thing. Well, I mean, it is an artist thing. It's more of a fan thing. I don't know. Fuck. What was my point? I don't think I had one.
Don't be an arrogant jackass.
Yeah, don't do that. Just don't do it.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Someone said, have you ever considered, Marco says, have you ever considered making a book of all the historical references used for Lackadaisy, something in between an art and a history book with all the pictures, books, and movies that inspired you? Oh, I would love to, and in fact, I wanted to include, I've included some of that in the art book that's coming out, but to a limited extent, because as it turns out, licensing historical photos, finding even who owns them, photos of celebrities from the 20s and things like that is very fraught, very time consuming, very difficult, like using images that don't belong to you, that you have to like license from elsewhere. You might find the image on like Shutterstock, and Shutterstock will even sell you a license to use it, but then they'll also like include a caveat like, we don't know if we actually own this. Like, oh, okay. And then in addition to that, it's like you so you can get your ass in trouble by not doing your due diligence, and you need like a whole staff of people. Like the big beautiful like picture books of historical stuff that come out, like they've got lots of people working on this stuff to like catalog everything they're using and find out where the licenses are and everything. Like I just don't have the manpower to do this kind of thing, or the budget. Licensing those photos is also like cripplingly expensive, and you have to relicense them. Like you can only license it for like a year, 5 years, or something like that. And so if you want to do like a book reprint at some point, you then have to relicense all of the pictures if you've tried to use, which is sometimes why like certain editions of books will have like different images in them, so, like if they've used like historical photos or something, because like they can't like something has changed, like the possession of some catalog of photos or something has changed hands and they can't relicense the one they used before, so they'll swap in a different photo or whatever. Like sometimes that's why you find like strange differences between editions and things. Yeah, it just is not something I could do unless I drew a picture of every single one of those things instead. Like that's what I was my compromise. I did have to do that to mention like where like I got like the hairstyle ideas and things. Like I wanted to include photos of like Clara Bow and Louise Brooks and Josephine Baker, but like looking up how to include photos of those people, I was just like, oh my god, I can't. There's no way. I can't. I don't have the money. I don't have the ability to relicense these things at some point. I can't do the like put the hours and hours of digging research to find out who actually owns this photo. It's crazy. It's very hard. Like intellectual property rights and trademark and copyright. It's all a very fraught thing, and I would need like a lawyer to. I can't. Unfortunately,
Lackadaisy is
as
going to
much as
have
I
to
would
get a
love
little
to.
bit bigger before that's done, basically.
Yeah.
If this becomes big enough that it can be done, then sure, why not? But it's currently not. It would take more effort than it's worth. So you had to just like draw Louise Brooks, didn't you?
I had to draw and then not mention her name. Not mention her name in such a way that it's marked as a drawing of Louise Brooks, because even like her image may belong to someone. Like it may be like a trademark or something. But
that's really creepy, actually.
Yeah, it's weird. Like often famous people will have left behind estates, or people will have purchased like. It's weird. Like the ownership of someone after they die is very bizarre.
Yeah.
But like that is a thing, and
I feel like you would be able to call fair use on that, but you probably don't want the legal battle.
I don't. Yeah, see that's the thing. It's like it's hazy whether or not you can't like where that is applies and where someone might actually come after you for it.
There's also a different issue where there are certain there was like that stock site that said, oh yeah, if you want to check to see if your images have been like stolen by people on the internet, just upload your photos here. And it turned out were doing that in order to actually mine people's work, and then they were selling their work, and they were basically like claiming they owned pictures and then using those pictures as a way to go after people. So there's certain companies that basically abuse holes in the copyright system to try to claim ownership over materials that they don't actually have ownership over, claiming they have licenses, and then sending out even like legal notices to places and saying, pay us, or we'll sue you. It's just like, what? And they're counting on, out of every like 200 of these that they send, for one of them to work, so they just send them out en masse.
If you oh god, the amount of scams surrounding it's so fucking fraught. It's really very frustrating. Like I wish the government would crack down on this shit, but like the moment you trademark or copyright something, you'll start getting things in the mail that tell you have to buy like additional protection, and it's like $1,000 for the next year or something to protect you've now copyrighted a thing, because these like scam like groups or companies or individuals will trawl the government if you have a thing trademarked, you can go look up that trademark on a government site. Like every trademark is listed there that's registered. And well, you have to register to have a trademark, but like the legally recognized one anyway. So they'll go looking for them, and then they'll just like mail letters to all these people and tell them they have to do this and that and pay this amount and pay this fee, and make it look like an official like United States. They'll give their like company name or whatever, something like that looks official, like United States Copyright and Trademark Protection Agency or something like that. And so you get these things in the mail that look like, oh no, I owe this additional fee in addition to all the fees I just paid to register this trademark and have it like certified and everything. And have it listed and like make sure everything's legit. And then on top of that, like you start getting, it's just like one of these additional scam things. And unless you look really carefully, you might think, oh no, I have to pay this too to this other official agency in order to make sure my work isn't going to be stolen or that I'm actually protected or something. It's like, no, that's bullshit. It's a scam. It's just another. But yeah, like everywhere you turn, like there's people finding ways to take advantage of people who don't quite understand an already nebulous legal system surrounding like IP law and copyright, trademark, that kind of thing. It's very.
It's actually really good to know, because
Yeah.
I'm probably going to be filing some stuff soon as well, and
Yeah.
I had no idea that was going to be a thing.
Yeah, I shake my head and laugh at it now, but the first couple times I like got those things in the mail, I was like, because I do have Lackadaisy trademarked and stuff, but I would like freak out and be like, oh shit, I like owe this much money, and then like look closer and like, wait, what is this agency? And then go look it up online, and it's like, no, that's not a real thing. That's like bullshit, because they make it sound like, oh, urgent and you got to do this. It's like your responsibility as a trademark owner to protect your blah blah blah, and if this or that happens, you won't be protected, or it's very
Wow.
It's sophisticated and very shitty. It's worded in such a way. It's like it's not one of those things where like you get a badly written email and it's like an obvious to most people, like right immediately that just by the way like the syntax is all wrong that it's like, oh, this is scam material. But like with these things, they sound official and they're written by probably native English speakers and they are located in the United States, and so it's like, oh, and they have like an official sounding name that sounds like it's a part of the government, and yeah, sucks.
Reminds me of that. There was a case of a sovereign citizen type guy who basically created his own court system and then tried to sue the judge in an actual court case in his own court system.
Isn't that basically what Rand Paul did? He's not actually licensed as a doctor. He made his own like licensing bureau and licensed himself as a doctor.
Wow.
Like,
Are you serious?
yes, I am serious.
Wow.
That fucking guy is such a piece of shit.
What the hell?
Oh well, anyway.
That doesn't sound real.
It's real.
I mean,
Let's not get into politics, though. I'm sorry, Brian.
Okay.
that would get you so sued here.
Yeah.
So okay, this is gonna be a big one, I think. Simon asks, "What is it like having a bird?"
It is which bird? If you're saying a parrot, okay. So you know the flying monkeys from Wizard of Oz? Take that, give it pliers for a face, and then have it be like intelligent enough to like talk to you and stuff. And it definitely understands you. It's basically like a toddler or up to like a 5-year-old even in intelligence. That's a parrot. They're a lot of work. If you're not the kind of person who wants and kind of needs that level of work in a pet where you just, for some reason, you're like endeared to the pain and aggravation, quite literally, then don't get a parrot. I have chickens though. If you have a yard, and you can have at least 2 chickens, then chickens are delightful because they are actually pretty calm overall. They're cheap. They're cheap to keep. You just need to clean up their poop, basically, and they're very tame. They're very, very tame. You can find so many kinds of chickens, like even like very rare breeds of chickens, like don't cost that much money. You'd be like, oh yeah, you paid like $30 instead of $5 for a chicken, and they're fun. I'd say that they're about the level of care that one could expect from like a cat, basically. Kind of a cat bird. That's a chicken. But parrots are really involved. Parrots are little feathered children, and they will be toddlers for the rest of their life, which will be anywhere between 20 to 80 years, depending on species. So even little parrots live a long time, and they require at least as much. So even a smaller bird, like not a more advanced parrot like what I have, requires about as much attention as a dog. So they're a lot of work. I love them. It's worth it to me, but I generally tend to discourage people from getting birds because every other story about someone's bird that I hear from people, it's always ends in tragedy. It's like 80% of the bird stories I hear from people, they're like, oh yeah, my bird died because of such and such, or like it got eaten, or I had to give it up because I couldn't care for it, and just all of that. So I'm like, people should just not keep parrots unless they're weird like me. It's like, so if you spend a lot of time at home because you work from home and you need something that keeps you keeps fresh vegetables around, like fruits and vegetables, like you always have to have those around, and you have to you need that kind of like schedule, and you need an animal that like you cannot not spend that much time on, like it requires that much time, and that like gives you some balance in your life. Then yeah, a parrot can be great, but like not if you're the kind of person who's like home like a handful of hours a day, and then you want to travel a lot, and you aren't interested in taking care of anything that's like that involved. Don't get a parrot then. We had a super chat, but I was talking too much and I lost it.
Ryan again.
Ryan.
Yeah, $5. Thank you, Ryan. What do you think is the ideal 1920s beverage, whether alcoholic or not?
I mean, that depends
Cough
on
syrup.
what kind of results you're looking for. Like, are you looking? Yeah, the
Cough
cough syrup
syrup.
had opium in it, so I mean, but they called it paregoric, by the way. You can look it up. It was for children largely, well, for anybody who was coughing, but yeah, people would give it to their kids and be like, yeah, that'll suppress your cough, all right, it'll put you to sleep. But
one of these days, like, we're gonna find out that Benadryl was a bad idea. It's like, what is Benadryl if not just drugging yourself into submission anyway?
it is. It's really like I'm
Yeah.
having an allergy attack, so I'm going to drug myself into a coma.
Yeah.
Bye. Yeah, it's kind of like that. But I don't know.
It
I
works.
yeah.
It
Yeah,
works.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like a Tom Collins, I guess, is maybe one of the iconic. A sidecar. Moonshine. Yeah, moonshine's a good answer.
Old fashions are good.
Old fashioned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whiskey sour.
Mm-hmm.
If you like, I don't know, egg in your drink.
I've had
yeah.
a kind of an egg cream beer thing, and it was so delicious. It was one of the most delicious mixed drinks I've ever had, made with freaking beer. I was like, what? That's so good.
Interesting.
So yeah. It sounds weird until you think about it. It's like, aren't we putting all kinds of weird shit in our drinks anyway? What's an egg white?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, what is a cocktail if not a weird
Questionable
combination of
decision.
things? Meant to largely mask the taste of bad alcohol. Like, people will say things like, oh, well, cocktails were invented in the 20s to mask the flavor of the shitty alcohol, but actually that's not true. They were invented well before that, but they certainly got more popular then, largely because people wanted to mask the taste of... But, I mean, alcohol in general never tasted good. Some of it, maybe, you might develop a taste for, like, you know, aged scotch or something.
Questionable if one
but
could even say it tastes good now.
Most grain alcohols are not produced for, like, the flavor because you like the flavor of it. It's because you want the results. That's why. So
Yeah.
And it's just more palatable if you mix it with, like, you know, sugary drink or some other savory
Yeah, I
thing
feel
or
like with regards to American alcohol in particular, has tended to not focus on flavors up until very recently. Like, craft alcohol has now become very popular in different kinds of alcohol, but I remember growing up and it was like beer was Budweiser or Coors, and there wasn't any other option. What do you mean different kinds of Budweiser?
Yeah, beer was pretty...
There's Bud and there's Bud Light.
No, I mean, there were a lot of breweries. Like, St. Louis was a big brewery town. Lots
neat.
of little smallish independent ones. Obviously, the Anheuser-Busch was the biggest game in town, but like the Lemp brewery made its beer, and they had like the Falstaff beer was under their label, and originally I think Falstaff belongs to someone else now, but yeah, I mean, but Prohibition killed a lot of that independent, small-time brewing business stuff that was going on, like the legitimate kind anyway, and then, of course, criminals came in and started replacing them, or the people who were doing it legitimately just became criminals inherently when Prohibition, like the Volstead Act, went into effect, but, yeah, so, actually, beer it's just, like, for a long time, there just really wasn't any... Yeah, I don't know. I guess you might say Prohibition kind of, like, homogenized what beer was, and, like, because it did kill off a lot of that business. But yeah, I guess, like, wine would have been the thing where, like, people definitely were interested in the flavor and the taste of it, like, long before Prohibition happened, but long before...
Wine's
other
considered that
alcohol was,
classier upper class thing anyway, so it's like...
Yeah, but now you've got
preoccupation with
things like...
flavor. Yeah.
Now you've got things like blueberry flavored vodka and vanilla vodka and things like that. That's all, like, very, like, caters more to, like, I don't really like the taste of alcohol, but I want to get drunk, sort of thing. So
there's also like better quality stuff in general. Like, I like Tito's a lot. Tito's vodka is pretty good. Like, just on its own straight, not mixed with anything.
Cool.
But then again, like, I think my palate for alcohol has definitely expanded a lot, because I used to be like, ugh, beer tastes awful. Definitely don't feel that now.
Yeah,
I was not big into booze until after college. Yeah.
Admittedly, I'm not a big beer fan. Like I do like cider and stuff like that, but like, and mead is good in, like,
so good.
As like a novelty thing. But yeah, just don't go out and drink beer so much. I will try it, but it's never been, like, super appealing to me. flavor.
Ooh, you will. I think you would like some of the craft beer around here, though. Like the place like right next to me. So during the pandemic, like we couldn't exactly go places. So as a way of just kind of like getting a bit more exercise and going anywhere different, Clint just started walking the dog further and further afield from our place. And he found a brewery like basically next door that we hadn't noticed before that was doing
cool.
now pickup. You could order beer and pick it up directly from the brewery. And we're like, this is the best beer I've ever had. It's right next door. It's like, God, hot damn.
Nice.
Thanks, pandemic. I don't know where to get good beer. Yes, the sorrow and grief, totally worth it, because I found a good place where I could actually enjoy an IPA. A shock.
Good. That's awesome. There are some cool little places. Well, there were before the pandemic. New little like independently run breweries popping up around St. Louis again, which was cool. And often they would like repurpose an old brewery building that had been like dilapidated and kind of just left to rot, and they would like set up shop in there, and it was very neat. And they had like lagering caves. Like one of these places was giving tours of their facility and like had these cool lagering caves underground that was like, this is awesome. This town was built for brewing because of the caves, but then pandemic, so I don't know if they survived or not.
Well, we'll bring it back. Yeah. We'll just make Lackadaisy super popular. St. Louis becomes the booze cat town, and then the craft brewery industry explodes. It'll be thanks. Yeah. Turns out like Rocky couldn't hack it as a rum runner in fiction, but it turns out in real life he can sell lots of booze.
Yeah,
we won't stop until there's a statue of Tracy surrounded by smaller statues of the Lackadaisy cast.
Oh God. We'll just make it a statue of booze. Just a bottle of beer. It'd be very American.
Would it be made of glass or bronze?
No, you can't make it. Yeah, if you make it of glass, someone will fucking smash that shit. But you gotta.
Not if it's big enough.
If it's like solid chunk of glass, it'd be hard. But
no, we get a statue of Rocky and design it in such a way that is just prime material for pranks for teenagers.
It's like, put your graffiti here, please.
Yeah, make it look like you're kicking him in the ass or whatever, because it looks like he's like about to fall. And so you could stand in such a way on a hill right behind it that it looks like you're like giving him the boot. Something like that.
Harry Miller. Porter says alcohol makes my taste buds sad. Yeah, that's why you.
Good.
You put daiquiri mix in there and make it all better. Actually, no. I mean, if you don't like alcohol, just keep it that way. Just like stay away from it. It's not.
You don't.
It's not vital to having a good life.
It really.
Harry Miller
isn't.
says, "Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Knox. What were you gonna say?"
Oh, there was a whole bunch of follow-up alcohol questions.
Oh, all right. Well, let's go ahead. We'll keep on with that subject then before we move on to the next.
Trash Can asks, "Hi, what's a good starter alcoholic drink?"
If you really don't like the flavor of alcohol, something fruity and like a pina colada is like kind of lightweight usually, unless someone makes it really really strong. Bailey's is if you like creamy like butterscotchy flavors. Bailey's
I tried
is
different
lovely.
kinds of lighter, sweeter wines, like sangria.
Yeah, like
stuff.
Moscato and sangria, very like fruity dessert wines, kind of like strawberry wine. You might like. It's very lightweight in terms of like alcohol content, and so you can just like
what got me into alcohol is just I like trying different flavors of things.
Like hard lemonade.
I would get bored of one set of flavors and then be like, I'm gonna try this for a bit, and then I would get bored of that set of flavors and try this for a bit. So that's that's how.
Sometimes you gotta be careful with that lightweight stuff though, like the hard lemonade or like White Claw or stuff. It's not super intoxicating, but that makes you kind of, if you drink it faster, thinking, oh, it's and so like sometimes the strength of the drink actually keeps you from chugging it, and
that's
so you
one
just
reason
sip
I
it
like hard
gingerly,
alcohol is that I only want my alcohol in like really small amounts. Like I actually don't want to like drink even like a full bottle of beer. I'm like, that's kind of heavy. And
someone suggesting Jaeger bombs as your starter drink. No, don't do that.
Sure,
that's like
go for it.
Don't start with the Jaeger bombs or the bunny hugs.
Start with the bunny hugs. Yes.
Yeah, daiquiri is good. Strawberry daiquiri, pina colada, like anything fruity, like with some like fruit mix in it that might mask the alcohol. But that's like assuming you're just trying to mask the flavor. You could just go with something simple like rum and coke or something is pretty straightforward. Pretty simple thing. And it's really like you can also.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
In college, like, we would just do, like, mix a hard liquor with orange juice, but honestly, I would not recommend that.
Oh, yeah, screwdriver is kind of like, probably most college students, like, their intro to alcohol is probably a screwdriver. You just mix orange juice and vodka, and that's...
It's cheap.
There you go.
It's like Tang and... it's just like...
Tang and vodka. Like, poor man's screwdriver is Tang and vodka.
Someone also asked, "Is
you
rum
you call it a Phillips head?"
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Sorry, Knox, go ahead.
Someone was also asking, "Is rum nice?"
It's
like
sweet.
rum.
It's sweet. Yeah, rum is probably more palatable than if you like sweet things. Rum is usually a sweet alcohol compared to like vodka and tequila and stuff. It's
tequila is on the sweeter side. I'm not a big fan of tequila and rum because it's so sweet. Like it's like, I don't get negatively affected by alcohol generally, but I feel like those have a high potential to give me a headache. Something about the high sugar content. I need if I'm gonna have tequila or rum, it has to be part of a mixed drink, basically. Otherwise,
yeah. I mean, rum is basically sugar, just straight up sugar alcohol. It's usually made with sugar cane, or sugar beets. So yeah, it's really just fermented sugar. If that tells you anything about what it tastes like.
It's like we did that joke with the rum and that Werewolf Rocky comic, and I was just like, "Does people really know like what's in rum? Is this joke gonna land?" I was like, "Fuck it, whatever. Just leave it."
Yeah. just yeah.
My food is arriving, so I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay, so now I have this all etched out.
If you want a question while I go, someone's asking if you've watched Hell of a Boss.
Yeah, no. In fact, we have a lot of people on the crew who have worked on Hell of a Boss. So
yeah, or are currently working on it. Yeah, lots of people. A lot of these artists, I mean, they're freelance artists. They have to hop between one gig and another, and so yeah, a lot of the crew working on Lackadaisy is also participated in or is actively participating in Hell of a stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever it comes out. Alcohol. No, do not drink wood alcohol. That will kill you.
Not all alcohols are meant for consumption. Most of them aren't, actually.
Yeah.
As someone who knows nothing about alcohol, that is alarming.
So, I've talked about it before. I talked about it before in.
Oh, okay.
If Newt was here, he could tell everybody the story of sailors trying to break into missiles to drink the alcohol from the anti-submarine.
Oh God, yeah.
And like how often people die from trying that, so that they actually have to teach them not to do it.
Right. So there's methyl alcohol, which is industrial alcohol used to make cleaners and things like that, like paint thinner and things. And then there's ethyl alcohol, which is the drinkable kind. I mean, in certain doses, like you could kill yourself with it, of course.
It is it is a poison after all.
It is poisonous. Yeah. It just isn't as poison. Methyl alcohol will fuck you up. It can blind you. It can cause all kinds of it can cause death. It'll destroy your liver. It's bad.
Don't.
Don't do it. And in fact, like I've mentioned before, something that the U.S. government did during Prohibition was to put methyl alcohol in alcohol that was used for industrial practices because gangsters and other people were using otherwise like industrial alcohol that was considered industrial alcohol to make drinks, to cut other alcohol. In order to produce more of it and things like that. So that was obviously an unsavory practice that criminals were doing just to make more alcohol available. But then the government came in and they're like, yeah, in order to discourage this, we're basically going to poison people. So they put methyl alcohol into these things. And so people would continue drinking them because that was what was on offer and would inadvertently poison themselves. And that was the government's way of trying to discourage people from drinking alcohol by poisoning them and killing. And many people died during Prohibition because they drank poisoned alcohol.
Thanks,
the
government.
government
We'll teach you not
nice
to drink alcohol. It's dangerous for you, and we'll teach you by making it even more dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you learn your lesson? You're dead now, so I guess you can't drink anymore. So I guess it worked.
Even poisonous animals don't necessarily make a poison that like kills what tries to eat them. The idea is to discourage. Kind of can't discourage if someone's dead. Anyway.
I mean, I guess the idea is to discourage other people.
I think that what they, like, at least superficially, their intent was, like, no, don't drink that now because you can't drink that. But people, of course, continued drinking it. They probably, most laymen didn't know the difference between methyl and ethyl alcohol. Gangsters sure didn't know or give a fuck, so, yeah.
Right.
So I think the intention was not necessarily to kill people, but of course, because, I mean, it wouldn't take a genius to look at the strategy here and go, yeah, that's going to get people killed. So I don't know if they just kind of did it and they're like, yeah, we don't care. Or maybe, like, added bonus, people die, and then maybe everybody stops drinking alcohol or something. Like, I don't know just how nefarious the intent was.
People dying doesn't necessarily stop anybody from doing things.
Oh God, no. I mean,
oh, I myself say had.
Citizen Zombie says the good times sure were horrifying time to be. Yeah, there were no good old days. If somebody tells you about the good old days, like, do not trust anything they say. Walk away from that person. There were no good old days.
Yes. Nicholas Bryant asks, you ever hear the story of All Irish Iron Malloy?
I don't think so. Tell us.
Okay. I guess we'll wait for that response.
Yeah.
Something about wood alcohol, or I think I saw somebody mention that.
I don't know. I think hopefully Knox will be back soon. And...
I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. If you're eating, go ahead. We can wait.
No, I mean,
Yeah, I'm reading out the questions, and I took
Oh,
over.
okay. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate that.
There's only been one so far, but...
You got the Iron Mike question?
Which one? Oh.
I can go back to the top of the list if you want.
Oh yeah, go ahead. If we've already answered it, I'll tell you.
All right. Who and what inspired you to do this animation? It looks interesting.
The devil.
Yeah, the devil made me do it. I'm sorry.
The devil begged us not to do it, and we were like, "Fuck you, Satan! I'll do it anyway."
We did it out of spite. Yeah. The devil challenged us to an animation contest. If we get a fiddle made of gold, if we win. So,
we get a fiddle made of gold. You didn't tell me about this.
Yeah,
you were like hiding this from me. You were gonna get a gold
did I fail to mention that this is a Faustian bargain that we're? No.
The devil at this point regrets it. He's just like, please, I'm so tired of doing this cartoon. Can I just say that you win and then we call it quits? And we're like, no, I intend to finish.
Devil was bored. Devil's like, I'm gonna animate, and they got really bored really fast.
Just challenge the devil to an animation contest. You'll win if you're crazy enough. Draws 3 frames. I'm done.
Yeah, no, I've been doing the comic for a long time. I had always kind of seen it in my head as an animation. I was an animation obsessed little child when I was a kid. I wanted to be an animator. Obviously that didn't happen. I was a 3D animator in the game industry, but it wasn't quite the same. It wasn't 2D animation that I was like head over heels for as a kid. I kind of like promised myself I would make an animation someday, an animated film. And then things happened. I made the comic. Didn't have the manpower to do, like, I wanted to tell a kind of long form story with lots of characters and things, and I couldn't animate that myself. Like, the best I could have done is like maybe a one-off, like 1 or 2 minute animation that would have taken me a year or 2 to produce on my own, and that would have only been able to be like a tiny little snippet of something. Like, I couldn't tell the full scope of the story I wanted to, so I took it in a comic direction. So I made a comic out of it, but I still had it in my head like, I want to animate this. I really want to animate this, and just like the pieces kind of started coming together. Like the tools became available, crowdfunding became a thing, Fable just happened to mention they were looking for animation work at some point, and I knew Fable from conventions and things before. So
just putting out that notice, I was like, I have no idea who's gonna bite on this. I was like,
yeah,
does anybody want an animated short?
So yeah, I did.
You didn't show up.
I tugged on your fishing hook there.
Figured I'd end up
like
doing
hey.
some person's vanity, whatever, basically.
Yeah.
I was like, hi, I need to purchase a new Cintiq and retool my entire computer. Who wants to
I should have been like, hey, Fable, I need to make this weird video about, like, a mule mom and, and some weird horse breeding stuff.
Dude, I still would have been on it. I'd be like, oh my god, I'm gonna do Mule Mom 2. Are you kidding me? Hell yeah.
Mule
By
Mom
the way, if you guys want to be very confused, go
Mom's
watch Mule Mom Dreams Come True. It's on YouTube. And right now it has millions of views, but I remember when I watched it, it had like under 10,000 for sure. And I was just like, this is brilliant.
Like it must have been talked about enough by like people who do those like review videos or something.
Someone
like,
finally
what is this
it.
even?
I just need Saber Spark to find it. I need Saber Spark to find it so
bad. You should just tweet at him or something like.
Oh, I don't think he pays attention to me. I mean, well, that's not fair.
Oh, he tweeted about Lackadaisy at one point, so...
He did? I know that I DM'd him before the Kickstarter, and I said, hey, this Kickstarter is going to go on. Would you be interested in checking out this short at some point? He's like, yeah, when it's done, I'd love to give it a review.
I think he might follow me. I don't know. I'll check. He might have unfollowed me at some point. I don't know.
I just that was good, please. Of Saber Spark... do the Mulemon thing, and I'd be like, please, oh please, oh please, please, I want to be a part of your fucking review, because I want to be the person who's responsible for making Mulemon, like, known to the public consciousness, because that would piss off Ash forever. She'd be like, why? Why are you subjecting everybody now to this cancer? She's threatened our friendship many a time. I'd be like, why? Why do you keep making people watch this goddamn pregnant horse short? And I'm like, because it's amazing.
No, the point is that the horse isn't pregnant.
The horse can't be, because they're important show horses, so they enlist a mule mom to do the literal labor.
Frankly, I wish the short had that kind of drama, because it would have been more compelling. Instead, it's just the most baffling thing. It's so good.
Yeah.
Who is Mule Mom? Just it's nothing creepy. Well, I mean, the core
a little bit it is,
but
it's
like
like
creepy, but it's not like a sexual thing or
it's
anything.
Definitely no. It's projecting human sentimentality onto like a mule and horses and things. It's just like a kind of
vanity project. Yeah.
So what happens is like there are show horses who they like to breed, and because they want more of them and because they're valuable. But because they're show horses, they can't have them be pregnant for a year at a time. Horse gestation is long. And so they instead have a mule carry the offspring to term instead of the horse. So
basically, this is a business that was trying to promote in vitro, not fertilization, but like implantation.
Implantation. Yeah.
As like a business plan, and as a way of like, I guess just like getting other horse show owners like in on this. But their way of selling the idea was to make a vanity animated short featuring their pets. And
they made it like a fairy tale for kids.
Yeah, it's like, what?
It was weird. I honestly think like maybe it was just like a tax write-off. They had
I think that's one reason they justified it, at least, is like, they can do this and it's a tax write-off if it's part of their business. But honestly, it's probably more likely just they genuinely thought they had an amazing idea, and they thought that their vanity project featuring all of their pets would totally be something that everybody would be into. And the irony is that they're not wrong that kind of thing can work out, because I mean, Lackadaisy was based on your cats after all. It's like we all have sources of inspiration.
Everybody loves their pets and wants to tell everybody all about their pets, just like their kids and stuff.
It's just as a means to sell in vitro
some weird animal, some like obscure animal husbandry practice that no one even really knows or cares about, except like a very, very, very niche group within the horse breeding population. Like it's just weird that it exists. But yeah, look up Mule Bomb on YouTube and be weirded out by.
Be very confused.
Yeah, it is family friendly. There's nothing like
it's deliberately very. In fact, it's so family friendly that it's confusing because they literally explain the process as being magical and gobbledygook. Like it is. Weird. It is so weird.
It's like they look at one point. It looks like they're going to give a sort of scientific explanation of what's happening, but instead they just go magic sparkles. Ah.
You can't explain it to the children.
I don't know why that reminds me of when I was at the Vancouver Science Center and they had a animated short about the life of a burger, including a including a musical number where the cows all start singing about how that's like what they want to be or something.
No, see that it's always weirded me out that like a lot of the local like barbecue places, St. Louis does a lot of barbecue. In case you didn't know, like they always have like mascots that are like really happy looking pigs and things that are just like super joyous to be your meal today. Like
isn't it like really? that scene from Hitchhiker's Guide where the pig who is like consensually agrees to be eaten? It's like no, I was bred to enjoy this. Like, what do you want? You want a piece of my rib? You want like my ham? You know.
Yeah,
I'm good with it. I'm fine. No, I don't.
It's upsetting how, it's
like... There was an explanation as to the Iron Mike gangster thing, if you guys want to hear that story.
Sure, yeah. Fill us in.
Let me just dig it out again. A group of mobsters tried to kill him with various forms of poisoning, and he survived almost all of them. Of course, they tried to run him over, and he survived that. Then they tries to freeze him, and he survived that.
Sounds an awful lot like the Rasputin story.
Yes. And then they straight up fumigated him, and they ended up killing him, but by then the mobsters were outed.
Oh, was this that guy who was just like, he was basically a barfly, and
No, I think this is somebody different, because that wasn't mobsters.
Okay.
That was just
yeah, because I do remember a story about a guy like that who was just like...
Yeah. Yeah, the two. They took some guys took life insurance on a guy and tried.
Yes, yeah.
And he survived like everything until they had to just straight up openly murder him.
And then they ended up getting caught because that was too
Yeah, because like the whole idea was they took out life.
Too direct an approach. Yeah.
They took out life insurance because they thought they'd just give him too much beer at first and he'd die, but instead like they're just like the insurance company was like, so, and he died how? Yeah.
Okay, so now I have worked out some rough keys. Very rough, like I...
Oh, sorry. Anyway, I think I was trying to answer a question about how we ended up doing the animation. But yeah, that...
we already answered that. We made a deal. We started a contest with Satan.
Right.
And Satan desperately wants us. He desperately wants us to quit. It's like that. It's like the pie eating contest that I told you about.
Yeah.
Where everybody was rooting for Clint to win the pie eating contest because they were so sick of eating pie, and he was the only guy who kept going. And so the other contestants were like, "Please win, save us from this hell." That's us and the devil right now.
Yeah, I remember seeing somebody on Twitter the other day. It just reminds me of their post where it was like, hey everybody, so there's a Christian group that's going around saying that I'm advocating for the devil. So I want to just clear that up. Absolutely, I am advocating for the devil via the power of Fortnite and drawn drawings. Sorry if there was any confusion.
That'd be awesome. Oh, man, that reminds me.
My motivations weren't clear.
Yeah, that reminds me actually. So the there was a person who put up a furry network chart very recently where they did one of those like swarms charts, which showed like different categories of furry artists and like their connections between each other. And it turns out that my name is on that list, which surprised me. It's on the second one that they posted, actually, because they did an update with more names. And if you look right around where Vivzy and Serval are, there's my name. I'm a little green pea. And I saw that, I was like, sweet, I'm up there. And then I was also like, oh, I'm in the category of safe for work furry artists. That's not extreme enough. How do I get into the, whoa, Nelly, what the fuck category? Clearly, I need to try harder here. They made me green. I want to be, can I be a different color? What's electric cyan look like? Give me that. I'll be my own category of why, just why.
That said, in case anyone is wondering, Lackadaisy is kind of like a PG-13 thing. It is probably to Fable's chagrin, fairly family friendly. Like there's some violence and stuff, and drinking obviously, but and smoking.
Okay.
And,
It's okay.
and
I
driving.
get all my punchiness and conversation.
Irresponsible. Okay, no, it's not really made for kids. There's nothing irresponsible driving.
They are driving
it's
without
not-
seatbelts on. That's very irresponsible behavior.
Yes.
Yeah.
Everything else would be fine if they just had their seatbelts on. Like everything else is.
It's
Yeah.
only part
That's
of
what
the
really-
joke.
There's nothing else wrong with Wix driving.
Yeah. No other problems I can detect.
He just needs
I'm
to wear a
gonna
seatbelt.
hop off. I might come back later, but I have things to do.
Okay.
Take care, peeps.
Thanks for
See ya,
joining
Ben.
us.
Take care.
Thanks. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Chalk asked, is the Vintage Dancer website a good source to know what people wear in the 1920s and its history?
No. From what I've seen of that, it's like modern interpretations of, or like costumey interpretations of like 20s clothing, right? The dresses are all very like form-fitting, which is not 20s at all. If you want like authentic stuff, like look for actual historical clothing. Like museum, like the Metropolitan Museum of Art often has stuff you can find. Look for like vintage clothing stores. Like you have to like specifically, like if you Google like 1920s fashion or 1920s clothing, you're gonna get a bunch of crap that's either costumes, which is fine if you want a costume and you don't really care. You don't care that much about like really accurate historical representation. You just want to have fun, whatever. That's fine.
Yeah.
Or I don't mean to be like totally dismissive of it. I'm an asshole.
Yeah, but if you're studying this stuff,
But if you're studying it and you want to represent it kind of accurately, at least in like some kind of media or something, look at like you can find old clothing catalog photos or like scans all over the place. Like you can look up Sears catalog of like clothing from the 20s and things like that if you want just like what did people wear every day, not like the glamorous shit you see in like movies and Great Gatsby films and stuff. Look up like the Sears catalog 1920s clothing. There are books that were published of like that are just compiled versions of those clothing catalogs. Like for each decade you can find them and they're relatively cheap. I think like $13 or so and they're full color nice books on like
those.
Amazon and things. Yeah,
I went to the
for
library
like
and
any
I looked up a bunch of stuff. That was fun.
yeah. Look at old photos. Look at actual photos of what people wore. Like if you're looking for reference. But like if you want to buy clothes and like cosplay or something, and you're not that concerned about the historicity. If you end up with something that's very form fitting and like emphasizes like the very like conventional like or the very like celebrated hourglass figure, that is not 1920s clothing. 1920s clothing was very straight up and down. They're not going to be using fabrics and things that were actually what they used. They're not going to be using
No, they're making
cuts
costumes.
of clothing that were
Yeah.
It's a costume or it's just not that concerned with being accurate. But the frustrating thing is that Googling will find you all of that stuff instead of maybe what you're actually looking for, which is historical stuff. So for historical stuff, you have to like specify what you're looking for. If you're doing a search, you have to be careful. Make sure you're looking at old photos.
In fact, I would recommend
there are tons of photos of people.
I would recommend just not even using Google. Use Bing.
Actually, Bing is
better image search engine.
Yeah, Bing actually, like Google Images has just been taken over entirely by Pinterest and Shutterstock and a few other like 123F or something stock photo stuff. It's like the first several pages are all just going to be that. It's until you get to like, more interesting things and things that aren't there to sell you stock photos. But yeah, search for like vintage clothing shops that are selling actual vintage clothes. Look for sites that actually, like blogs and things that actually do talk about like the historical clothing and the historical stuff, and often we'll do like comparisons of like, here's a modern interpretation, here's what it actually looked like, sort of stuff. Carolina Zabrowska is the YouTuber I was mentioning before. She talks often about like how films get it wrong, or she like makes her own clothing, and she's just like really into clothing history, and talks about all kinds of periods of wear, but does talk about the 30s and sometimes the 20s fairly frequently. I'm gonna link her channel actually because she's hilarious and you should follow her.
Find nerds and look at what they say to check out. The nerds.
Yeah. But yeah, look at the clothing cat. I can find a link to one of those too. Hold on. And I'm going to link to one of them, but there are many of them like it out there that you can find.
Ready for the next question?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just going to dig up this link while you...
Sure. When you need more hands, will you make an announcement?
Yeah, we if we can't hire from within, like we have crossover with other teams and things, and sometimes like when we're looking for somebody, we just like reach out and be like, who are you working with who can do compositing or something. But if we have like a need to like fill in a bunch of animator roles for some reason or something, at some point we will probably, and if we open up submissions, we'll say so on Twitter. So follow Fable on Twitter. If you want to link Fable's Twitter, that might be cool too.
Yeah, I have it open for some reason.
For some reason?
Yeah, I mean, I don't normally just have your Twitter just randomly opened in a tab next to the stream. I don't know.
But yeah, that book I linked that's an Amazon link there. Like you can find those books if you don't want to buy from Amazon. That's totally cool. I get that. Like you can find them elsewhere too. I think
you can also go to the library.
Bookstores carry those.
Libraries
yeah, you can go to the library. You can buy from like you can probably find it in used bookstores. And there's multiple ones like it that just collected catalog listings, and so you're getting something authentic because this was an actual thing that was for sale. You can even see the prices and everything. It's kind of cool actually.
Grave Rider says, speaking of historical stuff, I would like you to know that you have sent me down the most amazing historical rabbit hole with the Sunshine Biscuits.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. They're like a Kansas City / St. Louis cracker company, and I had happened to have drawn Horatio giving Sunshine crackers, Sunshine Biscuits to the rats. So I didn't think anyone would care about that, but here we are.
So you're thinking that nobody's gonna understand like this Iron Circus not Iron Circus Cafe game. Iron Circus Cafe game. It was like, oh man, Spike got an upgrade.
Oh, that would be like multiple
Chicago.
levels of,
oh my god, it'd be like
multiple levels of self-reference and
oh my god.
Reference. Yeah, man, we could.
There
really
needs to be like a contact named Spike.
Yeah.
That's part of like that.
That does kind of sound like a gangster name,
yeah.
Spike. Yeah.
Spike. We'll just write Spike and the Lackadaisy. She'd be delighted. She'd be so fucking delighted. Remember the made this cat for her birthday, and she was just like, yo,
oh yeah,
yeah, she loved that. I'm sure Spike would be honored.
Space Can asks, what are your future dreams for Lackadaisy?
Completion.
Yeah, finish the freaking comic someday before I die, and finish this animation. I think I hope everybody who's been working on this will be proud of what we come out with, and even if it goes no further than that. But if it happens to garner enough interest that we can take it further, I would absolutely love to be able to make more animation about it. Be it like serialized thing, or short episodes, or mini comic animations, or I don't know. You know, anything would be amazing to be able to like make more stuff if people are interested enough. But that's contingent on people being interested, and often something just has to have like that right, I don't know, formula of appeal and timing and stuff. Yeah, good timing has a lot to do with it. Where it just catches on, and I don't know that, like, I have no way of knowing. It's probably low chance of possibility of that happening.
Tracy's a pessimist.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to say I'm a pessimist. I'm a nihilist. So I'm like, whatever happened. I'll just keep going. See what happened.
Yeah. I mean, one way or the other, I'm gonna continue doing the comic, and if all I have is a short animated film to accompany it and be proud of, then I will have to be happy with that. I mean, who else can? God, it's kind of a dream come true to be able to do this at all. So I can't complain about that. I'd be like, lucky. Like 12-year-old me would think I was like the luckiest girl in the world. So, yeah.
Lego Pit and Films ask, is the animated film set anywhere in the 1920s, or did you decide a specific year for it to be set in?
It's set in the 1927. Specifically. You can tell by, there's a couple clues, but also there's a little bit of minor fudging with the car models and the date, but like 1 year off, but
how dare.
I know.
They just got an advanced model. It's like Atlas is just that well connected.
Atlas knew somebody. Got in early on those Ford Model A's. But yeah, there's like a newspaper clipping from in the film that is mentioned, and if you happen to look it up or know what it is referring to, then you can figure out when it's taking place. Because the newspaper clipping refers to an actual event.
Cool. M and Then Some asks, hey, did you know there's a bunch of essentially wild chickens out in the Hawaiian Islands?
Oh, there's wild chickens everywhere, buddy.
Yeah, Hawaii is kind of famous for having like a lot of them. But
I think that was in the bird question from earlier. When they asked that.
Oh yeah, no, there's shitloads of wild chicken. Anywhere where there's going to be chickens, there's going to be feral chickens somewhere.
Like if you look at like, was it jungle fowl that they used to be?
Yep.
Is where domestic chicken came from. They're kind of neat birds.
Yeah, they're interesting birds. They like eat bamboo shoots and stuff, and they happen to be easy to domesticate for a handful of reasons. They make egg. They eat trash. It's great.
They make egg and eat trash. So,
yeah.
Combination.
Someone asks, by the way, how many animators are working on the Lackadaisy short?
I think initially we hired 40, and then
something like
we brought
40.
We brought on more. Some of the cleanup artists we hired on, which were 20.
Yeah, about 20 people.
20. Some of the cleanup artists are also doing animation. So, and then some animators have had to leave for other things. They had school or other projects they had to take off. Like they do like 1 or 2 scenes, and then they had the jet, which is fine and understandable. We kind of
just getting like one scene's worth of material out of someone is great, you know.
Yeah. A lot of them have stuck around though and done like lots of scenes and are still going. And then we've and there's been like a little bit of shuffling around, like brought on a couple of people left, sort of thing. Like, yeah, it's just so I think like between cleanup and animation, like all if we totaled all of them, it'd be close to 60 people.
Yeah,
Right?
yikes. Sometimes I'm like, holy shit, this crew is huge.
Yeah.
Like, that was one thing that I was like, it took me a while to get to hiring cleanup because, initially I thought that we would have gotten animation done a little bit sooner, but there was a pandemic, so I needed to hire on more people just to do cleanup to stack work. Since I couldn't take my animators off of animation and move them to cleanup. They needed to keep doing their thing. And then on top of that, it's a lot of people. Every time you bring on more people, you have to train them. Like, even if they're very experienced, like, they have to get used to the models and stuff. And that requires, like, a lot of hand-holding initially, so it can be difficult to bring on a ton of people.
Yeah, that doesn't factor in, the compositors, the editors, the sound people, the background artists, character designers. This is a lot of people involved.
A lot.
Some of them, like, their involvement is, like, very brief, and they just, like, we just need, like, this one thing from them, like the violinist who did Rocky's violin stuff.
The original one, at least.
Like, the original one, and then, like, we had another one come and do some additional stuff. But it was just like one. We talked to him, and then we did like one recording session, and that's like we then have their work, and we have to manipulate their work into fitting into what we need it for. But like their part is done and over with at this point. Like, as you know, sometimes it's just like a quick one-off. Like, okay, we need your services for this, and then you're done, and thank you very much. And they're part of the project still, though we consider them. We don't boot anybody off the off the work server. They can come hang out and watch what we're up to and everything. So,
I think it's interesting to see is like, what is your work even going to be used for? Because for most folks, it's like it's so abstracted. It's like, what's this for? I don't know. And then you just like don't hear about it for a year, and then it's out. Usually, that's how it works on any production.
Yeah,
so we're a little different.
Yeah, the voice actors have commented often that like it's weird to be able to see like some of the stuff going on behind the scenes, because
they don't
usually just record and then they're done, and then at some point something releases and they're like, oh, I was in that. But Pumpkin Patch says, Tracy, is your production linked to Spindle Horse? No, not many. No. This is its own thing.
No, I know Viz. I've chatted with Viz before. She technically lives not that far. She doesn't live that far from me even. And I worked on Has-Been, but no, we're not connected to Spindle Horse. This is a different project.
Yeah, like we said, we have some people who have worked on Spindle Horse stuff, also working on Lackadaisy, but it's not like there's no like affiliation or anything there. It's just
just some people in common. Yeah.
This is under the umbrella of Iron Circus Comics. This is an Iron Circus production.
Yeah, Spike, who is the person who owns and runs Iron Circus, like, I had approached her about if she was interested in being a part of this and helping with the Kickstarter and that kind of thing, and she was just like, yeah, fuck yeah.
He had also been wanting to venture into other media, so...
it was good timing, basically. Really good timing.
I do really like the story of you approaching her at a convention and the Tracy being a free agent.
Yeah, oh god, no, when I mentioned, I was like, so, I am in conversation with Tracy Butler, and she's going to be a free agent soon, and Spike basically, like, if she could have, she would have done a backflip right there. It was like before I even like said it.
I didn't even know. Would you be interested?
And she's like, "Is she available? Can I get it? Can I get it on this? Can I get on this?"
I mean, I just flattered Spike even had any idea like I was a person who existed. So that was cool.
Dude, Spike's so big on the webcomic scene. Of course, she knows you.
I know. I guess I should have known, because Spike got her start as a web comic artist. If any of you remember Templar Arizona. It was a big like award winner and stuff back when like they did the Web Cartoonist Choice Awards thing. It's probably won other awards than that too. Yeah, so I had been following Spike since way back when I first started Lackadaisy. And then I saw, like, I was just kind of like watching from afar as she was like building her publishing business and everything, and running lots of successful Kickstarters to publish lots of cool books that are just different from the usual stuff. Not Cade Comics, but you know.
Hankbot asked, "What's the best current TV show?"
Jeez, I don't know.
What would you
Lackadaisy.
answer? Yes, obviously.
Yeah, what do you think? I haven't watched TV in a long time. I tend to watch YouTube. I have it on in the background usually while I'm like, and it's usually just like random historical or like let's plays of horror games that I'll never have time to play.
Tall Lady. Just watch Tall Lady.
Yeah, Tall Lady.
mean-
Yeah, we were watching Resi let's plays the other day.
I like the Tall Lady. She's very tall.
Everybody likes the Tall Lady. Yeah.
It's like, wait. The point of the game is run away from Tall Lady? Oh, I'm never gonna beat this game.
Maui asks, "Are these cats trying to run the mob scene, or did they do something they shouldn't have done, sucking them into the life of crime?"
Both.
Little of
All
both. Like they all have a different backstory as to how they ended up, you know, working in the illicit alcohol trade.
Yeah, I actually linked Maui to the question when they asked it, and to the site, and they're currently complimenting your artwork in chat. So
Thank you.
seems to be
Thanks,
really
man.
enjoying it.
I appreciate that.
A curt compliment, huh? That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it's good. How curt can we make
They're
this?
saying, what they said.
I will be right back. There's some cat drama going on in the other room, so I just need to like break it up. Hold on.
Sounds good. I guess while Trace is away, a question that doesn't necessarily involve her. Lego Patent Films asks, "Did you make the CG 9220s cars for the film yourself, or did someone else make them for you?"
I mean, we hired Newt to do it. We had him on staff as our 3D modeler. He built the sets. He built he built and rigged the cars and other props, guns. So yeah, no, I didn't make it myself. I'm not that good a modeler. It would take me forever to do one thing.
I am going to post his Twitter in chat because I am very happy to take an excuse to plug my friends.
Please look at Newt's stuff. Newt is amazing. He's very good. He's a good dude. He's good to work with. He's just like a pleasant guy.
Yeah, he is.
Hire Newt. He's not mediocre.
Very, very important. High praise. Lady Letitia asked, "What is the runtime of the short?"
Oh, 23 minutes. About 23 minutes.
23.
About 23. I mean, that's before credits or anything. It's funny. I wrote a note to myself. I was like, "Don't let this get to 23 minutes." As I wrote that to myself. Definitely don't do that. Now look what I've done. The fool I am. Anytime I say don't do that, yeah.
You should have set up a punishment for yourself when you sent it.
The punishment is having to do a 23-minute cartoon. What do you mean? Punishment for myself. This is the punishment.
Yeah, but this is the kind of stuff that you enjoy torturing yourself with, though, so.
It's been mostly the concern is money, just, you know, because I have to pay per second. I mean, not me personally, it's not coming out of my wallet, but we pay people like 52 a second for rough animation, and 52 a second for cleanup, and so it's 104 per second for animation, and that's not counting like how much it can cost for backgrounds and how much time it takes to edit things and how much it costs to, you know, do the music and sound editing, etc., etc. And so the cost climbs up for the more time you stack on, like the more money it's going to cost. So you know, but we needed that much time. Like it was necessary in order to have it like the necessary breathing room, that it could like have a moment of breath at certain points where like it's not just back to back to back action, and there's a lot of action, you know, and having that read right and stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah. In the interest of quality, it had to be that long.
Everyone's, I'm sure, really looking forward to it. Well, I know everybody's looking forward to it, so.
Oh, I'm glad though. I hope they like it. At the very least, I'm, you know, it's like my goals are like, will the fans like it? Will I like it? Does Tracy like it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Chat has declared that Newt is a bean.
Newt is. He's tall bean.
That he is. Colin Mark asked if you put a character like Mike Malloy in this, what animal would it be? A cat.
Yeah. They're all cats. It's easy answer. Unlike some other furry stuff, like there's no other like species in this. It's just everyone who's a human is a cat. That's it.
If you could spend the day with any of the Lackadaisy characters, who would it be? What would you do?
Wick would pay for stuff, right? So long as he's not driving, I think that would be great. Be like, can you buy stuff for me? Lacey? She's perfectly normal and pleasant.
Yeah, I could hang out with Lacey.
Yeah. Maybe Mitzi.
Yeah.
Mitzi would be fun to hang out with. She's got like a dark sense of humor that appeals to me. I'd find her hilarious.
Yeah. And I mean, you have Val, who is basically Zib. He kind of seems like he'd be fun. There's a... Yeah, I guess it does help that a lot of the VAs are basically their characters.
This is by accident, by the way. I had no idea. It's not my fault.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, I know I get along with Mitzi, actually, because Mitzi does share a lot in common with Ash, after all. And Ash is my best
Yeah.
friend, so...
Fair enough. I'm having trouble following this conversation that's going on in chat right now.
What's going on?
Well, they're discussing about drawing famous people in the Lackadaisy style. And then Newt and Zen play instruments together. I'm not...
Are they RPing?
No, I
No.
think they're planning artwork / crossover stuff. next two questions. Actually, there's only one question left, and it's specifically aimed at Tracy. So.
Mm-hmm.
Another question, but also directed at Tracy. Actually, they say at Lackadaisy, but I think it's might be as much a you question. These indie animation shows on YouTube are a whole lot better than what we get now from the mindless drones at Disney. What do you think?
I don't know. It's like I have a lot of criticisms of Disney, but I wouldn't say that. I mean, frankly, like a lot of stuff coming out of Disney TV right now, like I find pretty impressive. Like, you know, like Gravity Falls was so well done. Like I was watching Owl House and I was pretty impressed with like the overall quality. DuckTales is hilarious. You know, there's definitely like a lot of very talented artists who work in Disney TV, and I like the work they do. But I think of it more as being like those artists like who make it good, not really Disney. That's how I think of it. But also like you know, indie stuff not necessarily going to be better, but it will be different. It's like the vibe is just going to be a lot different because what they're concerned about, like how they're getting their funding and you know what drives them to make anything in the first place is going to be really different than Disney, and they're like you know beholden to shareholders stuff. So, but I think the indie scene is more interesting overall. Even when you find like a flawed thing, it's still interesting to see somebody make a piece of artwork that's like not beholden to corporate interests. So like Johnny Phillips makes like really amazing stuff. Has like this really weird kind of warped style, and the humor has got like this kind of dryness to it. It feels almost like an old school Adult Swim cartoon. There's this kind of like interesting emptiness to the world sometimes where I don't know, it's just like it's hard to describe.
Spoopy Natural asks, excited for the short. A few questions. How do you guys export / composite? And any tips for cleanup in Toon Boom?
Cleanup in Toon Boom. Use the pencil tool on the line art layer, and then transfer strokes down to the color layer so that it's easier to color things in. The pencil tool makes it a lot easier to do all this stuff because it's a single stroke. It's not like a bitmap that's translated or a shape. And the coloring features in Toon Boom just work a lot better if you use strokes. So get used to using the pencil tool. And then, what was the other part of the question? How do you guys export composite? It'll be like a twofold system. We have node trees associated with the characters so that they are exported with like texture on top of them, and you know, we do the lighting and the lighting and the shadows and stuff. Like it all gets kind of like pre-composited onto the characters along with like their palette, and then that is exported as PNG sequences that are then imported into After Effects and layered together with the backgrounds. So right now I have this background in here temporarily.
Shall I plug Z's channel?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the one of the lead cleanups for the short is goes by Birdbrain on YouTube. Coincidentally, they are currently streaming compositing. So
Yeah, you want to learn about that? Go check out Z Stream.
But they have a full channel of tutorials, yeah. And they're fun to hang out with. I am in those streams too sometimes. Simon asked something, but I am not sure what he's asking. Random question has nothing to do with any of this. How many faces can y'all buy using emoticons?
Huh? Is that like a thing on YouTube you can do? Because I know on Twitch you can have custom emoticons. I would like to have the... We do have emojis. We do have like a emoticon emojis that we made of the Lackadaisy characters that you can actually download off of our Gumroad. But if there's a way to import some of those into YouTube, that'd be fun.
I don't think there is. I've never seen custom emojis on YouTube.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did it. They're always stealing shit from Twitch.
I mean, to be fair, like, at that point you're stealing from what, MSN Messenger?
Custom emojis?
Yeah. Oh, so saying how many faces can y'all make by using emoticons? As many as emoticons are available. Also, here's a link to the Gumroad if you want to see the Lackadaisy emoticons.
I don't know how to quantify that one.
Yeah, I
So
don't
sorry.
know. I'm like, what?
Sorry for my absence. Decided to refresh my coffee and microwave some
Acceptable.
noodles while I was at it. Yeah.
How dare you take a brief moment of respite? Should all be booze
Yeah.
cats.
I know. I should be punished.
By doing more booze cats.
Yeah.
I was asked earlier, it's like, oh, what was it you said, Nox? I was like, oh, you should have come up with a punishment for yourself if you had allowed the short to go to, like, as long as you let it to discourage you. And I'm like, the punishment is having to do the short for as long as I have to do it. It's like, that's the punishment.
I guess I was just watching too much stupid
Yeah.
YouTube shit.
Yeah.
Tracy's back. Pumpkin Patch asks, Tracy has ridiculous illustrative and storytelling skills. Which crossroads did you make a deal at, Tracy?
None.
Don't lie, Tracy.
Yeah, I sold my soul.
Don't
No,
lie, Tracy. That lying is
I
ugly.
would hope I would be better at what I do if I had actually sold my soul to do it, but
The
Seriously?
devil looked at your offer and was like, "Ugh, really?
yeah.
Again? I have so many of
No,
these. You figure it out on your own. So
Yeah,
many people
no,
come to the
I-
devil with their cheap ass souls. These aren't worth anything.
I've
Artist
just
souls
been
are worth
drawing for a long
nothing.
time, and I'm enough in love with the characters that I just really enjoy drawing them and telling stories about them. I'm like a mediocre writer at best, honestly.
Shut up. No, you're not. I
But,
love your writing.
but what I have on my side is I'm also a tryhard, so I will put in all the elbow grease needed to write something that sounds legitimate.
I will not argue about you being a tryhard.
Yeah. No, I can't argue with that one. That's just a personality thing. It's like we're all tryhards here.
That is, yeah. Well, when you've got a raging inferiority complex and all kinds of insecurity, you try really hard. So what can I say? That's my MO.
Well, we enjoy your work, even though you don't appear to understand why.
I do not, but I thank you for it.
Lego Patent Films asks, are you using a drawing tablet for this kind of work?
Yeah,
Do
I'm
you
using
recommend
a
the model?
Cintiq 24 Pro? Yeah, I can totally recommend it, but you gotta ask yourself right off the bat, do you have $2,500? You got like $2,500? Then sure, go ahead. Go buy it. If you don't,
If
don't.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if art is your livelihood and you're living and breathing it every day, and you're constantly working on stuff, like, I mean, it's an investment that's worth it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But if you're just like a hobbyist and just messing around and you don't have lots of expendable income, yeah, maybe consider at first at least investing in a cheaper digitizer, or yeah, you can buy tablets that are much cheaper, or even like I
There's
think the
options
Huon
nowadays.
The Huon
Yeah.
is comes in a much cheaper price than like the
Yeah,
Cintiqs do.
my current tablet is a 21-inch Huion.
Yeah, I'm
but
not sure how to pronounce it. Sorry.
it came at the $500 price range. I will say it's a risk because I had issues with my pen broke and I was able to repair it, but they were super unhelpful with support, and they have a reputation for having, like, people will say if you buy from Huion, do not buy directly from them because you will get no help.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
So-
As like as expensive as Wacom is, one of the things you're paying for is actually their technical support. You get like some long-term technical support with Wacom.
I had a mobile studio that partway through production on this, actually, it was my primary like working machine, at least for art, but the battery started expanding and pushing the screen out. Like,
You have an
and so I had to. Yeah, this seems like a potential problem that
I'm
might blow up
slightly
in my face.
Slightly
But,
concerned because that's my travel tablet is the same model.
Oh, well, I mean, if it starts expanding and like you'll see the
Yeah.
screen like pop out, it'll it's kind of obvious when it happens. But I guess the earlier models had some kind of charge problem where it could overcharge and overheat or over. I don't know what exactly happens to the battery that causes that. I guess just leaving it plugged in too long. I don't know. And not letting the charge drain out often enough can cause that. But apparently the newer models have some kind of firmware that prevents that from happening. But they were closed for a short time because of the pandemic. But then once Wacom opened back up, I was able to send in my mobile studio, and they just sent me back like a brand new one. They didn't even ask questions. They didn't charge me anything. Not even for shipping. It just mailed it off, and I got a new one back. They didn't even like contact me to say like to explain what was wrong with it or give me options. They were just like, just send them a new one. I'm like, all right, I'll take it.
Yeah, so that's the advantage basically you get with Wacom is the customer support. It's a lot better than like say an iPad and Apple or Huion and their situation. You could get a Surface Pro. That's another like portable computer kind of device. But yeah, if you're just kind of learning and starting out, like you don't have to get a Cintiq. They're very expensive. If you know, it won't. It's like if you have the disposable income, I mean, it's great, you know. And if you make a living off of it, it'll pay for itself effectively. But if neither of these are things that you have advantages of, there's absolutely nothing wrong with working on different devices. You know, just work with what you got. And also, like, even from Wacom, like, you don't have to necessarily use a Cintiq. You can get, like, just a digitizing tablet that doesn't have a monitor attached. Those are much, much cheaper, and they're fairly robust. And you just plug that into your computer, and you don't need, like, a special motherboard or whatever that can handle a 4K monitor, dual screen, triple screen, whatever. So you can just, yeah... There's like options even if you get away from actual like draw on the screen type stuff. There's more options out there. Yeah, and it might sound kind of weird. It's like, oh, you know, drawing, but you see your cursor on the screen. It's like that's how the mouse is, so it's just the same thing. You might even find that's a little easier to deal with learning curve wise if you're just used to using your mouse on the computer. The learning curve between, you know, mouse to drawing on a tablet is less than mouse to drawing on a Cintiq, because it can take a little bit of time to get used to any device that you get, even if it's a better device. Like if you're just so used to working on one device, it can be like, oh, this feels weird, so you have to like use it consistently before you start appreciating the tool, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can recommend it, just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, Wacom, you won't go wrong with it, but it costs crazy amounts. The other two that are big right now are Huion and XP Pen. Chad is reflecting that also. Several of us are using those too. I'll be honest, switching from Wacom to Huion, I like the Huion as much, except for the support stuff, right?
Yeah, I've heard mixed things about Huon, but my hope is that they get better and stuff because I sincerely want competition. Like, I think that one reason why Wacom is like as expensive as it is that they really haven't had anything in the way of competition for a while.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Competition is
And,
healthy. Keep the prices competitive.
Yeah, and I would say research the model you're getting specifically, because at least in Huion's case, I think like they're widely different model to model. Like the one I got is like one of their newest, and it has kind of like an iPad finish to it with etched glass, which you won't necessarily get from even the other models that are named similarly, right? Question from Simon from earlier. What is your favorite part about live streaming?
Chatting with you guys. I like talking to people. Like, I think it's interesting and fun. So it makes it a little less lonely. Oh, and food. Whenever someone gives me treat streams, it's pretty awesome. It's like, yay! Food. I like food. I'm just a busker on the street begging for a sandwich.
I think food is a fair thing to get you if you entertain us for 8 hours.
Thank you. You've been very generous with the food, and I really do appreciate it. Like, it's
No problem.
made life a little bit easier.
Happy to have helped a bit.
Absolutely.
Thank you for all
you
the
will get a
entertainment
special
and-
thanks to Knott's Kitsune for all the for all the food. Thank you for the food. Should I just like give you the title of craft services?
I did joke about having catering as my title.
I could give you a thank you at it for quote unquote catering.
It's not necessary. I mean, I do it because I also want you to be able to enjoy the work, so you do it more, right?
Yeah.
In part, but like,
It's good if I can eat. I need to fuel this brain of mine. It eats up so much energy.
Have you eaten yet today?
I've eaten. I had I made buckwheat and lentils with some
Right, yeah.
vegetables and fake sausage mixed in. So I should be
Sounds good.
hungry in another hour or two, though. I should probably start thinking about that.
Juicy asks, by the way, how does the Gumroad emoticon stuff work licensing wise? Could someone just use them on their own Twitch/Discord? Always been curious about it.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
use them. I
We
mean,
actually
don't
claim them as your own, but
claim them as your own. Don't like
These
print
are my
them
characters.
or
Yeah.
like try to sell them or something somewhere. That would be not good. But
Don't make money
but
off of it.
Right. It's
Yeah.
not for commercial use, but if you're just like, yeah, if you got a Discord and you want to use it, or you've got a Twitch channel and you want to use it, go ahead. That's what it's for.
This next question I'm not sure about. They asked, Tracy, do any of your characters have a backstory? Tracy comes to mind for me. Tracy, do you have a backstory?
I have a backstory? Or my character?
I think they meant your characters, but I'm gonna leave it the other way because it's funnier.
Tracy is like deep lore.
I got bitten by a radioactive cat, and then I was cursed to draw cat comics for the rest of my life. No, it didn't give me any superpowers, just a weird complex. Yeah, I don't know. The characters all have backstories, yes. Do you want me to tell you them? I mean, that's what the comics were, kind of.
I would recommend reading the comic.
Yeah, there's a lot of information on like the Lackadaisy website. If you look at the character page, there's a little bit of like information about each character. I'm doing like a big page spread for each character in the art book, so there'll be even more information for each character there, plus a pile of art for each of them. And yeah, and then of course the comic exists largely to tell the backstories of these characters, and kind of like how the past affected them and how they ended up where they are, and how in a lot of ways they haven't been able to let go of their pasts.
So the dangers of nostalgia.
Yeah.
If you guys really want to get into the obscure backstory stuff, if you ask around on the Lackadaisy Discord, there are people who have accumulated a scary amount of information from old forum posts of Tracy's.
They manage the Lackadaisy iceberg.
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to compile a few of these questions.
The deep lore.
Zab asked, "Hey y'all, quick question. With your experience and others' experience with using the software, what's the learning curve on Toon Boom?"
It's steeper than Flash, I will admit. It will take you a little bit more time to get used to. It's a very powerful piece of software that can do a lot of things, and for that reason, it takes some getting used to. Once the if you like give yourself like a little project to do, that can make it easier to learn the software, because in the interest of finishing the project, you'll be looking up specific, how do I do X? Because you want to figure out how to do it instead of just like, or you could like follow along with a tutorial potentially. But yeah, it's a little tough to learn. It's been slowly becoming the standard in the animation industry, but slowly, precisely because it is so difficult to pick up, and because there's like a lot of reluctance to like integrate new technology into pipelines, because it's like yet another thing you have to buy and learn, and productions don't like to do that for obvious reasons. It's like you only have so much time, like you don't really have a lot of time to train people, so it can be difficult to pick up new tech when you don't have like tiny projects you can work on to learn the new tech and build new pipelines and stuff. So
I thought it was very easy to understand how to use the timeline to do a flip book, but that's as far as I got with it.
yeah,
That's about it.
I'd say that it's a better idea to start with like other easier to use animation software first before you get into Toon Boom, just to get used to certain core concepts that you will find in common. So like like flipbook and stuff, where you get used to thinking about timelines and working with onion skin and that kind of thing. And as much as I loathe Flash, like it's technically cheaper, and like I said, it's a little easier to learn. But I'd say like the more serious you get, the more you'll probably want to start investing in software. Although that can depend on like the nature of whatever project you're working on. Like Kike Flipnote like uses Flipnote to make his stuff and or make their stuff, and they can use Flash and Toon Boom and all that and TV Paint, but like they still like to work in Flipnote, and it's like that's totally legit,
I guess we'll ask this now since it's kind of a follow-up question. What is the industry standard software for animation these days, if not Toon Boom?
Toon Boom and Flash. So yeah.
Yeah.
Flash is still used frequently.
Yeah. I also heard in some European studios they like TV Paint.
They do, but TV Paint costs a lot more, and it's a bit more frustrating to install on work computers because of their anti-piracy shit that they use. Is like involves like an actual physical USB dongle, like what used to be used like 15 years ago to secure software. It's like, the hell? Nobody uses dongles anymore, but TV Paint does. So if you lose the dongle or it breaks, fuck you. Yeah.
I use dongles.
Yeah. Do you?
Actually, even my work is facing on that. Anyways.
Yeah. Fuck dongles. Dongles suck.
Yeah. Pumpkin Patch asks, Tracy, I can't remember if you're a fan or not, but Electro Swing, yes or no?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Some of the music in Lackadaisy, you could call it in the film. You could call it electro
Yeah, it's
swing.
electro swing.
and flavor.
Sepia
Yeah.
Tonic, it does electro swing. That's one reason why we reached
Yeah.
out to them. We were like, this works. I did try to get in touch with Caravan Palace, but that was gonna.
I mean,
you,
that would have cost us more than we had.
yeah,
Like our
probably.
entire budget would have had to go to Caravan Palace.
It would not have been worth it unless they
No.
were interested in
Unless we
something
could've-
else.
Yeah.
A deal.
Yeah.
But it would have been
Yeah.
cool. But Sepia Tonic's freaking fantastic. I'm quite happy with what
Mm-hmm.
they've given us.
Mhm. Yep. It's very fun.
Tio asks, "What is your favorite fast food restaurant? If you guys even have one."
Mm, I haven't eaten fast food in a long time. I usually just don't
favorite
feel
or
well
just
after
what
I
I
eat fast food,
tolerate?
so-
Well, I like crispy, crunchy chicken. They have really good chicken. And they're shady as hell out here in Los Angeles because apparently I was like, oh, is this like a proper restaurant? Because I discovered them during the pandemic. And then my friend tried to go to their address and it turns out it's like a boarded up building. Apparently it's a ghost restaurant. But Crispy Crunchy Chicken is a legit franchise from Florida that was usually attached to gas stations. And I like the chicken. It's good. It's good stuff. It's basically Popeyes, but if better. So what if Popeyes wasn't like as greasy and everything was like a little bit better?
Fair enough. Mine is A&W, so if anybody's interested in me, but the
Cool.
A&W's is actually a different company in Canada than it is in the US. So
Yeah.
Oh really?
yeah, they got the Canada branch got sold off, and then its management kind of bought itself, so now it's just its own thing.
Yeah, I think the A&W's here used to be connected to like the Big Boy restaurants. It was like A&W Big Boy.
Yeah.
But I know the root beer brand, but like that still exists. But I think those restaurants have gone the way of the dinosaurs, which is to say they evolved into birds. I don't know. I don't know if those restaurants even exist anymore. But yeah, I don't know. I am a little bit ashamed to admit that I kind of like Steak and Shakes, which is our local like it's 50s style diner thing with like quote unquote steak burgers. But I haven't been trying to not eat beef or pork anymore, so yeah, no more of that.
Rick Hutchinson asks, "Hey Tracy, there's this weapon I found from Team Fortress 2 called the Tomislav, which is a Tommy gun machine gun. I was wondering if Victor would use it."
I mean,
Victor.
if Victor's like opportunistic, like whatever's gonna, do the job at any given point. I mean, he can't really like sight very well because his right eye is the one that he lost, which would have been his, sighting eye because he's right-handed. But so he kind of tends to just like rely on shotguns and anything that can like just do a lot of damage in a relatively close range space. But yeah, I probably would use that. I mean, he'd use a freaking fire poker or a milk can to take someone out if he had to, whatever.
Gotta recreate that scene from Riddick where he's like, "I'm gonna kill you with this teacup."
Yeah.
Michael asks, "At the fancy restaurant, if someone told Rocky crepes were thin French pancakes, would he have ordered them?"
Probably. I think he's just like he likes his fluffy buttermilk goodness, and so that's where his heart belongs. But yeah, I think he'd probably like crepes if he tried them. It just wasn't precisely what he wanted.
He's both not picky and very picky at the same time. Like a kid.
Yeah, it just like has this sort of sentimentality I think attached to pancakes. Those were like good times as a kid food, and
They've become his thing now.
Yeah, now they're comfort food probably for him as much as they are just a sugar rush.
and they're part of his brand.
Yeah,
That
Rocky's
too,
very
yes.
concerned about his brand.
Right.
I know, but like, at least the characters, at least the fans. It's always what comes up around him now.
Yeah.
That's his entire
I don't-
personality is pancakes.
Yeah,
don't
who
think
was it who said like never mention a character's favorite food because that will become the thing that like everybody associates them with forever after.
That will be their entire personality, according to the fans.
Right.
Yeah.
No. I don't think that was so much a thing before the short
It's like
started.
what's
actually,
Rocky like?
Pancakes?
Pancakes.
No, pancakes.
What's his motivation? Pancakes. Pancakes are his motivation and his love. And
We
his-
promise Rocky also has thoughts and feelings like a normal person.
Yeah, he actually has.
But-
I like to think he has some character depth as much as the destructive jerk that he is. But also he does like pancakes. And yes, it became more of a thing. We kind of like. I mean, it's really our own fault. We definitely like leaned into that. We had a whole pancake stream with like Dan Cakes making Rocky
couldn't-
pancakes.
Well, you couldn't
so-
put past that up.
I know they offered, and we were like, "Of course we're doing that." But also, like during the Kickstarter, we were doing like you and Ty were doing like that pancake animation.
Okay, that was just us going crazy, though.
I know. Well, we were all a bit. I don't know. I don't want
Punchy.
to necessarily use the word manic, but yeah, we were.
I
Yeah,
could safely
high octane.
describe myself as manic at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were
unironically.
a bit,
Yeah.
yeah, like sometimes when you are like pushed to the limit of like what you can physically achieve in a given amount of time in terms of like workload and also there's like all this excitement surrounding the thing going on and all this stress, like it sometimes sends you into the overdrive.
So that's the excuse for why
and-
that thing exists.
That's the excuse why that thing exists. Yes, we were like, yeah, oh man, we exhausted ourselves. We needed to rein it in instead of get sillier with it at that point, but
Yeah.
we got sillier with it instead.
that says Rocky has feelings, pancake feelings.
He does have pancake feelings. Yeah.
To be fair to him, who doesn't have pancake feelings? I have to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Also, I might take a stretch break since I'm kind of in a good spot. Let me just, let's see. So this is an Act 3 shot, actually, but good luck figuring out what the fuck's going on without any context here. Oh, and if you know what's going on, don't tell people. Because I know that some people who have donated to the Patreon have gotten some spoilers. Don't spoil it for the other folks.
Aaron Kennedy says, "Is it safe to use an inhaler when drinking? My bronchitis is acting up." I mean, as long as you're not using them literally at the same time. Yes, I have an inhaler
Did I
too.
just
I have
get a
asthma,
Kofi?
so.
Sounds like I just got a Kofi. I gotta go check
Oh,
now.
good. Yeah, you can safely use your inhaler. I don't think there's any alcohol interaction involved with albuterol or.
We're not doctors though.
Yeah, I
Yes.
shouldn't be giving out medical advice. Check your. I don't know.
What did your
call
doctor
your
say? Yeah.
But if you're actively having an asthma attack right
Oh,
now,
thank you, Knox.
or
for the
bronchitis
donation.
flare up,
Thank
I
you.
think you're probably fine to use your inhaler.
Yeah.
Unless it
No
says
problem.
unless it says on your like prescription box or something like do not use with alcohol. But I don't know of any inhalers that like bronchodilators. Just I couldn't fathom there being any weird interaction there.
Do you guys have health lines that you can call for this sort of thing?
Yeah, you might be able to call. There's probably a phone number on your if you have a box that has like the prescription listed on it or the box that the inhaler came in. Maybe you should call that because I should not be distributing medical advice. Just be careful, whatever you do. Don't die of a bronchitis asthma attack,
Don't die.
Mhm.
and
Heard it from
also
here.
don't die in general. Don't make the mistake these people made. Don't die.
Don't be Rocky. Juicy asks, how do you decide on standards for drawing tools when making an animation so it always looks the same no matter who's animating? Is it some kind of agreement, or is it all the director?
So we have character sheets that we carefully constructed so that it shows the character from as many angles as we can draw, and lays out their exact geometry and how the parts connect and what colors they are and everything, and what their expressions look like, and those all get handed out to all the animators. They often will spend some time practicing drawing the characters before they even begin animating. Like some of them did practice animations and everything. You can find on Twitter. And yeah, it takes a little time for them to like get up to speed and get used to drawing the characters. Fable spent a whole lot of time early on like giving notes. I did a little bit of that too, but Fable handled the bulk of that, like giving notes to people as they turned in animation and stuff. And it's like, oh no, we gotta fix Rocky's like head shape here. And so what the animators will do is give keys. So they'll draw keys first, and then Fable will usually give notes on the character models to make sure they're on model. And then the animator will take the animation further and actually do the in-between frames and everything. So it starts out really rough, and then they get feedback on it, and to make sure the characters look like the characters themselves, and then they proceed. But as the animators have been getting more and more accustomed to the characters as they've been working with them, like the amount of notes we've needed to give them has decreased quite a bit. Like they've been kind of hitting the nail on the head. A lot of them have actually kind of specialized in one character or another. Some of them have really focused on Rocky, some of them have really focused in on Mordecai, that sort of thing, and so they've gotten quite good at them.
Everybody loves Ivy.
Yeah, Ivy's got like very anime-like proportions to her face.
Ivy is everybody's favorite to animate because
she's easy. Yeah.
She's easy. It's like of the characters, she's a bit of the normie, but not in a boring way, more in a way where the way she moves and like her proportions and general design sense and how she acts is much more in line with kind of more typical cartoon characters. We try to keep it fairly realistic in the way that they move. However, Rocky is pretty extra. He's basically Jim Carrey, and then Freckles much more contained, so sometimes I'm trying to like make him more contained, and then Mordecai barely moves at all, so he's hard. We got a question. Isn't the actor for Rocky the same actor for Angel Dust? Yes. Astro Bob. Yeah, that's him. Astro Bob. Anyway, I really do have to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back.
All right.
Okay. Where is the? I will mute myself on the stream.
All right. I'll save Engrave Rider's question for when Fable comes back. Corey Studios asks, you guys think of including some references to Benito Mussolini?
No, I hadn't planned on it.
Okay.
It would be an interesting, I'm not sure I could slip that in there, but sometimes the dialogue undergoes strange rewrites that I really hadn't planned for, and some historical figure gets mentioned, but usually not. I really hadn't planned for any Mussolini references, no.
That's specific.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah. Lego Patent Films asks, what is your opinion on traditional animation?
I would hope it's obvious that we really like it. We're kind of recreating we're doing things digitally, obviously, because that's just how the industry works these days, but and that's how we can operate as a virtual studio. But this is all like, it's drawn on a tablet into software, but it's still hand drawn, and we're really trying to gather some influence from like the Xerox era, like classic animation era, like between I'd say the 60s and 80s. Kind of a gritty, darkish look. You can see some of the construction lines of the characters pop through. You can see like we've kind of recreated the feel of hand-painted animation cells by having a kind of an animated texture that sits on top of them. Of course, you'll see all of that, hopefully, when we start compositing scenes together and sharing previews of that. But Yeah, thinking things like the Rescuers and Secret of Nim and that sort of stuff has been like largely our visual inspiration for how this comic is looking. This animation. So yeah, we Fable and I both grew up really, really obsessed with animation. Probably most of the animators we've hired have also been similarly like that's what that's how they end up being animators. So
It
yeah,
helps.
you could say we're fans. Maybe slightly pathologically so, but
Yeah. I mean, usually it helps to be a fan of your medium. The
yeah.
only exception to that I've ever heard was video game programmer,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is like, I had a math teacher who commented at some point because he saw us talking about games or something, and he said, "Oh yeah, I my first job was actually in a video game design, and I got it by answering the interview question of why do I want to work on video games by I have never played a video game in my life."
I guess they wanted a fresh perspective or something. I don't know. I guess there's something to be said for like doing something and kind of coming in a bit blind because you aren't going to be influenced by the same like small packet of influences that like other video game aficionados might be heavily influenced by. So you actually might bring something new to the table that way. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, generally when we were like hiring for like I worked in games for a while, and anytime we were hiring, we'd ask people what games they played, and usually it was like a long list of like people were very enthusiastic about games who wanted to work in games, and tends to be the same with animation. We definitely aren't doing it because we hate animation. So
Yeah, I think for the video game thing, it's just because a lot of game developers go in there thinking it's the same as being into games, or some people don't
yeah,
care for
oh
that.
yeah, it's very different. Like yeah, I think a lot of people go into games or want at least from a distance want to work in games because they think it's akin to playing them, or making cartoons is akin to watching them. Like obviously we watch a lot of cartoons, but that's like and that's enjoyable, but it's also work research. But like the actual process of making it is very difficult. It's not like cartoon fun time. It's like, oh, this is really hard work. It takes a lot of toil to do this. So, and it's the same with games. It's like it's toilsome and difficult, and it can it's obviously like can be very rewarding too. But yeah, it's not all fun in games.
Mhm.
Sorry, I just kind of stampeded over what you were trying to say, I think.
No, you answer the question.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's fine. Don't worry about it, Tracy. There is something I'm very confused about going on in chat. Nicholas first asked a trivia question about who was the first figure skater to star in their own game, and now they're saying for $400 on the line, what is the mass per unit volume of material called?
What material?
Do you mean like density?
Are we playing Jeopardy or what?
I don't
Do
know.
we get $400 for this? Like actually?
I don't know.
The mass per unit volume of material?
That's density usually. That's what that measurement is called, unless they're talking about a specific material that I'm not aware of.
Or is this a meme and I had no idea?
I am very confused. Well, I've answered in chat. We'll see if they respond later, I guess. Anyways, if we get a $400 Ko-fi, let us know. Or if you get a $400 Ko-fi.
Did someone send you some money through Ko-fi, or was that?
It was me.
Oh, it was you.
By
Oh,
the way.
cool.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
thank you,
order
Knox.
No problem.
some money. I'm gonna order some food with that. I'm gonna do that right now.
Very generous. Appreciate that.
So, Engrave Rider asks, okay, don't judge me for this. No promises, by the way. But is there any food/specific drinks you guys had to draw for the short film?
I mean, drinks. Yeah, there's alcohol. But
There's candy
I
on
mean,
the desk. I guess.
yeah, there's some
That's
candy
food,
candy
right?
dishes. If you ask Asa, there is. But, Yeah, it's really more about the alcohol in this case. So
Yeah.
there wasn't any food worked into the script.
No,
but...
that's wrong. There are pancakes.
Oh, there are. That's true. There are. Oh, we're not gonna tell you where they are though. Like
You gotta find them.
You actually might. You could find them probably in our YouTube videos. We'll let you unearth it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some cameo pancakes. But yeah, it's mostly like the Canadian whiskey is what they're after in this thing, and so that features here, and some alcoholic beverages that appear in the speakeasy as well. Although, yeah, Victor invents a cocktail on the spot, a very sarcastic one. And,
his marketing is too effective, actually. Encouraging children to drink.
Oops. She's a grown woman. Can't you tell?
Technically, sure, but mentally...
No, she's definitely not mentally. Yeah, she's got some maturing to do.
It's once you're... It's like 18 only feels like adult when you're 18, and... Oh, no. Before you're 18, 18 feels like an adult. Then you turn 18, and you're like, oh shit. Nobody's an adult. You're like, oh no! Nothing magic happened! Shit!
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people probably at that age still feel like they know everything that there is to know. I think I was kind of like that when I was 18.
I think
and then you get older and you realize you don't know shit about anything.
Oh god.
You just realize how uninformed, and you start realizing like all the troubles and difficult things you're gonna have to deal with, and you start realizing,
pay taxes.
Yeah, I don't actually understand all the things I thought I did. And I don't. It's like what happens is you don't know what you don't know at that age. Like you're like treated as an adult by society or by the law, but you still are you're clueless. You're so clueless you don't even know how clueless you are.
Eventually, you get old enough.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just say adulthood's a lie.
Yeah, really, we're all just large babies.
Your brain's still developing in your 20s besides, so like there's a whole other like stage of human maturation that doesn't really have its own phrase currently. But yeah, your 20s are actually like another major period of development for your brain. So like by the time you enter your 30s, you are a different person. Much like how you're a different person between, when you turn 13 to when you turn 20, or you're a different person from 5 to 13. So
Yep.
I think
you may not look all different, but you're different.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing though. It's like the idea that one can keep evolving, basically.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would suck to be like stuck in one spot.
Be like, that's it, you're 20, that's where you are forever. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go back.
back. Yeah, no.
No, I'm good. I like being in my 30s. This is pretty good so far.
20-year-old me was a sack of misery and depression.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say I was a confused person at that point in time. A confused and lost person. Yeah.
Astro Bob asks, says, a big fan. I bought the first 2 hardcovers a few years ago, and then I heard about getting an animated version shortly after I discovered VivziePop. How much crossover is there between you two?
We share some crew in common.
Some crew work on both Spindle Horse stuff and Lackadaisy stuff. That's it. Like, I mean, there's only so many like 2D animation projects going on at any given time, so these animators, they work on these things.
Yeah, people make more 2D stuff, so there's less crossover.
Right. Well, give more work to the animators. They are so good, and they give them stuff to do.
They deserve the acclaim. They're very skilled people.
Yeah.
No, the crossover you should be thinking about is Lackadaisy and the Warriors Cats animator fan community. That's the crossover.
Yeah. Yeah, we have
Please-
some of those too.
Yeah.
Some of
Please
those.
consult Fable's Twitter for some interesting screenshots from Roblox recently.
Oh my god, that was so fun. I had so much good time, and Newt was just like, "You fucker." We were doing that.
Yeah.
All I did, I just sent him like a Rocky emoji, and he's like, "What happened?" He's like, "Just
Yeah.
that and nothing else." He's like, "What happened? What did you do?" And he sees
Yeah.
us the chaos that's unfolding in the Lackadaisy, but he can't go in because he was like currently in the middle of something. He's like, "You fucker."
That was
Damn
that was
you.
a fun time. It was an
It was so
impromptu thing. We played Roblox, yeah,
Here,
and there
here's the
were
link
yeah,
to
it was
that.
like the Warrior Cats Ultimate something game. Oh, it was
Like Roblox
fucking
server.
blast.
Yeah.
yeah.
It was so good. All the children who put up with this. I love this. I just love this thing where it's Victor and Rocky and this random cat. This is like just who's like patrolling territory. Says, "Just wondering what you two are up to at all." And Rocky says, "Are you a Fed? You're legally required to tell me if you're a cop." And Victor says, "Oh no, I have warrants out for my arrest." Mel's beautiful. Like, was just doing a great job.
Yeah, Mel was hilarious. Like running
Yeah.
around trying to roleplay Lackadaisy stuff with like probably I don't know 13-year-old kids who are like on this thing. They're like they just are so hungry to roleplay. They're like, okay, you can call me Freckle. It was a blast. It was so funny.
Maybe they stumbled on the comic afterwards. I think Lackadaisy is
Maybe.
appropriate for 13 and up.
Yeah, I guess it's about
Yeah.
a PG-13 sort of thing.
If they're reading Warrior Cats, they've read
if they're reading
possibly
Warrior
worse.
Cats is like yeah,
It's so
God,
violent.
like
They're describing like disemboweled cats and stuff, and there's like death left and right. It's like they're fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
This involves guns, but I mean it's and rum running
Guns
and
and
like
booze, but yeah, it's not nearly as graphic. I would
No.
say. It's...
currently.
Like,
There was
I
that
can't-
my proposal for
Oh, yeah, there
how
was
much
that.
a breast freckle should get. I just kept
mean-
enhancing it. It's like, no, but Tracy, what if it was worse? He just walks into
Yeah.
the speakeasy with like his eye
It would-
practically falling out.
Oh my god.
Tracy.
No one even bothers to ask him if he's okay. They just
Are you kidding? This is probably nothing compared like imagine like how they must have reacted when Victor walked in with his knee like shot out or any other day of the week.
well, he
It's a
didn't walk
Tuesday.
anywhere when that happened. He was just sat there.
Fair.
Like, you're not going anywhere when your knee just got blown off.
Volume
but,
1
yeah.
has Victor getting shot in the freaking chest. I think this is like what Freckle goes through is kind of nothing by comparison.
Yeah, no,
He
Freckle.
comes away very lucky.
He's lucky boy. He'll be fine.
He's lucky boy.
I mean, in a sense, as fine as someone.
The luckiest unlucky guy. The unluckiest lucky guy.
Whenever PG-13 as a rating comes up around me, I always have to point out Watchmen was PG-13 here. I might have a skewed idea of what that
Oh.
means.
I think Watchmen might have been. Was it R?
It
here?
was R in the
R,
States,
it was
yeah.
R.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Watchmen is
I'm just
R.
saying. Yeah, by PG-13 I mean
Dr.
like.
Manhattan's dog
ages
was on
13 and up.
screen. It's R. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, we,
Canada's less puritanical. Than...
probably just Quebec. Quebec is... That's not that weird for us.
Different standards.
Yeah.
Frankly, I don't think a dong is as big a deal as like getting shot in the head and having brains explode everywhere. It's like, which of these is actually more traumatic?
Americans are weird about like, depicting any kind of like sexual pleasure is so awful, but you can show all kinds of like, human flesh bits, decorating the camera lens. Just
That's fine.
Wasn't there one of those teenage, like, witchcraft movies that got rated R there just for the witchcraft?
the Craft,
Yeah, one of
maybe
those.
that '90s movie. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. This is such a weird religious streak running through puritanical. Like I don't know. Ever since I guess we got colonized by like this country was initially colonized by Puritans, so maybe that's
It's like
That's
all
our
the
problem.
efforts are actually about undoing that, less it coming closer. It's just the further attempts to undo the puritanical influence.
Yeah. I don't know. Someone was asking what the colors are for on the animation.
Just to distinguish
good
certain
question.
things, so that like it doesn't just
Yeah.
look like a mess of lines. That's all.
Yeah, this is easy to... So, like, kind of like Fable's building the animation from like the basic pieces upward, so like you start with the character's overall form and then start adding in details like his tuft of hair. That gets animated after, because that's like how that moves is determined by his head motion and everything, so you kind of have to like lay it down a little bit in order. And also it helps to keep it separated from, so that you can like easily visually distinguish one thing from another. Like some of those secondary, like the secondary motion and stuff like that is often drawn in a different color for that reason. Because it's all dependent on like the motion of the body overall.
Really, they're just trying to hide the fact that the Predator shows up and is looking at Rocky through infrared right now.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That's actually what's going on.
Get to the chopper, Rocky.
Hero Brian Harry asks, how much have the voice actors contributed to the characterization / writing of the characters? Have they brought any new ideas to the table?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Like the Savoys in particular, they like Benny and Malcolm added so much. Yeah.
We rewrote lines around things they said when they were just being funny and goofing off, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna steal that line. So, we wrote around like things they came up with, and like they all like all of the actors like very interested in like understanding the characters, and like they'd ask questions about them and kind of formulate their own interpretation of them and be like, yeah, this is what I think like this character is like, and what their
you want them to
motivations
have
are.
that kind of connection, because then they can add something to it, because you want it to be a collaborative experience, because that's the fun of it. It's like the voice actor isn't a tool, they're an actor, and their perspective on what might motivate the character, like what's going on internally, allows you to have someone to talk to about like really digging into a character, which can be super helpful, because like when you're coming at it from a broader perspective, and even if you wrote it, if there's one person and their entire focus is just on that character, like they might be thinking very deeply about small things and come up with ideas that maybe you didn't even consider. So Benny's thoughts on Seraphine and motivations and how she'd react to things, I think, was like very valuable. I really loved her input on that. I mean, all of every single actor like had just so much to give to each character. It was really fun. And I'm sure it's interesting for you, Tracy. I mean, like you've had these characters like talking in your head for so long, and now they're externalized, so that's really different.
It is, but they've like brought so much to it, and they're so good at what they do. But we'd have conversations about like how this particular character would deliver such and such a line, or how they might say it differently in some cases. Like often the actors would find a better way to phrase something than what we had written in the script, and I mean it's like like Fable said, it's collaboration. You are, if you look at it as working with another artist and not just being like, okay, you're hired to say these specific lines and that's it and then you're done. It's like you're collaborating with someone who is also creative, and
they're good at what they do.
And so you want their input and their contribution to be more than just this utilitarian like say words in this order.
I mean, if they're not engaged with it, then how do you expect anybody else to be engaged with it also? It's like the person who's going to maybe care about this character the most is going to be like often the actors, and I include the animators in that. So you want them to be like genuinely interested and intrigued by like what internally is going on with these characters. It's more than just like, oh, that's a cool looking guy. It's like,
I mean they by virtue of bringing not just their voices, but their understanding of character in general and of acting as an art form, they bring a whole other dimension to these characters who've kind of just existed on paper for up until now. So in comic panels, but And so yeah, it's been very exciting, and I feel like I kind of like learn new things about them in a way, like because they will think of the characters a bit differently from what I will think of them as, and yeah, you kind of like unearth little bits of them, make connections that you maybe hadn't even noticed yourself before, even though you've like invented the character or whatever. It's like
it's especially valuable if they come from like a different cultural background than you, and it's like you're not the expert, so
right.
It's really valuable if you have someone who comes from that background and then they give their input, and it like adds a degree of sincerity and like genuineness to that character. That can speak to the people who know those things, and so like you have something that is just like much better informed, and
it can be a very like fraught thing to feel like you're trying to represent something that you have not lived yourself, or you know, and you're trying to explain it from the outside, but you're trying to be respectful and understanding about it, and someone else just who has kind of come from that place is going to understand it a lot better than you, so you should listen to them. Yeah.
Fizzy asks, don't feature films have certain animators work on one character only?
No, they have a lead animator often for each main character, or each like they'll have like a lead animator for.
At least they used to. It varies quite a bit nowadays.
Yeah, but yeah, all of the like making of books from like Disney and stuff that I had would like be like, they'd interview like the lead animator for this or that character. I remember like, was it Andreas Deja or Deja or whatever? Yeah, it did like a lot of my favorite characters like Scar and Jafar and stuff. Yeah, no, he was like a very well-known among like, I mean, probably casual observers have no idea who the animators are, but animators all know who the animators are.
Andrea Deja is one of my favorite animators, period. He's so
great.
Good.
But yeah, I remember like, reading interviews and stuff that he had given and stuff. But so they'd have a lead, and then they'd have like other people who came in, and like often they have in-betweeners though on like animated films of that. I don't know, maybe they've drifted away from doing it that way, but 2D
that's
animated
one thing
films
about
of that
3D is that they don't have to hire in-betweeners.
Well, 3D, right, 3D is done differently, but like the 2D animation, they'd have like, the lead animator did a lot of the key animation, and then would like hand it off to in-betweeners to do all of the in-betweening, and then it get cleaned up by somebody else, and so lots of different people, and then like of course Ink and Paint would do their work somewhere in the 80s or 90s. 90s they switched to doing digital color, but
still worked on it though. It's like you still have
it still needs a person to work on it. Yeah, exactly. It just wasn't people hand painting cells anymore. It was someone painting digitally. So yeah, I mean, you've got your voice actor, you've got your lead animator, your in-betweeners, your cleanup artists, your ink and paint crew, the writers. I mean, as storyboard artists, as so many people have input into each character. It's really very.
It's not one.
I think
person.
People tend to like associate a character often with almost exclusively the voice actor, and it's like, oh, so many people like made that character come to life. So
I think the voice actor is just easier to focus on because it's one person. It's like there's not like several voices for that character.
It'd be hard to like have a whole list of like for each character you just have this whole list written out of like all the people who made this character and like brought it.
It's like there's the voice actor provides the voice, and the animator like puppeteers. It's basically
the most easily identifiable singular thing about it. That
Astro Bob asks, insurmountable stress aside, how much are you enjoying the process right now?
Oh, fucking love it. Are you kidding me? This is the best job I've ever had. I'm in love with this shit. You know? Yeah, it's stressful, but this is the kind of stress that I love. It's like, you kidding me? I'm having a fantastic time.
Especially during the year of 2020, I can't think of a better way to have been spending my time, honestly. It stresses me out and worries me, and I have all kinds of like doubts and insecurities and shit that I deal with all the time and that wake me up out of a dead sleep. But I am also loving it, so yeah, and it has like saved me from so many other kinds of like just sitting there and brooding and worrying and things about the state of the world, you know, and other things that were of course going on that we all experienced. I mean, I don't need to explain to you what happened, but yeah, it's been the best and hardest thing I think I've ever tried to do, and I'm not even doing it by myself, but by a long shot, obviously, but no regrets.
Sorry, I'm sassing the guy that promised us $400.
Yeah, where's my
earlier, and
$400, buddy?
Apparently, he's paying us in IOUs.
Oh, okay. You need to pay us in
Apparently.
NFTs and Dogecoin.
No, then I'll have to go get a crypto wallet and I have to transfer
Is it-
that shit. You
oh.
know how much headache that is.
Pay us in tuna coin.
Make tuna coin, then give me a bunch of tuna coin.
Yeah, he joked about having more trivia questions. I told him he can ask more trivia questions when he gives us our $400.
Yeah. How about super chat or donate to the to Tracy's Ko-fi or something, and we'll give you. It doesn't have to be $400, but
You can
us a
go to the Little Daisy Cafe and donate to the project through PayPal. That's
yeah, it doesn't go into our wallets, by the way. That goes to
Right, no.
the crew.
goes directly to paying people here on this thing.
Keep the crew in tuna, and we don't mean tuna coin.
Right.
I just posted a link to the Little Daisy Cafe, which is the dev blog, which has the PayPal link if you guys feel like donating.
Yeah, or you can just peruse the blog and see what we've been up to.
Yeah, it's fun
That too.
Yeah.
There's cool stuff.
Thank you. We should have more updates coming soon. Like we have been very busy behind the scenes, and we've been a little behind on updating Little Daisy. That's
I know, the blog.
because our blog writer is finishing up his master's degree, so he's kind of been insane right now.
Little preoccupied.
He's
right
kind
now,
of preoccupied with wrapping up his degree, and so we're like, just focus
Yeah.
on that. Yeah.
Major life milestone. He had to.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good
pause and
excuse.
Take care of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there seems to be some confusion about like our streams, whether or not they persist afterward. Yeah, we don't delete them; they all stay.
Yeah,
so
no.
they're-
In fact,
Yep.
we're gonna
They
probably
are
be
real.
making a.
we'll make a playlist for
Yeah.
them. Currently, they're kind of just
Go ahead.
floating around on the channel.
And Gravewriter asks, how good is Victor as a bartender?
I mean, he's intimidating to the point that he scares the patrons off. He's not at all interested in doing it. He breaks glasses semi-unintentionally all the time. Yeah, so not great. This is not like, it's not that he couldn't be good at it. He doesn't want to be good at it. He's just fucking miserable. So
Knowing who asked that question, I expect the follow-up question to be, so where do I apply to replace him? Knowing that was
inquire
too
within. Just go talk to Victor, and he'll hand you the washcloth and step out of your way.
Yep.
Have at it.
I'm definitely letting Toomey make a drink for me when I meet her.
Nice.
I mean, you've seen the stuff she's been posting.
Oh yeah.
Simon asked a question again from last stream. I forget if we got to this one, but it was, who's your favorite movie composer? He says his favorite
One
was
second,
John
I gotta
Williams.
get my wallet.
Yeah, I mean, John Williams is amazing. I do like Danny Elfman. I like Mark Knopfler. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I ever sat down and thought, like, who is my favorite? But
I don't generally I don't know. I never pay that much attention to the audio and the very few things I watch, so I don't have one personally. Lego
Often the soundtrack is something that you just you notice if it's off or it doesn't feel right, but you otherwise sometimes don't notice it at all. Sometimes it's meant to be that way, though. It's like it shouldn't distract from the movie, just sort of complement it subtly. And in other cases, when you've got like a big adventure epic thing or something, then you've got like a Star Wars or an Indiana Jones or something, the music should be very, dramatic and stuff. But yeah,
All right, I'm back.
runs the gamut. Do you have a favorite movie composer, Fable?
Um,
Film composer?
I don't know enough composers to say what favorite I would have. Be more like films whose scores I really like. Like
Yeah.
that Tron sequel it was not a good movie, but damn if the soundtrack wasn't amazing. Yeah.
You mean the very long music video to the Daft Punk album?
Basically, yes.
God, I did not care about.
Oh,
that
that
movie,
was
but
so that was so my
such a
jam.
good-
The
I mean, that's-
aesthetic was great. The music was great. The dialogue, just remove all the dialogue, like literally just have it be music and the visuals and no dialogue, and it'd be like at least 200% better film.
I mean, I like some of the visuals, but like, I mean, even leading up to it, people summarized it pretty well by saying, "Hey, I hear there's going to be Tron in the new Daft Punk movie."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
basically, that was freaking good soundtrack though.
Yeah, Mitchell's versus the Machines had a great soundtrack too,
Oh,
and
God, yeah.
it seemed like some of the songs in there seemed like it was like, I don't know if it was inspired by or if it was actually La Tigra songs, from like they were like 90s, early 2000s. I guess that would make sense given like the. But yeah, that was a pretty banging soundtrack. I liked that a lot. Sorry, didn't mean to kill the conversation just then.
No, sorry, I'm answering something in the chat because
Oh, okay.
sometimes I, have to take my hand away from the push to talk.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, just gotta make clear to everybody, your questions are being logged. We will get to them. You don't need to ask them multiple times.
Yeah.
Lego Patent Films asks Lackadaisy at Lackadaisy, have you seen the anime called Night Raid 1931? If not, you should check it out. You might like it.
I will check it out. Night Raid 1931.
I haven't heard of it myself, but yeah.
Well, it sounds about the right time frame for
Yeah.
my interests. So.
The slightly more depressing. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
It's
the depression. Yeah.
For the sequel time period when everything
Yeah,
is slightly more sad.
Oh, right.
Hey, you did mention
The Great Hangover. Yeah.
You did mention at some point you wanted to follow. You were thinking horror at some point as a future project.
Oh yeah, I guess I could do like a 1930s horror thing.
Yeah,
That's been done before though, to death.
probably. Nova asks, mixing universes here, but a thought just ran across my head. Would Victor get along with Husk from Hazbin Hotel? I feel like they'd tolerate each other.
Yeah, I guess in as much as Victor gets along with anyone, I suppose.
I mean, they're both quiet, right? If I vaguely remember who Husk is. So I think Victor would appreciate that at least.
They would both not
Yes.
talk.
Yeah.
They would enjoy each other's company by way of not doing anything about each other's company.
Existing in civil proximity is not not too bad, I guess.
That's Victor for you. He's very cat like that. It's like, just don't bother me.
Yeah.
Very much a cat. Okay, I've ordered my food, and right now I'm just stretching out my hands. Give it a twist and stuff. I always make sure that I'm taking the time to do stretches.
Is Ghosty on their way out? Ghosty says, you're all doing great. Nox, make sure to eat, drink something. Fable, hope your food comes soon. Tracy, enjoy your noodles. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Where did you see her say that? I actually don't.
It was just a
Oh, there
recent-
it is.
Yeah.
I have
Mother's
eaten.
Pug also did Lego Movie, Thor Ragnarok, and What We Do in the Shadows. Oh, neat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What We Do in the Shadows is fabulous.
Yeah. Sound people I like. I like M. M does a great job. M's working with us. I like what M does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure M would have a lot more opinions on this subject.
Yeah.
I mean, it is his craft.
Their craft, yeah.
Their craft, sorry.
Yeah.
Solus asks, hola, new to the channel. I have been following for quite a while now, and I really love your guys' art style. I'm a beginner character artist, and I was wondering if you can give some tips about how to draw a body.
Draw bodies. Go
Yeah,
to a
start drawing
cafe when
bodies.
It's not a plague and draw people.
Yeah, draw people, do thumbnail sketches. You can even if you can't draw people like from live observation, from people watching, either because you're not vaccinated yet or you're just like too shy to do that kind of thing. There are lots of pose websites out there, lots of pose references. DeviantArt is like rife with like photo reference material. Excuse me, I have to cough.
Unacceptable.
How dare you? Can't believe this shit. Coughing. Really. Rude.
Okay, coughing achieved. Sorry. Yeah, that and even just like watching like YouTube videos. Like one thing I did when I was drawing lots of like dance stuff for a piece of art I did with Ivy and like decades of fashion and stuff. I just watched tons of videos of people doing period dances, and I would just do like little thumbnail scribble sketches, like of like basically stick figure people in the poses I wanted, and kind of like get the feel for the rhythm and the flow of that. That can often like help you loosen up and like find the really strong line of action and stuff with a pose or what have you. But that's more pose than like anatomy. There's like the part where you have to learn physical anatomy to a certain degree at which you are, more or less competent at it, and then like you can kind of like append your knowledge by looking at reference pictures and things to make sure you're getting like the muscle shapes right and stuff. You don't necessarily have to have like a medical practitioner's like full like an anatomist's understanding of like every muscle, and like you should understand roughly how all the joints work and everything, but you don't need a doctorate in physiology to be an artist. It's just like the more you know, the more it'll help you draw well. But it just starts by drawing, sketching things you observe.
Aaron Kennedy asks, what about the fans confuses you the most? What makes you just go, why though?
Certain ships, I guess.
Yeah.
But hey, to each their own.
Yep. I as if someone's having fun with the character and shipping them with some other character, I am cool with that.
Yeah, it's not like it's like,
I'm just-
ew, that's disgusting. Unless it's like.
Yeah, no,
incest,
I'm flattered anyone's interested enough in
Yeah.
the character to want to like.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
really like a oh, I cannot believe that. It's just kind of like, oh, I don't see it, but I mean, hey, rock your bad self.
Yeah.
Of course, Grave Rider says they ship Zib and Kaz. Martin asks, do you recommend to draw every stage again, or copy paste the previous drawing and modify it from there?
What do you mean?
I think in animating, like, if you yeah, there's some amount of copy paste used.
Save
to-
time. You can make it more
Yeah.
consistent, but
Yeah, I mean, the character's not moving all that much. Like here, Rocky's head's turning quite a bit, so like he can't.
I think they meant like going from like roughs to compositing, or
Oh.
not to compositing, but roughs to tie down, that sort of thing.
oh, I mean, this might just go. This might be straight tied down, honestly. Like the.
Yeah, so reuse them. Reuse stuff when you can.
Yep. Work smarter, not harder. And I was very much a purist when I was younger, and I was like, no, that's you gotta like hand draw every bit, never copy paste, never.
I don't have
Yeah.
time for that shit.
No, that
Yeah.
you realize life is short, and you got shit to get done.
And my hands
it's
hurt.
really-
Fuck that. You know, I want to get
Yes,
it done. not-
yes, exactly. My hands are aching. Like you just got, and you got to get a thing done. You got a deadline or whatever. You just work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
Don't be like. Yeah. There's just no point. You're not gonna earn points with anyone doing that shit. It's just
I mean, you might, but it's not worth it.
no one really cares. They care about the end result, and so
It's like if you're gonna do that, do it for your own benefit, not to impress other
Yeah.
people.
yeah,
Mhm.
right.
Colin says, "Thank you for doing animation streams. I find it hard to find inspiration to animate, but seeing others animate makes it easier."
Cool, good. Go animate.
Go, do it, do it. Make a
Do
cartoon.
it now.
Do it right now. Chop, chop. Get to it. We're dying a little every day. You better get started.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Wow.
Yeah, where's your cartoon? Where's your cartoon? Is it finished? Is it finished? Where's your cartoon?
When does it come out? When are you releasing your cartoon?
Yeah.
Nicholas also asks, "It isn't cheating if it's your own art, right?"
No,
No.
it's not. Unless you're stealing somebody else's work, it's not cheating.
Yeah, don't steal other people's hard work.
It's called being resourceful and using your ingenuity, which has always been a part of art.
Mm-hmm. Shadow Reaper. This is a question from last stream also, but I think it was after the cutoff, so it got missed. They're asking if you guys made. Are they saying I saw there were a bunch of heads with various faces, and I asked if you guys made all the phonemes and changed them out like they do for stop motion.
No, they
We
hand
draw
draw
them.
those. Yeah.
It's there for reference. It's not like an actual thing that the animators copy paste from. They'll like look at it to
One second.
understand how the
Apparently,
character.
I just got a delivery. I gotta go. Of
Oh, okay.
something special, maybe. One second.
Is it food?
They're on they're on that shelf thing.
Yeah, no, they use that for visual reference. There's no copy pasting on character sheets. It's just so that they have like a reference point for like, okay, how does this character make this particular expression? Because they all have different facial structures and they make expressions in different ways. Rocky's smiles are very big and toothy, and like other characters don't really smile at all, or when they do, it's much more soft looking or understated or what have you.
I know what this is. What'd you get? Very special.
Roberto Baird asks, "How long have y'all been working on this project right now?"
I mean, full production went into swing about a year ago. We ran the Kickstarter in
Okay, I just
March
got
to
something
Mar-
fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah?
I was informed by Noble from the Lackadaisy that the delivery had arrived.
Oh, he
So-
finally sent that, did he? You finally convinced him.
Oh, I didn't convince him. He messaged me as like, give me your address.
I know what it is.
1 second. 1 second. Wait.
Okay,
Don't-
I will
yeah.
get it.
Let's see if I can't. Maybe I can angle the webcam down and reveal it this way. I just don't want to get myself in the shot. I don't need that shit. I ain't done up for this. Do I have window capture? Where's webcam? I want webcam. I gotta add my webcam. 1 second. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So. Hey guys. I got something awesome, so let me just share it. Oh wait, make sure that this is not revealing my address. It's fine, it was misspelled anyway. Yeah. Damn it. Cut it open this way. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. It says don't spend it all in one place from Noble. Get that. Put this up. Oh, there's so much packaging. Oh. Doesn't look like it broke. That's good. What could it be, chat? Let's take some guesses. What's chat saying? I'm looking down. Guys, are you talking? I can't hear you. I'm just not sure if you got quiet.
No,
Oh, we're just
letting you
Oh,
unbox.
you're watching.
we are captive audience right now.
Well,
I was-
I
you
can't
were so
exactly
quiet.
take guesses because Oh. Yeah, I think the chat got it.
Silas's 5-star sugar bush from our maples to your tables. This is
I like all
some-
these. I like. Oh,
I wish
nice.
it was
Yeah.
moonshine, but no,
That's,
this is
it's home tapped maple syrup.
Yeah.
yes. There we
I
go.
like the guesses. Shadow Reaper's like,
Oh.
jam, money jar,
Oh my
jam,
God.
shiny moons, maple syrup,
Mm.
jam, moonshine, alcoholic jam,
It's
maple
maple
booze, booze in
syrup.
a jar,
That's
shoe shine.
pancakes for a year. Oh my god.
Oh no, I'll
Oh,
use
did you
this
tell-
up in less than a year.
You gotta
for
tell
sure.
him. You gotta tell him about the honey too from the other
Mm.
day.
Mm.
I want to
Mm.
taste.
You want to taste?
If it's okay.
Yeah, come here.
Hang
You
on.
want to have it off the lid or
Wait,
something?
let me grab,
or get
I'll
like.
grab a chopstick or something. So
Yeah.
I'm not, like, sticking my finger
Oh,
in
it's
there.
really good maple syrup. This is fantastic. Mmm. Oh, it's got good flavor. Mmm. Drink it, the whole thing. I don't have the official shot glasses yet, so I can't. Oh, it's maple syrup, guys. Yeah, I should tell them about the honey though, because I had like this beehive which took up residence in our backyard. Suddenly swarmed, and so we had to get rid of the hive.
Alright, I wanna
You gotta try
one of
this, man.
those.
Yeah. That's my roommate's stuff. Hello. You're gonna this.
Hey,
do,
stuff.
like, over that. So. There we go. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's really good, isn't it?
Where'd this come from?
Noble, one of the members of the Lacka Accord sent it to me.
Where? No, I mean like where, like in the country.
Where's Noble
Is it-
from?
Vermont?
Michigan.
Oh, Michigan.
Yeah, that would be it.
Holy shit. That
Oh, that's
tastes-
really good. That's good
It tastes like
stuff.
nostalgia.
I want it. Oh my god, what if the bourbon and the maple syrup?
Huh.
Steph,
Yeah.
could you do me a favor and make me bourbon maple syrup? You can have some too.
Did you mean a bourbon maple cocktail?
Yeah.
Or like, what do you want? Like a whiskey sour with that, or?
Sure, or it could just be whiskey and maple syrup, honestly.
Whiskey and maple
Yeah,
syrup, and it'll
I just
look-
want to have a shot.
Oh
Yeah,
my goodness.
I just want to
Alright.
hear. You can use this stuff. Gotta have it. But yeah, this.
I'm
is
gonna go
horrible.
grab some beer now
Yeah.
since it's in.
Oh, goodness.
Be right back.
This is so good.
It's happy hour.
Yes. It's past 6 on a Friday. It's happy hour. All day Friday is happy hour. Oh,
Shadow
it's so
Reapers.
good. Oh my god.
Says, what do you use for pose reference? Do you have one of those posable figures? Do you have a friend stand up and pose? You can use anything that works for you. Like those maquette things. Yeah, you can use those. They're fairly expensive usually, but you can probably find virtual versions of that at this point. Like you don't even need to have like a physical one. There's probably like a browser-based one somewhere you can just like pose or something. But there's like websites that are just huge repositories of like reference photos of different poses. Like I said, DeviantArt has tons of just like go to DeviantArt and search for like a pose reference. There's a crap ton of it there, and it's all like you could just click on the image and download it. It's free, so they probably have packs they sell too and stuff. But like, I mean, everywhere all over the internet, you can just look at like random videos of people doing things and pause the video and draw. It's really whatever work. If you have a friend who's willing to pose for you, yeah, great. Use them to do your sketches or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's really just a matter of personal preference and what's workable for you and what you're comfortable with.
Mm-hmm.
You guys answering the pose question?
Yeah. Roberto Baird, apparently we missed a question.
Yeah, it's into log. But yeah, it's
Is it in the...
Oh, sorry, actually. Yeah, they have a few questions. The first question from them was the how long have you been working on this project question.
Oh, right. Yeah, that maple syrup came and had to... we did the Kickstarter for this March through April last year. We didn't get the funds for the Kickstarter until May, so that's when we started ramping up. And we hired animators in June. So we've been about a year in full swing production on this. But prior to that, we had to do like the initial animatic for the Kickstarter. We had to write our script. There was like lots of planning that went into it ahead of time. So like all told, I think we started conceptualizing this in 2019, and then yeah, but like the actual like film production has been 2020, May 2020, I'd say it was about when we started.
Sorry. There are
okay.
other questions. Roberto Baird, which I actually forgot to log. Let me grab it. Hey, I've been drawing for a long time now, and I feel like my style has barely improved at all. Do you have any tips on how to improve my art at all? I'm kind of desperate right now.
First, I would like keep your old art, and even though it might make you cringe a bit to go look back at it, that's actually a good sign because it means you've gotten better and your perception of what good art has evolved. But it's also like it's good to have a way to like kind of quantify your progress, even though you feel like you aren't making progress. Sometimes you go and look at something and you're like, oh, actually I did improve over this time. Like look at how this old thing, I can tell I had a mistake here and a mistake here, and you don't tend to make those errors anymore. Whatever.
Yeah, don't see that as a failure. Like that's just that's just some. It's just an indication of where you can grow instead.
Yeah, it's part of growing. Realizing that, like looking at your old art and being like, oh, whoops, that was bad. Don't view that in a negative way. But in general, I mean, if you feel stuck in a rut, try a new medium, try changing it up, try something, like find an artist.
Nice.
Like I always have
What
like
it is, it's not a whiskey sour. There's a tablespoon of whiskey in it.
It's pretty good.
I always have like reference folders all over my hard drive.
Of
Like,
whiskey and what,
art-
like the shot of maple syrup.
No, there's
It's
a
pretty
shot
good.
of maple.
Oh, it's so-
A shot of bourbon.
of
and-
of
and
art I've collected
that's pretty
that's
good,
just
though.
you know
It's pretty good. Did you make one
inspirational.
for yourself
and
too?
It's a little early for me. I gotta go back out in a bit. But I'll maybe-
Okay, well, you feel free to have some if you want. Sorry, I was
Alright.
talking to Steph,
I
saying
might-
she can
yeah,
have some.
I might do maybe I'll do like a maple whiskey sour or something.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, but keep reference folders around for
We
things
need
and
lemons.
collect things you find inspirational, art that you really like, styles that you really like that you might want to experiment with. Sometimes you'll find a painting and you'll just like and you'll just like the texture of it, even though the subject matter isn't that interesting to you or something. Or you might find a photograph of just like some outdoor environment or something that's just a random picture, but you like the color palette. Like, keep all those things as, you know, just tuck them away. And then when you're feeling kind of inspirationally dry, like, you know, flip through your your image collection and just look at all the things and look for something that might strike you at that moment as like, yeah, let me try that. Just like sometimes just making a change like that can really push you forward, because you can just stumble on some new technique or some new bit of knowledge that you didn't have before. Sometimes you will also just like need to step back a little bit and refresh and go live life a little and then come back to the art. Like, you can't just always be working and creating art in a vacuum. Like, it doesn't work that way. You have to go be out in the sunshine and laugh and do things to give you a source from which your art can come, you know?
Yeah, art really shouldn't
Yeah.
be miserable. We often use it as like a way to deal with miserable stuff, but the process of making art should not be a miserable one, period. And like you always need to refresh yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like this comes from something. It doesn't come out of the ether.
And I mean, if I can answer for myself, for the if you feel you're stagnating, also you can use that as a drive to improve. Personally, I'm completely changing my workflow right now and forcing myself to learn some things that I really needed to learn to pass the next level.
Yeah.
So looking at tutorials, if you can understand, if you consume a lot of art media, tutorials, all those things, you might have a better idea of what it is you're that you think you would help you be more happy with your artwork, which areas you can improve on, and yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of trying those things.
Yeah. I mean, it can be big or small too, to change things up. Like, if you're not feeling particularly daring, maybe just like download some new Photoshop or Clip Studio brushes and just try them out and see what you can come up with and what it might inspire you to do. Or if you're feeling really adventurous, then maybe try a whole new medium. Just like be like, yeah, I'm gonna do an oil painting today, or I'm gonna sculpt something today with polymer clay or whatever.
Yeah, I find sculpture to be very therapeutic. Like, it's a physical thing, and it builds like a lot of skills. I tell everybody, it's like, get into sculpture if you want to animate as well, because it's like just you learn how to think in a three-dimensional way.
Yeah, or like try your hand at like 3D modeling or something. Like, Blender is free. Blender is an amazing program, and it's completely free. Like, give it a fucking try. It's pretty cool.
It's getting stronger and stronger.
The Solus asks, have y'all played the Bioshock, the full series game? I really love the narrator and the stories, though my audio logs and favorite is Bioshock 2.
I have played some of Bioshock 2, and that's really it. I've watched people play Bioshock 1. Just not a lot of time for gaming.
Thank you, Steph.
It is beautiful, though. I love the Art Deco look of it all.
Yeah, I was I played Bioshock 1. I liked the I liked the scathing Ayn Randian dystopia.
Yeah, it's I do like that it kind of tears a new one there into like Atlas Shrugged, the Fountainhead, and that kind of
people are
objectivist
like,
shit.
wow, I love this. We should totally live like this. It's like, no. What's the
You're missing the
decay
point
and
of
stuff
the...
and...
No.
Sorry, I missed a couple of questions. I'm trying to just re-grab all of them.
I'll just answer a couple of ones that are coming up right now, a confused butterfly says, "What program are you using?" Fable is working in Toon Boom right now.
Yeah, I think Shadow Reaper specified earlier they were really after finding out what you personally use as far as pose references goes.
Oh, me? I mean, it's all over the place, just like I was describing. I will usually try to eyeball first and try to like hand just do it myself without reference, and then often I'll if I run into a wall, I'll be like, this isn't quite looking right or isn't quite working the way I want it to, so I'll like go to Google Images and I'll look around for reference images of people in just like roughly a similar pose to what I'm looking at. If I can't find that, I'll go to DeviantArt and look for like pose references. There are like websites that have like 30-second pose or 5-second pose or 5-minute pose or whatever that's like designed specifically for doing pose sketching. I mean, like just what I described is what I'm like, the advice I'm giving you is like just be resourceful. Like part of being an artist is like looking for the stuff, the other tools that you need to like. It's not always just like the actual pen and pencil and paper and paints. It's also the information and knowledge and resources and references.
Learning how
that you
to
need is,
research, like learning also how you learn. Like you need to know how do you learn things, and then like once you understand yourself, then you can teach yourself like lots of stuff.
Right.
You're like,
yeah, it's like I've got tons of books that I bought over the years, but then as the internet became more and more like images on the internet became more and more easy to find references, like I switched over to just using Google Images a lot of the time, but I have like tons of anatomy books and things like that. And I used to fall back on those and I'd flip through those if I felt stuck on something, and now I just go looking for those images, but also just like be a collector, collect the images that you think that are helpful now or might be helpful in the future if it just strikes you in some way, if it's just like, this is cool, I like this, whether it's a picture of a piece of jewelry or a plant or a flower or somebody's painting or something that's like inspiring to you. Just save it and keep all that stuff so that you can just grab it and go looking at it when you just need a little bit of inspiration or a little bit of a boost or like just like a spark of an idea to jump off from. Also, read books, watch movies, like go outside. It's the inspiration's everywhere. There's no like one resource. There's no like place everybody goes to find their inspiration. It's just like,
and if there was, it'd get boring really fast. What would end up happening is people would stop you. It would just be like, well, that's what you do if you're just boring. So artists are constantly just like searching for unique stuff.
Yeah, you just like I said, collect some shit that you like, and whatever suits your fancy.
This whiskey maple syrup's really good. Maple syrup's so good. Somebody mentioned putting syrup in coffee. Yes, legit. That's actually a really good way to have coffee because maple syrup and coffee are delicious.
Actually, so they do go pretty well together. Yeah.
Magnus asks, I saw that you've made an image of Rocky as the Joker. Have you thought about Freckle as the Mask?
As the Mask? Oh god, that'd be
the Mask.
Horrifying.
Rocky's the Mask. He's Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's too bad Jim Carrey played the Riddler. Because...
yeah.
Freckle is not the Mask.
No.
Freckle.
I mean, he's a little bit like Jekyll and Hyde in a way, but
yeah,
he's definitely that like.
Freckle is Two-Face. There you go. That's better.
There. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Harvey Dent.
Yeah. Make him Harvey Dent. It's like, yeah, you know, justice and stuff and murder.
Justice, but also murder.
The indecisiveness, though.
Yeah.
Ariana Marie asks, have any of you worked in 3D art? Also, which do you prefer, 2D or 3D?
I worked in 3D extensively in the game industry. Modeling, rigging, animating, texturing characters. I prefer 2D, but I do enjoy 3D also. I still do revisit 3D when I need to like basically build reference for myself. I use 3D to do. I will block out a scene sometimes for a comic, especially if it's like a complicated interior or something, lots of geometric shapes. And and knowing that I will have to draw like panels of this environment like from many different angles, having a like just a block model reference where I've really just got like cubes and cylinders in there is extremely helpful for keeping track of like where things are located relative to each other, and then using that reference to like understand the perspective and to basically fly a virtual camera around in there and find the best angles to try to draw things from. Like if I need
Yeah,
a
that's what we
dynamic
did
angle
for
or
the
something.
when we were boarding actually. Like we
Yeah,
got
we did the
3D
boarding
models,
layout that
yeah.
way. Yep.
It made it much easier to be like, nah, let's try a different angle, because it's usually a nightmare note when you're a storyboard artist says change the camera angle. So, but I was saying, like,
Shout out to
here's the
Newt,
set,
who-
just set up the camera and like pick a spot, and it's like that's like so much drawing that you don't have to worry about then. You can just focus on the characters and how they're interacting in the environment. Thank you for the super chat, Fires Chief, who says, still amazed you all watch the chat and respond while working. Love the philosophical perspective on Bioshock as well. Well, I mean, I'm not alone. So if I was alone, then yeah, this would be much harder. I find the conversation stimulating also. Like, this actually helps me focus. Like, if I was right now working on some lip sync, this would be difficult. And I might mute, I might, like, deafen my friends so that I could pay attention. And then just let them answer questions while I worked. But right now I'm not doing anything dialogue related, so.
You would be happy to pretend to be offended. Porter asks, what's their space coffee recipe?
I mean, I'd tell you, but you'd lose your mind.
It involves a lot of things in Zib's cabinet.
How's that for a Lovecraftian plot?
You have a lot of, you're starting to have quite a few secret food things that people are bugging you about.
I mean, should I tell you? What should I tell you to put in your coffee to make it space coffee?
Actually, just forbidden condiments.
I feel like I'm liable here for any potential bodily harm. That may come
Zib's
to you.
Zib's medicine cabinet all just dumped into one thing.
I mean, some things are better left unanswered too. Like, as soon as you put a definition on it, it's just like suddenly not that funny anymore. So it's just.
Rip has a medicine cabinet? I thought he'd just keep all that in a duffel bag or something.
It's in the saxophone case. You can't put the
Zib has
saxophone in
some-
there.
He mostly just
Zib
has some
stash.
shit scattered on the floor in the apartment. So.
He just picks it off the ground and like wraps it in some paper and smokes it. It may or may not be what he wishes it was. Sometimes it's a dust bunny. Sometimes it's something else.
Sometimes it's just pocket lint. Who knows?
And he's like, oh shit.
A confused butter asks, a butterfly. I crop that weird. Does the program have a steep learning curve, or can someone like me who animates on paper use it kind of quickly? Talking about Toon Boom.
I
mean,
like
any
it.
software has a learning curve.
Yeah.
Some people might take to it quicker than others. Depends on what other type of software you've used, and if you've worked with timelines and keyframes before in any other software, it probably is going to make sense pretty quickly. But yeah, the overall usability of it comes with time. I'm sure it's pretty sophisticated piece of software. So there's lots of tutorials out there though too. So. We probably talked about Z's channel before already, but
Yeah.
Yep. There's Z's channel. There's quite a few other peripheral channels associated with her for teaching Toon Boom. I've started hanging out with her little groups, so I've gotten to meet quite a few of them. There's a pretty nice little community around it.
yeah.
Aaron Kennedy asks, would Rocky like folk punk?
Yeah. I think he likes a lot of different types of music, I think, already. Even in the 20s, he'd have been into jazz and classical and Irish traditional music and whatever he was feeling at the moment, or whatever complemented his mood. he would enjoy. But yeah, I think punk would appeal to him on some level too.
Nova asks, hey Tracy, how long has Rocky had his lucky tie?
Since about the time he started working at Lackadaisy.
Nova's been asking a lot of lucky tie questions lately.
Interesting.
I
What
wonder
they're
why.
up to. Shadow Reaper asks, Tracy, when you're in the zone and drawing, do you listen to music? A podcast?
If I'm just working on art itself and not doing any kind of like writing or thumbnailing where I need to like think about dialogue at the same time, I'm usually listening to music or listening to podcasts, or I've got like a Let's Play playing in the background and just kind of like intermittently look up at it. Yeah,
Tall
lots
Lady
of different
Let's Play.
things.
Oh,
Huh? Yeah,
Tall
Tall Lady
Lady,
Let's
yeah.
Play. I did watch the Resident Evil Let's Play
I gotta keep watching that.
Village. It's
Very
good. Actually,
good.
I really liked the puppet stuff. Actually, of course, I love Lady Dimitrescu, but yeah, the was it the House Benevenito was pretty cool. Like, there's a very creepy fetus monster thing in it. That's like, holy shit, scary.
I think Patrick was saying there's a lot of Romanian folklore in this one.
Yeah, it's definitely set in a place that's supposed to resemble like some kind of old Romania, like from whence vampires came, sort of feeling to it. It's also very like, it's definitely pulling from one of the things, like, it's, I mean, Island of Dr. Moreau, it seems to, like, that Moreau guy seems to be a reference to that. Although he's his own thing, like, he's definitely not like the way things go with that. It's clearly not quite the same, but yeah. There were some other things too where they were clearly like, but I guess Resident Evil has always kind of done that. Like, they take some, like Resident Evil 7 seemed to be borrowing quite a bit from like Texas Chainsaw Massacre type stuff. And, I don't know. Yeah, this one's like all very like old vampires of old, and lichens and things.
Cool. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I haven't gotten around to watching a Let's Play of it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Too much of a coward to try it myself, but...
Yeah, I just don't have freaking time to sit down and play a game for 12 hours.
Yeah.
I can play, that's why I like Phasmophobia, because I can play like for an hour and then be done. And then go back to it some other time.
Yeah, I still gotta try that.
Yeah, you should come play with us sometime.
Sure.
Yeah.
The last time I only declined because it was 20
Oh.
midnight.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But yeah.
Next time we have a game start up, like usually it's just whenever Candy has time and shows up. We'll just play for an hour and a half or so.
I'd love to.
I'll give you a poke next time. Next time we do that.
I'm gonna have a weird schedule for a bit. I'm gonna be switching to German sleep schedule next week, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Oh,
doing some
traveling,
remote work.
huh? Oh,
I'm not
cool.
traveling, but I'm doing remote.
Oh,
work.
you're doing work with them, and so need to be on their schedule. Got it.
Yeah, I figured it'd be easier that way.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay.
Solus asks, have you ever heard the Amnesian stories, and did you know that the Mask movie is not really based on the comics? They call him Big Head and they kill...
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm aware. Yeah. It's not really comic-like, but I haven't read the comic, so I couldn't make comparisons.
Yeah. I really don't know much about superhero comics besides the stuff everybody knows, so I can't comment.
Yeah, never been a Cape comic person.
I grew up on the European stuff, so it's a little different.
Yeah.
Sad Cat asks, are there any features or quirks that you hate about Toon Boom?
hate about the pencil tool gets a little taking used to. The process of thickening or thinning lines, I would like it if I could draw over the line to thicken it up when I'm using pencil tool, but it doesn't have that feature right now. But I have talked to Z about whether or not they can implement that kind of thing in the future. Because Z actually works for Toon Boom, so some of the feedback I give can, I don't know, maybe it can make its way into future releases.
Well, don't they consider you a what is
Yeah,
it?
I'm ambassador right now.
Ambassador, yeah.
You get to represent them at the United Nations.
Oh, that's too much work.
Yes.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like the crowd you enjoy hanging with, I'll put it that way.
I mean, I'm sure they're interesting people, but
They probably, yeah.
be like, what are you doing here?
They probably have a.
I'm representing
some-
animation.
I'm sure
Yeah.
the food
Country.
is the food's probably good. They probably get
Ooh,
to eat
yeah.
some like exotic cheeses and stuff. So.
God, yeah, fuck yeah, yeah.
I'd
I want to
hang
wear
with
the United Nations just so I
Say-
can get exotic cheese.
hang with them for the cheese.
This is all my only.
Now joining the United Nations, I only have one agenda: cheese.
Give me the cheese, and I'll be whatever.
I
I'll
would
vote on
become
whatever
a
you want.
diplomat.
Cheese.
My diplomatic immunity lets me cross borders with
Steel cheese.
contraband cheese. A cheese smuggler.
Cheese runner.
Roberta. Oh, ahead. Okay, Roberta asks, "Hey, whose bird is that?"
Guess.
Bird is faces. The many birds.
Several many birds. All the birds, actually. Every bird is my bird. Do you know? That pigeon that shat on your car this morning? That was me. That was mine.
Fable sent that bird.
Yeah. To teach you a lesson. Don't fuck with me.
Just a preemptive lesson.
Yeah.
Just in case you were thinking of fucking with them.
Solus asks, "Have you ever seen the Spy vs. Spy comic?"
Uh-huh.
I guess. I mean, I
What was-
didn't have Mad Magazine or whatever it was in.
Yeah, I
Mad-
mean, I've
Yeah,
seen
we've seen some of
examples
that.
of the comic. I never got Mad Magazine, but we've all seen, like, the animation
Yeah.
versions of it, I'm sure.
Oh, shoot. What?
Gotten
Hello?
my hands on it.
Hello?
Okay, I'll be
Hello?
right out.
Uh-oh.
That's my food.
Food.
That's my food.
Oh.
So let me 1 second.
Awesome.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I did see get my hands on a few old copies of Mad, and I did see the Spy vs. Spy. It was very simple, but they were okay. I mean, a lot of the... It's got a bit of a print comic feel while being too violent for normal newspaper comics, I guess. What was actually the last question? Did I miss any? What are you up to tonight, Tracy?
I'm drawing Kickstarter backer art still. Well, I'm actually digitally processing some of it right now. I've done all the penciling for it all. But I can't just deliver raw pencil drawings to people, so doing some gussying up of said drawings.
Looking really good.
Thanks. I'll share them for patrons in a bit.
Mm-hmm. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone the other day was asking if you'd ever done anything Egyptian theme, and I had completely forgotten about that patron art that you were finishing up recently.
Oh,
I know you've done it at some point, but
that one of the character Xerxes, the
Yeah.
black cat. Oh yeah, he's not Egyptian, but I can see why like it come across that way. But yeah, I think I did some like Sekhmet Bastet art way back when I was a kid.
yeah, I feel like I've seen something like that from you at some point.
Mhm.
Oh, a question for me. Fire Chief asks, without getting too specific, what's your field of remote work? Art as well? No, art is very much a hobby for me. I studied mechanical engineering with a specialty in mechatronics, and now I work in the automation industry. I'm not legally allowed to call myself... Well, I'm legally allowed to call myself a junior engineer because Quebec law is extremely strict and specific, but... yeah, I work on industrial machines. And then I come home and I draw stuff.
It's hush hush and important stuff.
I mean, I don't... I like keeping the different facets of my life separate.
I get it. Yeah, it's fine. I don't want to like pry into your
I mean,
professional life. You want to keep them, disparate, and it's probably healthy to do that, honestly.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's... I mean, Newt knows what I do, and I'd be happy to tell you about it if we're behind closed doors or something, but, like, the specifics of who I work for and that sort of thing are not stuff I want to share, and...
Yeah, I get it. No, it's fine. We work with people all the time who are like, I'm doing a thing, but it's under NDA, so...
Oh yeah, well, I mean, everything I do is under NDA of some sort, but...
Yeah.
There's a lot of... I mean, I can always... I do... Actually, I guess the closest thing I've ever heard to my job in animation is actually what Z does. Which would be like being this both hireable as an expert, but also being the support / firefighter for any issues at different companies and actually going and helping them on their projects and stuff, as well as giving training.
Sounds like you are a valuable asset to your employer, then. That's
I try to be. Thank you.
Melted Note says, when do you plan to stream again? I'm not sure. We'll probably do one sometime mid-next week. Maybe Sunday, depending on what Fable's feeling. Also, good night.
Good night.
See ya. Thanks for joining us.
Alright, I am returned, and I have a spring roll. I will eat it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'll have my, the rest of the food in a bit, maybe after the stream, but I have my spring roll, and that'll tell me over right now.
Alright. Nova says, will you share the patron art on Patreon or in the patron section of the Discord server? Oh, I will put it on Patreon, but I guess usually I just let, if Newt gets around to it, post it in the patron section, but maybe I should do that myself so that Newt doesn't have to keep on.
I don't know that he's been able to keep up with it with all he's been going through lately. So.
He's been dealing with a lot of stuff, so I will try to remember to at least post a notification that I've posted things on Patreon in the Discord channel for that patron group.
Mm-hmm. I would offer, but I suck at checking my email, so... You should, if you are a patron, and you should be able to turn on email notifications, so Patreon will let you know when I've made a post. Yep.
Just in case you don't have that turned on, you can do that.
Pharaoh's Purse asks, how much of your life has to be under NDA before you become a ghost?
What is this? Huh? What?
Well, they were asking about what I do while you were away, and of course I was cagey about it, as I always am. You don't typically die. If you go into sales, you might lose your soul, though.
I think there might be carrots in this, so if I suffer and die, sorry.
No worries. Try not to die.
I will make an attempt.
At Kalar says, it's 4 a.m. over here. Are these streams announced somewhere in advance? Or did I stumble into something semi-secret here? We didn't announce this one in advance, but sometimes we just stream, because Fable is doing animation and feels like streaming and chatting while doing it. So we decided to just do a public YouTube stream. And no, it's not secret at all. So I think we did tweet. I did tweet about it as soon as it started, and I posted something on Tumblr, but we also didn't pre-announce it, so it's just kind of like a surprise. We're streaming.
Yeah, usually the pre-announced ones would be the Lackachats, which
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do scheduled ones, but usually that involves like games or guests and things like that too. So, yeah. But this one's just art and talking.
There's raw carrots
Sure,
in
but-
this, and I'm allergic to raw carrots. But I'm so hungry and I want it that I'm gonna just be like, deal with the potential allergic reaction.
Yeah, careful with that.
Please.
It's okay. I don't think maybe
Don't.
it's not enough. Yeah.
I would let me put this in a way that
I don't want to have to like put in the credits of the film like in memory of Fable who ate a carrot.
If I won't die, I'll just be very,
Done in
very
my carrot.
uncomfortable.
Okay.
or I guess what we're supposed to say in this situation is when you finish this short, then you have our permission to die.
Job's over. Go die. Aw, damn it. Again?
I mean, if you feel like.
Only if you feel like dying.
Mm.
Okay, let's see whether or not I survived now. It was delicious and so worth it. Just like that peanut sauce. So good. I wish I knew how to make this stuff properly. That's so good. I think it's like peanut sauce and poison. Something like that. Food. Food. I like food. Sorry, everything got real quiet. This is just quiet. Hello, and welcome to our YouTube channel where I quietly munch a spring roll.
Confused Butterfly asks, what would you put on the stone? Failed to be a rabbit? She died.
Died doing what they love.
Eating.
Yeah. Animating and eating.
YOLO. Eat what you're allergic to.
No, don't do that. More bad advice from the Lacka crew.
We do not provide medical advice here on the Lackadaisy stream.
We are not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kids, do
Physician.
drugs.
Do
YOLO.
not-
Eat what you're
No,
allergic to.
no,
Get silly with it.
no. Get silly with it. That's why. Yeah. When it comes to pharmaceuticals, get silly with it. No, please.
I don't know. This isn't a
Seriously,
kid's
though.
show. I can give all the bad advice I want.
Well, it is a YouTube stream. We can get our asses kicked off YouTube. That's one thing
Oh.
we could accidentally do. So let's not. Disclaimer: We're
Eat
not.
what you're
no,
allergic to.
Do not.
Sarcastically.
No, just ignore us when it. Try not to poison yourself or die or, do not take drugs on our recommendation. Do not drink wood alcohol.
Do not drink wood alcohol. Do not do drugs, actually, on our recommendation.
There was a question. Oh yeah, what is your favorite animated film? Lackadaisy.
Aw, it doesn't exist yet. It's getting there.
I'm seeing it right now.
Yeah. That's hard to answer. 'Cause
How's this looking so far, guys?
Very good.
yeah, looks great.
I know I always say stuff like this, but Rocky bracing himself will be a good emote one day.
It's sort of surprising he actually senses that he's in danger for once.
Just took a
Must
huge
be-
knock on the head, and everything
Yeah.
else.
I mean, I guess even he would be intimidated by the predator.
Yeah.
Yeah, few people on the Lackadaisy discovered this week. They can just ask for new emotes, and I'll make them. There's been quite a few actually. We have been told by chat to, or by Shelly Belly, you're telling me to do drugs, and now you're telling me not to. Make up your goddamn mind.
I mean, no. Okay, so here's the thing. We said, don't do drugs. Asterisk on our recommendation. So that's the caveat. You can do all the drugs you want, just not because we said so necessarily.
I take no responsibility for anything said on this stream.
I take no responsibility for anything I say or do.
What am I, an after-school special? Do what you
Is
want.
that how it works? Can you just Yep. Just issue a disclaimer and you're scot-free.
Are you above 18? Do what you want. I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Astro Bob says, "Is this where he gets knocked?" Not
No.
from like that thing from the comic. If that's what you're referring to, is not in this. Other things happen, but not that.
This is where he gets killed by the ghost of Atlas.
Yeah. Yeah.
James Hostetler. I don't know how to parse that statement. Is it do drugs kill a bear? Is it a question or is it a statement? Do drugs kill a bear?
Yes.
Like I can't tell if that's like in what tone am I supposed to read this because it changes the meaning rather profoundly.
If you read it in Victor's voice, it is do drugs, comma, kill a bear.
Okay, yes.
If you are reading it in
In Freckles' voice, it's like, do drugs kill a bear?
if the bear you're talking about is Horatio, according to the triangle, yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Poor Horatio.
Is this animated movie different from the comic, or will there be some scenes and or plot points from it?
A little yes, little no.
Yes and yes. Those are not mutually exclusive things, I suppose. So yes and yes. It is different from the comic, but also has things you will recognize if you have read the comic.
Now the chat is just talking about bears, or getting mad at me for bringing up the triangle.
Oh no.
The triangle's that controversial, huh?
Apparently, I don't know.
I'm a little miffed that more people haven't made use of my beautiful like baby jail, horny jail, and actual prison diagram. People need to use that. It's good. I put effort into it. It's good.
Maybe you just need to re-up it again.
Yeah, that won't force the joke.
Yeah.
I mean, you did it with a congratulations. Is this gonna end up turning into Invincible? I
Just
have not seen Invincible, and I therefore do not know what you're talking about.
I don't
I do.
know. Yeah.
Think, Rocky,
Oh, you
think!
mean- Oh, that. Oh, good God. It became a meme, yes.
Just
That's the only thing I know. That's all I know about Invincible. is that J.K.
Getting punched in the
Simmons,
face repeatedly until bloody and sad.
I mean,
Giving
that kinda
you
thing
some more
happens
money,
in
it could be.
I mean,
Yeah, create a really hateable character and just have the rest of your career be taking commissions of him getting beaten to shit out of.
Oh, we love Rocky, and we still love to see him getting the shit beat
Oh,
out
yeah.
of him.
there's. Yeah.
And Grave Rider asks how I found Lackadaisy. Many years ago, I had started using Twitter and stopped. And then but in that process, I had started following a comic called Dreamkeepers. Then one day out of nowhere, I absolutely randomly decided to just checked what was going on Twitter, and they were running a contest for a card game where characters were competing for a card, and one of the characters was Mordecai.
Oh, yeah.
And then I said, hey, that is a stupidly well-drawn cat. I gotta bookmark that and go read it later. And
I actually didn't know that was how you found it. That's cool.
yeah, that is how it happened.
Small
I just,
world. We have a guy who, I think he used to do some work for Dreamkeepers on the crew, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had especially the early days of the Lackadaisy, a large amount of the early people came from their Discord, actually.
Hmm.
Rocky on Syrup Rush versus a bear, who would win?
The bear would get so annoyed. I think Rocky would win.
Oh god.
Be like, ugh, no.
He would win if only because the bear just wouldn't be able to kill him. It just,
Yeah.
I mean,
North American bears typically are pretty freaking timid.
actually, yeah, black bears usually run away, but grizzly bears, on the other hand,
Depends how much of that syrup was still on him. After you took it.
right? The syrup may have been his
Attracted
downfall.
the
actually,
bear?
in the case, I don't know.
That could be one of those hobo Rocky
if they were fighting over the syrup, that might. Yeah.
If you'd lack a daisy, would you like a different flower?
Oh, poo.
Oh, puns.
Yeah.
That's what he's wincing away from right now. It's an incoming pun. No, not the pun. I like to think, Tracy, that the reason why he's just like, oh, suddenly aware what's gonna happen is because he's like, oh, not again.
Yeah.
Like this happened before.
Other time that this
yes.
happened. This very specific weird. Yes.
Actually, it's just that Atlas faked his own death so he could become a comedian specializing only in dad jokes.
Busy Dizzy says, does Rocky like honey? I mean, he likes sugar in general. He's kind of like got the metabolism of a hummingbird, I think, but I think syrup in particular, because he associates it with pancakes, which he associates with
Good times.
simpler times, happier times, being at home.
The bird question came up again. They are still fables.
They've remained Fable's birds. Yes.
Yeah. As all birds are.
Yes.
Actually, all dinosaurs.
Yes. All fables. It's true. I was very disappointed watching Jurassic World. I was like, Chris Pratt is just not treating my baby girl right.
Yeah.
I'd like to file a complaint.
Yeah, that'd be funny though. Send them a message like complete Karen mom, like angry parent PTA parent message about the dinosaur.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been asked to keep them updated as to when the birds stop being fables. I mean, Fable is planning to outlive me apparently, so.
Yep.
Fable is planning to outlive us all, which has us a little nervous.
I'm looking forward to when you're all dead.
Yeah, apparently. Jesus.
I'll be 120 and you'll all be dead, and I'll be like, eh. All my friends are dead. Good.
Wow.
That's how you win, right?
Yeah, I win.
You win at life.
That's how I keep score.
Premium Cream asks which animation software is that? It is Toon Boom Harmony. Shadow Reaper asks, Tracy, where the heck do you learn all this amazing stuff you put into the comic?
All kinds of different places. I get a lot of questions about like, where'd you find all this information about the 20s? As if there's like one source where you can get all of the information, but no, it's just been like years of doing. I started out with like general research about the 20s, but then like you start having a need because of the circumstances of the story and plot and stuff like that. Specific needs of the story, like you have to look up very specific information, and some of it's very like obscure and like hard to find, and so I've had to go down many internet rabbit holes to find many weird things, like visiting sites where like radio aficionados collect old radios and talk about like what models were available at the time, how you set them up and everything, what radio shows were playing at the time. Things about like how telephone systems work and how you drive a car at that point in time, how windshield wipers worked back then, like just all kinds of different. Even ink pens were different because they didn't have like ballpoint.
God, yeah. Just looking up, like we were just like looking up pens, just pens for like a quick joke, stupid joke, and it's just like, how do pens work? Garbage. Looking up garbage. What were trash cans? Were there trash cans?
Yeah. What was trash pickup like? Did cities have trash pickup systems?
What was even trash? Yeah.
What would you find in the trash? Because it wouldn't be plastic. But yeah, there's a lot. What did phone booths look like in the 20s? And because they didn't have those aluminum ones that if you were, around when phone booths were still a thing. It didn't have like the aluminum blue and silver colored ones anywhere at that time. They were all made of wood, and they were usually inside in like a pharmacy or a little shop or something. Police had call boxes, but other than that, you wouldn't find phones like outdoor, like on the corner or anything. Mm-hmm. So, everything requires research because even the dialogue that the slang the characters use and things like that, the turns of phrase, I have to like look that kind of stuff up. But it's all been like kind of each page, each update presents its own set of challenges, and like, okay, I have to go like dig to find what I need for this or that thing.
Chad is musing over how many FBI watch lists you're on.
I probably a few. Yeah.
They're like, oh no, someone's gonna get back into rum running. We can tell.
Yeah, like Google like how to traffic illegal alcohol.
Great things to look up.
How to run a speakeasy. These are probably all things I have Googled at some point.
Chad is
how to run a speakeasy? You type that in specifically?
How to burn down pig farm.
Answers were inconclusive, so you made something up.
Yeah, I had to
much like Rocky.
Make a bunch of shit up.
Yeah.
I just had to improvise.
Chad is asking how Fable plans to outlive us, considering they just poison themselves.
With carrots.
The carrots will harden me.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. But generally, that's not really true, is it?
Oh man, I think one of my favorite comics from SMBC is The Uncomfortable Truth Saurus, which is debunking all the happy banalities from
Yeah.
childhood shows and stuff. Ariana Marie asks, is Toon Boom Harmony the only Toon Boom, or are there more Toon Boom programs?
No,
know
it
there's
just has a
Storyboard Pro.
weird double name for some reason. Basically.
Isn't there also Storyboard Pro?
There's Storyboard
Yeah.
Pro. That's like
It's
it's
also
Harmony.
run
Is
by
Harmony,
Harmony, the company?
Yeah, Harmony is
but
the
also
company.
Harmony is the name of the animation software. It's a little confusing. I gotta be honest.
Really, I just assumed they were called Toon Boom and the software was called Harmony.
Maybe it is. Okay.
I
No, you
don't
might be right.
know.
But we don't call
I figure-
Storyboard Pro Toon Boom, so
Yeah,
I don't know.
Right? No, it's Harmony. Toon. You frequently say Toon Boom Harmony though, so it's like, why would you call it? But it's actually Harmony's Toon Boom, and Harmony's Storyboard Pro. But you would say like Adobe Photoshop. You wouldn't say Photoshop Adobe. So I don't know. It's very confusing. Yeah. I don't know.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought it would be Toon Boom Harmony and Toon Boom Storyboard Pro, because when you open Harmony, it really presents itself as Harmony, not as Toon Boom as the program name.
I
don't know. I'm supposed to be an ambassador. I don't know.
Should I summon Z?
Some ambassador you are.
Yeah, Z, why is double name? And have her be like, I don't know. Also,
I'm sure she has the answer.
she
I
may
have
have
the-
a answer. Maybe not the answer.
Yeah. I get a lot. I mean, I have a similar job to hers, so I know the kind of weird questions you get sometime. Like, you have a product with this name. What's it short for? I'm like, I have no idea, man. Some Austrian came up with it. Nova asks, how would one go about hugging Mordecai without getting stabbed?
Don't hug him.
Don't.
Or murder him first and then hug him.
You can hug the corpse.
Call it preemptive self-defense.
It's probably accurate. It's good defense in court. It's like, wait, it was that guy? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, you're free to go.
Make a plushie of him and hug that instead.
No, the plushie is also dangerous.
The
It's full of
plushie would
barbed
also be
wire
full
and
of,
broken
like,
glass.
Oh.
Remember?
Barbed
Yeah.
wire and glass shards, yeah.
Nova.
Judgment.
If Nova doesn't know, because that was a Nova question, of course. But if they don't know about this, there is a Mordecai body pillow.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You're gonna freak out Nova now.
One of the patrons had it made, like... It's somewhere in the backlog of patron posts. I don't know where. I might have posted it on YouTube at some point, I don't know. I did post the art from it on YouTube, but I don't know if the actual pillow...
There's what? Oh,
That-
chat's freaking out.
Oh, of course, Nova already has it. Okay.
Oh, okay. It's very silly. Very silly.
There was a question, are you a history lover or just interested in the 1920s?
I generally like history, yeah. Most periods kind of like interest me, but yeah, special interest in the 20s because of the comic. But it kind of expands from there because like you start realizing how many different events and things are really truly connected in ways that when you're kind of getting that like public school education, you don't quite realize because you're really just like memorizing like rote information, like names of specific people and like the event they're associated with or what paperwork they signed or whatever. Or
Yeah, history is an
legislation
interesting
they-
story, and
Yeah,
so rarely is it actually
it
presented
is,
that
but
way.
it's not. Yeah, exactly. It's not presented as a story. Everything's so connected, and it's like, oh, when you start researching it yourself, it's like, this is so cool how all this stuff like influences other stuff that happened, and these movements influence other movements, and this art style has so much to do with this political, you know, environment that was present at the time, and yeah, it's just like everything is super interconnected, and that's like really where the interest lies. And so it's not just like the 20s, but it's like all the things that led up to what made the 20s the 20s, and then all of the ways that the 20s influenced everything else that came after. That fascinates me a lot. So I don't really look at it as being like just like singularly focused on the 20s. Because that's such an arbitrary like delineation. Like
Chad also asks, what other historical eras do you like besides the 20s?
I like the Edwardian era. I find that interesting. I find the Victorian era interesting in the sense that I've often thought about maybe like there have been times when I've like kicked around the idea of doing kind of a body snatchers type of thing, like Burke and Hare type stuff has always been like fascinating and creepy to me, and I don't know, I've been pretty fascinated by like the 60s are really interesting. Mad Men was like my favorite show for a long time. Really into that. Yeah, I don't know. Lots of stuff. I was really into like medieval stuff, but in a more like fantasy kind of way. Like I used to draw like I was writing a story, but mostly I was drawing characters from a story that I had going from like age 14 until I was about, I don't know, 20.
Oh god, this book that I attempted to start when I was 14. I got like a couple
Yeah,
chapters in,
I
and then I
know.
read it back, and I'm like, I think I'm not a good writer right now.
I know.
I should never show this
wrote,
to anybody.
Exactly. I'd like write a chapter, and then like I'd sit on it for a little while, and then I'd go back and read it later and be like, oh, this is awful, I gotta start over. And then I'd like start over like so many times, and I'd just end up doing like all this peripheral stuff to it because I was so insecure about my writing ability, and like be like, okay, well, design all these characters, I gotta like write their entire backstory, but also draw their family heraldry and like draw their family trees, and then draw the map, and then also the map of like all the other places that don't even factor into the story at all. And I was just like, yeah, it was crazy. And you just kind of like start procrastinating and working on things that are like tangential to the story instead of like actually doing the meat of it. And so yeah, but that was like eventually I just like grew out of it. It was like ideas I had when I was in, you know, high school didn't seem like great ideas any longer. By the time you're in your 20s, it's like your interests change, your idea of what good storytelling changes. Yeah, it's just sometimes you outgrow something. But I learned a lot messing around with that stuff too, so.
Mm-hmm. Chat really wants us to tell them where the body pillow is.
What should I show them?
Like, did I show you the actual pillow? Did I give that to you? I mean, I showed the art.
I mean, I could show it to
There's
chat.
a photo. Oh, okay, go ahead, sure.
I don't have it. I don't have it.
Oh, you were just.
I should put that. Give that to me, and then I can put it in the shame folder.
Mookie, what are you doing hiding in chat?
We'll put it in HR.
Mookie, what the fuck are you doing? Get in here.
Prop it up in the corner.
Mookie! Mookie, damn you. Mookie. Get in here, Mookie. I am almost done with Rocky here. There's only one other thing I'll have to animate once I get him done. And that's the bucket. The swivel chair. But there's like just a very tiny thing I have to do for that.
Nova also asked if you mind that they got themselves a Daki, which I assume is a body pillow with the art he drew them.
Oh, no, I don't mind. It's your art. You do whatever you like with it. I'm flattered.
What did you give them?
art.
Tracy.
A drawing.
Tracy, would you give Nova?
I think you've seen it, actually.
Potentially.
Oh, the questions are rolling in now. The Aereo Train asks, what is on the list of forbidden condiments?
No comment.
This one
No
again.
comment.
No comment.
we have said that I hate to build it up, like hype it up in any way, because it's so like it's gonna be so uninteresting to you, but like it's just funnier as an acronym. But
Yeah.
we will print the list, and if we do end up printing like a list of like drink recipes and stuff from Engrave's work, we can include that in the back, like the condiment list that's forbidden.
Hey, Engraves, it wasn't my fault. I'm so, like somebody else asked it. I've been giving shit about this.
For those who may not know, Engrave has been concocting some desserts and drinks and stuff with a Lackadaisy theme. You should go check out their stuff because it's really amazing.
Astro Bob asks, why did you decide to set this in the 20s?
Because it's an interesting time period. Also because I kind of got the idea from local history. St. Louis is built on a giant limestone cave system. It's underground here, and very extensive caves. They were often used during, well, pre-Prohibition. They were used for, lagering beer and storing alcohol and things because the temperatures are fairly steady, and it's just conditions are right for alcohol production and storage and trafficking, moving them around. A lot of the caves interconnected, like they could like transport things underneath a busy street easily, and they'd have like beer gardens and caves. They had like pool halls and swimming pools and theaters and things inside caves and stuff. And just did some cool things with it. And I was just reading stories about this kind of stuff, and I had happened to have bought a very old house around that time, and I was just like interested in all this historical stuff. I was listening to jazz music, and it just kind of all came together into a 1920s era thing.
And then you got infected with
right.
toxoplasmosis. And the rest
Oh,
was
right.
history.
Yeah, that's how the cat thing happened. I had all these cat characters from when I was a kid that had no context. They were just like characters I drew in my school notes and things. I just dress them up in different costumes and have fun with them, because anything aside from like paying attention in school. And it just kind of occurred to me, like, I could do something with them with this 1920s thing. I'm like, does cats fit here? Cats 1920s, I guess. And it just seemed to work. I don't know. It's like, yeah, gangsters, cats, yeah, that's the ticket. Yeah, so I took it and ran with it. Sometimes, I don't know, inspiration doesn't make a lot of sense, but it strikes, and it doesn't strike that often in that strong a way, so you just kind of have to like grab that bull by the horns and see where it takes you. That's really not how the saying goes, but that's what happened.
Throw that
Mookie.
bowl to the china and see what happens.
Mookie. Yeah.
Mookie, why aren't you here, Mookie?
He apparently they're gonna bounce. So.
Aw.
Engraver Rider says the comment from earlier made her cry. Thank you, Tracy.
Aw. Just speaking the truth.
Mazda may ask, this is probably impossible to answer, but how much time does it take to animate a shot like this, or maybe Rider to get these roughs?
You've started it. You guys been seeing it start to finish right now, pretty much. There's one element I can't put in here at the moment because spoilers, but you're watching it happen. for something like this where the character's not moving around all that much, I mean, I actually could have made this even simpler, but I wanted like a certain tension to this. This is actually the shot in this particular sequence where he moves around the most.
Jonathan Camano asks, "What animal is this?" Is it a cat or a raccoon? It is a cat.
What animal is this? Ferret.
I actually answered one earlier when I
yeah.
asked that. But
Ferret. It's a
it's a
ferret.
strange cryptid known as Rocky. The least you know about it after that, the better.
He's an SCP.
Truly.
Yeah, he's a incognito
He's
hazard.
an escaped SCP.
Yeah. Shadow Reaper commented, "Tracy, I have to pause my reading to say that the storm on page 150 looks amazing."
Oh, thank you.
Mookie asked, "How are the bees doing, Fable?"
They're beautiful.
And CCP
I see
asks,
what
"What
you
did the honeycombs taste like, Fable?"
Beautiful.
You're not allowed to do that twice in a row. That's illegal.
Legal use of pun.
Cinnamon Pumpkin asks, "Are you guys answering questions right now?"
No.
No.
Yes, we are.
Roberto Baird
No
asks,
talking.
Yeah. What would happen if the 18th Amendment was still enforced in 2021? How would the America looked?
Nobody would respect it. Much
Yep.
like in the 1920s. It would be
Yep,
about as
same
successful now
thing.
as then. Yeah.
All it would do is successfully create a black market for alcohol.
Kind of
Lots
like
of
how,
variables for
marijuana's illegal, and yet look at all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
And you'd have lots of people in prison for no good reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And lots of people who do atrocious things because there's no regulation of like people getting poisoned by badly produced alcohol and things like that.
Mazme asks, also, is there anything from the 20s that you want or have in real life?
Yeah, I have some like newspaper clippings of comics and jewelry, and I have a whole giant like book collection thing of like newspaper bits. For some reason I have a record of like livestock sales from the 20s. I have a license plate from a truck from the 1920s. I don't know, just like random stuff, yeah. Books from the 20s. Yeah, just things I've picked up, collected over the years, or things that people have like spotted and given me because like, hey, Tracy does a thing from the 20s, so you might like this.
So Nova asks, Tracy, would you make a Rocky body pillow?
Oh no.
I think the question is, should I?
How much of how much of a troll could one make it?
I mean,
the Mordecai one's already pretty much a troll. He's just like the non-sexy. Sitting there with an iron. He doesn't look like he's like on the pillow even. He's just standing.
could see those sexy sock garters. Yeah, I mean, I don't really. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard for me to draw my characters in like a sexy way that isn't really sarcastic because I think of them as like pretty unsexy. But I mean, that's like the way you perceive them is totally valid too. I'm not trying to like make fun of anybody. But...
No, this is not making fun of anybody's taste. This is more just like creator laughing at one's own imagination.
Yeah, because I mean, you should hear the discussions we have about Rocky behind the scenes. They are not sexy at all.
No. Frequently, it's actually kind of joking about how unsexy. There's a lot of jokes.
He's a dork. But yeah.
Nova clarifies, I never asked for a sexy Rocky body pillow.
Oh, okay.
We know what you like, Nova.
We know you.
I mean,
I never asked for it. It's like, but we know you. We know what you do.
who wouldn't want to take a syrupy, sticky Rocky to bed with them?
Tracy. I'm sure someone's into that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a whole community.
Fair number. Oh heck no, I've seen the art actually, come to think of it.
Oh, okay.
I know who's into it.
I mean, food play is definitely a thing, but
You did do that one image with Mitzi and Zib.
I did. Yeah, that was. I mean, patron chat put me up to it, I think.
Yes.
How long did it take to animate this shot? When did I start streaming?
5 hours ago.
There you go. This has taken 5 hours. A little less than if we don't count food and stuff. It's small breaks.
Ariana Marie asks, have you guys heard any musicals? If so, which ones, and did you like them?
What's a musical?
I've heard none of them, and I hated them all. No,
What's
we
music?
actually watched Grease.
Yeah.
We watched Grease the other day in stream. Kaz is on a greaser streak, so yeah, we ended up watching Grease. Because Fable hadn't seen it, and I was shocked and appalled.
I've seen half of it.
We watched Fiddler on the Roof recently.
Oh, we need to finish the second part of Fiddler on the Roof.
Yeah, we haven't gotten through the whole thing. It's a long movie.
Yep, it's Kaz. Yeah.
Yeah, I like musicals. I'm not like crazy head over heels for them, but there's been a lot of them that I really enjoy, like Cabaret and stuff. Music Man's kind of fun in a very doofy way. Very lighthearted. But good songs, catchy songs.
I'm liking how this is coming out. It's got a good rhythm.
I
It's
did
small,
see
but-
Hamilton. Hamilton. Yeah. I saw it in the theaters. It was good. In a theater, not the theaters. Sorry, go ahead, Fable. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I said I like how this is coming out. Musicals. I was talking to Dave. Dave was he went and got tickets to Nightmare Before Christmas, the musical. I was like, oh, that sounds really good. If I had the money, I would totally go get a ticket and go see that.
There is or
I know that Dave's
was
really into musicals.
a Beetlejuice musical running for a time.
I want to
Maybe.
see that. That sounds so up
The
my
music-
alley. Yeah.
The music is good. You can find it on Spotify, but yeah, that sounded interesting. It seemed to take the story in a slightly different direction.
Cinnamon Pumpkin asks, my dad wanted to know if you know the movie Bugsy Malone.
I do know that movie, yes. Scott Baio and a very, very young Jodie Foster. And pies. The gangsters fight with pies instead of guns.
Weird.
What was
It's
that
a very...
movie we watched that was like a goofy 90s film? That totally influenced Batman?
Oh, Dick Tracy?
Yee.
Yeah. Yeah, Dick Tracy's great.
Wait, that's not...
Um,
Wait, Dick Tracy,
yeah.
but if it was a musical, can you imagine?
oh my god.
I've seen the Dick Tracy Commodore game.
Oh? I mean, yeah, it was like
Look bad.
it's a long-running detective comic thing, but the movie was like just kind of defined how movies went throughout the rest of the 90s, like in terms of
It wasn't
like,
a film that
action.
did well critically or
No,
anything,
it
or
was-
even with
it was
audiences,
pan-
but it had a huge influence on filmmakers at the time. They're like, Yo!
it was widely panned, but it was so different. Like it was very memorable and very influential. It kind of sucks that it. And watching it again, it's like actually this is rather good. I don't understand why it was so.
Because
why
that wasn't the
everybody crapped on
taste
it,
at the
so-
time.
yeah, it was just kind of out there as far as like, yeah, the kind of stuff you'd see in the movies at the time. I was like, what the hell is this?
Now it would be considered a
Looking-
national treasure.
Now it seems like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
like, of course this is a movie, of course. But yeah, no.
It's pretty clear like Schumacher fucking loved that film like when he made
Oh
the
yeah,
Batman
definitely.
movies.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just, like
the
in love
Batman
with
movies
it.
were very, yeah.
It's
I mean,
so
even
campy.
the Tim Burton
Oh, God,
Batmans
yeah.
were pretty influenced by that, clearly. But
I mean, Dick Tracy influenced the original Batman too, so comic wise, so it's like just full circle.
Citizen Zombie says Dick Tracy the musical isn't that Guys and Dolls? Not really. Guys and Dolls isn't about detectives. It's like about a gambler and his gal. Well, I guess it's more than that, but I actually don't like Guys and Dolls. Last time I saw it was a while ago, granted, but it just didn't appeal to me. I don't know. Lots of people really love it though.
Oh shit.
And Grave Rider, I'm not sure what you're talking about when you said you've been twice, won the Halloween contest, and met the cast.
Huh?
And Grave Rider said something about going to a place, winning their Halloween contest, and meeting the cast. I guess something on Broadway?
Oh.
Hmm.
Yeah, something must have gotten lost in translation there.
Yeah, they'll probably answer me later.
Yeah.
Joakaha asks, when
Very
will the
cool.
short beefy... Oh,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they were answering your question there. The Beetlejuice is what they were talking about.
Okay.
Cool. Joakaha asks, when is the short film going to be finished?
I'm shooting for July, but if it ends up taking an extra month, sorry. A lot of stuff had to get like pushed forward because pandemic.
Yeah.
It's kind of a miracle we've kept up with it as close to the original time budget as we have.
Yeah. You may have noticed, but COVID was a bit of a game changer across the board. So we did not plan on that. That actually, like, everything went into lockdown, like,
Oh, God.
for the first time. Right as we launched our Kickstarter, we were like grinding our teeth and pulling our hair out, going, "Oh fuck!"
I remember Spike asking me, "Should we put this off?" And I said specifically, "No," because if we put it off, it won't get made at all. And
I think if we had waited any longer.
Yeah. There was no way.
I don't think we would have raised.
The height of the BLM protest started like not a month after the Kickstarter ended, and I don't think I could have in good conscience launched a Kickstarter during that. It's just it's like I don't want to.
It would have been Oh man, it would have sucked having to like solicit like contributions during that when everybody's like, oh god.
No. So I'm glad that. Like, Spike put it as, like, we might be driving 80 miles per hour into a brick wall. And I was like, yep. And I'm just so thankful she trusted me on that thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's put a lot of faith into this project, and I'm just so fucking grateful for it.
Yeah, we don't want to let Spike down, but we don't want to let ourselves down, or the fans down, or the people who contributed to the Kickstarter down either. So we're working very hard. To get it there. It's an ambitious project with a shoestring budget, and but yeah, we're doing it. It's getting there.
We're making it happen.
We have compositors are starting their work, so I'm hoping we have some cool, like, fully composited things to give you like previews of soon, and that'll be exciting. I hope, maybe.
Just if you're going straight for a brick wall, you just need to hire the Kool-Aid man.
Yeah, just smash right through it.
You're saying I should give Mike more money?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
He's really good at smashing walls.
Apparently.
Yes, he is. Yeah. Well,
it's a fact that's deeply concerning.
Yeah.
He's done drywall. Can he do brick?
If you asked him, he'd be like, "I could try," and he would go and
try.
do it. He'd be like, "Hold on, I gotta get some bricks."
He'd give it the old college try.
And then Ashley would yell at me.
We just need
and I'd be like, "Ashley, though, it's funny." She's like, "To who?"
We just need to send Blue Coat over to enable him.
Luco?
Blue coat.
Oh, blue coat. Oh no.
Noble,
Yeah.
yeah.
That guy.
Sorry, I heard Luco and I was like, who's Luco?
Noble is
Sounds like a gangster.
he's a powerhouse of destruction.
Oh.
Does he like Rocky?
Probably. He did come into chat once like, guys, this is awesome, I got hit by a car.
Congratulations.
Yeah. He still won't let me live down the fact there was a mob hit like 2 blocks from where we met up.
Oh.
Yeah, he was excited about that one.
Yeah.
It's a sign! No. A sign to leave.
Anybody who comes up here to visit me gets invited to the murder restaurant now, eh?
Nice.
I hope that's clear.
The murder restaurant.
It's actually the best pizza place around.
The fact that it survived after the murder says a lot about the quality, doesn't
Oh,
it?
yeah.
It's like, whoa, there must be good pizza there. Someone had died for this.
It's ridiculously good pizza.
That it's a pizza place is just some kind of like so cliche. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah, and it's like, you know...
Actually, there was something similar happened in my hometown, with a mob boss guy who was like, I don't know, I guess he had connections to the gangs in Springfield, Massachusetts. But yeah, same thing, pizza place, and like a family-owned pizza place, but they were like kind of mafia connected, notoriously, and like the family patriarch got murdered.
Whoops.
And everybody still orders their pizza though.
It was just that good.
Yep. Bruno's Pizza.
You'll die for it. Use it in their advertising now.
Please don't change your motto to "It's to die for."
Yeah. You could go ham with the marketing, right?
It'll send you
I'm
to
good.
heaven.
Why not make a buck? It's the American way.
Ariana Marie says, Tracy, since you're a big fan of the 20s, have you seen any silent movies from that era? I have. I have seen silent ones and not so silent ones. They started talking around the end of the 20s, so...
Talking back to
Talkies.
me, in fact. It's really weird when I watch them.
Yeah. We've watched a lot of, like... Well, not full movies, but we watched a lot of, like, Buster Keaton stuff. A little bit of Harold Lloyd, Car Mayhem. A lot of it we were looking up for, like, reference material. We watched Public Enemy, The Public Enemy, with the James Cagney movie not too long ago.
We watched The Changeling.
was-
Wait, no, that's not a 20s movie.
No, it takes
Yeah,
place in the 20s,
sorry,
but it's...
brain
yeah.
fart.
It was real events that happened in the 20s, but, like the Northland Farm, Wineville, like, murders, and the police trying to convince,
Well, you can't expect mothers to recognize their own children.
their own children, yeah.
That's like,
She
that's
must
a
be
little far-fetched
crazy.
even for the misogyny at the time, buddy. He's like,
I
no!
Yeah, God, that was... It's insane that actually
Sometimes
happened,
children
but
get
it did.
kidnapped and just look completely different when they come back. In the space of a week?
To be
Yeah!
honest, like the extent to which like the LA Police Department has at times been found to be like comic levels of like corrupt. Like it's almost like unbelievable. You could almost think it was a joke if it wasn't like historically documented true shit. Like they've just been like
Just
That
kidnap
police
another
department,
kid
oh my
and
God.
say, yeah, lady, this is your child. What do you mean it's not your child? Yeah, off to the slammer, off to the asylum with you. What about that kid that you oh, who cares? So what the fuck? It's like, can you imagine the actual
Yeah.
woman being in that situation? She's like, I just don't even at this point. I'm so fed up.
I mean, she must have been like racked with like imagine knowing it's not your child, knowing your child is still missing, and the police have just decided to write that off entirely, and given you the wrong child back, and insisted that it is that child, and that if you say no, you're a crazy person and you're going to be institutionalized. Like, just the worry she must have been consumed by for her own child, and knowing like nothing is being done, no one is looking for him because
that poor traumatized woman.
I know, God, and that poor kid too. I mean, he had a grisly end, but I mean, even the kid that got like roped into it, I feel bad for him. He was clearly like
it's just a kid.
a neglected child who, you know, just got wrapped up in some police bullshit. I mean, he wasn't old enough to know any better, really, so...
Mm-hmm.
I'm just a kid.
They're gonna, you know, give him a...
life is a nightmare.
You can go to Hollywood. It's great.
Yeah.
Shelly Belly, to change the tone, Shelly Belly asks, would Tracy ever make an official body pillow?
An official one? I don't think so. Lackadaisy's really not that kind of IP, I don't think. If there was like a big... the problem with merchandise making is it's hard and expensive, and you'd have to be like pretty sure that enough people are going to purchase the thing to make it worth all the expense of having it produced and the time-consuming aspect of it. And
yeah, like she's just getting the shot glasses done,
and the storage and the shipping. I can't even. Yeah, the shot glasses. Oh my god, that's been quite the adventure.
Yeah, that's what you get, I guess, when you make like entirely unique material, though. There's no like pipeline for that.
maybe there's some place that just like does body pillow printing if you just provide,
I think
like,
so, actually. Like, because those are such a common merch item, like, that the answer is gotta be yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, if there was enough interest, yeah, I could do it, but I don't even, what would I do, poll people? Like, do you want this cat in your bed? Why?
Astro Bob asks, how can I access the cool shit playlist?
Oh, here, are you in the Lackadaisy? And do you have Spotify Premium? Wait for an answer.
I don't know that they're still around.
But I can, here, I'll just do this. If you go to the Lackadaisy and you have Spotify Premium, if you look in the Lackadaisy animated film channel, then I have shared my playlist there. Actually, I want to listen to something. Oh, thank you for the $50 printed, Wit. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Much appreciated.
Wow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dang. That's
Someone's
very
going to use that
generous. Appreciate that.
Tracy Catbag quote out of context. I have an idea for what a Rocky body pillow would look like. It'd be him eating breakfast in bed. It's not sexy, and he's making a mess.
Yeah.
He's like reading a book or something.
Astro
That'd be
Bob
cute.
answers yes.
He's reading
to
a comic.
both.
Yeah.
He's reading the funny pages.
Yeah. There's something about a local disaster in one of the articles. That you can see.
He's reading about something that exploded mysteriously.
Mysterious explosion happened. What could be cause? Rocky would be reading the book upside down. No, he loves to read. He's very well read. That's why his vocabulary is enormous.
He's very well read. He doesn't always like, I don't know, the information runs through his weird filter, so he doesn't always quite understand things in the conventional sense, but yeah, he does read quite a bit. He's just like, he was kind of itinerant for a while, and just kept himself company with music and books, and yeah.
Okay, what do I got left to do on this? Have we gotten all the suspenders done? Okay, yes. All the floofs. Oh, this is no
Floofs
good.
are important. Mazda May asks, is this more of a job or a hobby or both?
The jobby.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably be animating even if I wasn't making money off of it, but it's hard for me to dedicate enough time to anything unless I'm making money off of it, so it's like, this is a craft that I want to just dedicate my life to, so I might as well make money while I'm doing that.
Yeah, Fable is paid via the Kickstarter funds to do a very difficult job.
Mm-hmm.
Herding cats.
Yeah.
Literally, yes.
Pretty much, yeah.
What are animators if not a bunch of cats?
You did hire the warrior cats, kids, to be fair.
I did. I'm still very amused by that one person who posted, like, Warriors Cats animators when they hear Lackadaisy is hiring, and it's that woman on all fours running or galloping around like a horse. I'm like, that's so fucking accurate. I love it. It's like, I was like, when I put out the notice, I was like, I hope the Warriors Cats folks see this. I hope they do. I was like, if they don't, and they don't want to be a part of this, I'm going to be so sad. And so I was like, yay, they applied. I could tell every single one that applied. I was like, look, there's a cat, there's a cat, there's a cat. Oh, there's another cat getting its throat ripped out. It's like, I'm like, probably one of the few people you could apply to with stuff like that and not have the recruiter going like, what is this? I mean, that won't deny you a job, but they'll go, what is this?
Yeah, it's children's entertainment, can't you see?
Yes. Oh, the birds. The birds gotta come in.
It's a violent cat soap opera, okay?
Star Animations is saying, wait, Fable, I didn't see that post where.
Oh,
it's on Twitter. It was from a while ago.
On Twitter.
It was like June last year, I think, when we put out
go
the call
look
for
at top
animators.
posts and just scroll down until you find June last year. Hey, Star, come into the chat. Come in. Star, get in here. Star. Star. Why aren't you here?
Join us, won't you?
Why aren't you in here?
I've seen Star in quite a few of these little YouTube chats just pop in for a few minutes.
Yeah. Ben was actually streaming earlier, and Ben was like, "Oh, I'm not sure if I'm important enough to use the live channels." And I was like, "Of course you are. You're part of the crew." Hi, Star. Yay! You listen to me. Hi.
Hey, welcome.
I can't believe you didn't see that post. It was floating at the top. If you search Lackadaisy, it was floating at the top for a while. So let's see. Wait a second. Maybe if I just type in Lackadaisy
I want to see
Warriors.
it. Sounds so funny.
Let me see. There's a few. There's this one. Lackadaisy, we need animators for this short Warriors Cats fans. Let's see. If I scroll back far enough, maybe I can find it.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Where is it? Damn it. Go, how far back do I gotta go before I find it? Damn it.
You post a lot of images.
No, it's not me. It was somebody else who made the post, so I don't know if they deleted it or something. Or maybe just Twitter didn't bother to save things from that long ago. This thing's from June. So where's the other thing? I mean, if I type in warrior instead of warriors, in case the plural makes a difference.
I think I retweeted it at some point.
Wait, here's another one.
It might be in my post history.
Here's another one. All the Warriors animators when they get into the Lackadaisy Discord. Yeah.
Wait, what? Did I not?
This is just the things.
Oh, the Spider-Man
Yeah.
thing?
Yeah. I can't find the horsewoman. Damn it.
Yeah,
Photos.
I can't find it.
Damn it. God damn. I
It's
swear to
karma
you it was
for
really
making
funny.
people. This is karma for you making people watch Mother Mule earlier.
That's not karma, that's just fate. There. This isn't that, but I just love this. Fucking Glocktail. That's the greatest. This is the greatest. The greatest OC of all time. Glocktail. Behold, Mordecai's warrior Sona. Hi Ash, how you doing?
I'm good.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Yash.
he. Nox says hi. Do you wanna join the stream at all, Ash? You wanna laugh at those stupid things, like Glocktail? Look, just look at his stupid face. He's got a gun in his tail. Fucking Glocktail.
Y'all are ridiculous.
Ash, I pledge to make Mule Mom like the talk of YouTube.
I hate you.
She said, "I hate you." Friendship over.
Oh well. It was fun while it lasted.
Worth it. You'll destroy your
Georgia
friendship
Matt-
over this one stupid cartoon? Yes. Wait, what's your point?
Cartoons are serious business. Georgia Matterson's asked, did somebody just make an Arden reference? I have no idea what that is.
I have no idea either.
Fizzy asks, how long does it typically take to complete a shot? So like storyboard, animation, cleanup, etc.
It depends. This is a pretty short shot with not a whole lot going on, so this is taking me the day. And it also depends, like, how comfortable you are drawing that character. Like, I'm pretty comfortable drawing
Found it.
Rocky. You found it?
Found it, by the way.
Oh my god, how'd you
Yep.
find it?
You found it?
Post it, post it, post it.
Okay. Putting it in voice chat or streaming chat.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yes. Yes.
Oh no.
Yes! Would WC animators would hear that Lackadaisy has a job opening? Here she comes.
What?
There she comes. She's so graceful
That's
too. I'm
crazy,
like
though.
really impressed by this woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, damn. That she vaults over a bench at one
She
point.
must have really strong forearms.
Yeah, look at this. Watch her vault. Whoop! Like, holy crap! She just takes that jump on her hands. This should be an Olympic sport, running on all fours. I want to see people running on all fours at the Olympics, hopping over things like horses. This is difficult, actually. This is athletic prowess right here. Give me it. I want more. She just, her little pop-up, it's a fucking horsey. This is a grown-ass woman, and you could tell that your childhood was spent doing this shit. Oh,
My gosh.
I'm genuinely jealous, though. I
That
wanna
was
be able
way
to
more
do that.
majestic than I was expecting.
I know, she's majestic. And I'm not laughing at her. I'm laughing because it's like the skill is so profound.
God, yeah, that would freaking hurt your elbows. Oh my god, your wrists would be.
Yeah,
like,
your poor
oh, man.
wrists.
Your hands would be torn up.
Yeah, you gotta like develop calluses to be able to do that shit.
I told you it should be an Olympic sport. That's skill. There's dumber sports, right?
I mean, there's ones that make less sense to me, certainly.
Like power walking.
Like, what is the one where they, you just slide that thing on the ice?
Curling?
Skeleton? Oh, curling?
Curling, yeah.
Curling, yeah, curling.
I tried it once. It felt like I was going to break my neck. To be fair, I was wearing dress shoes because I had left my normal shoes somewhere else. That was a very bad idea. CZP asks, did you ever see the Evil Dead musical?
No.
I did not. I
didn't know there was one.
I mean, I've seen all the movies, and I saw some of that Ash versus the Evil Dead Showtime show when that was on. Did not see the musical, though.
Shadow Reaper asks, Tracy, how do you come up with the lines for the preacher character? The one who looks like a spider. He's so good.
Aw, thanks. I don't know, I just kind of try to get in his head. Did a lot of reading unexpectedly about, like, the Lutheran, like, specifically the Missouri Synod philosophy about, like, prohibition and stuff. Like, so during Prohibition, there were actually a lot of, while some religious groups like some of the like Protestant religions in particular were like all for it. Some of them were not, especially so like Catholics were pretty put off by it, not just because of you know, the communion wine, but like the sacrificial wine, but because there was a lot of like anti-Catholic sentiment, and Catholics, Jews, and Lutherans largely felt that this was an excuse for the government to kind of spy on them and just more reason for them to be persecuted unfairly because of their use of you know, well, not just because of their use of wine and for ceremonial purposes, but because just like government intrusion of any kind just made them nervous, because these were groups that were just not very well treated at the time. And the Lutherans specifically because they were German, and there was a lot of like anti-German sentiment following the First World War. So they had kind of a very like the Bible is the only thing, or like, you know, the Gospels are the only thing that tell us how to live and how to be. You can't tell us we can't drink, sort of like philosophy about it, which I just kind of liked. I thought it was like kind of like, yeah, you're not the boss of me kind of attitude, and you're not the arbiters of morality, so fuck you. We're gonna do what we need to do to survive.
I still want a mini comic where Abdelard and Nina go on a blind date.
I don't think that would end well, but
Oh my god.
even though they were like kind of on the same page about like, oh fuck, the government is gonna be all up in our business, use this as an excuse to be all up in our business.
Solidarity
they didn't like
something
it.
they practiced.
Yeah, like Catholics, like Protestant religions, Reform religions tend to view Catholicism as like basically heathenism, paganism in a sense, because of the Holy Trinity. Because the Holy Trinity is like, because God is considered three entities in a sense, and also because of the like praying to saints and to Mary and everything was like a no in their book. So it was like just they do not regard each other as doing Christianity the right way. So there was like hostility between the two, and also because they were like anti-papists, like they did not like the freaking Pope presuming authority over, you know, all Christendom and things like that. So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting like rebellious sentiments, interesting like anti-establishment sentiment, even in religions that now are considered fairly establishment, very, you know, majority rule in this country, you know, so to speak. Not Lutheranism specifically or Catholicism specifically, but as like a group in general. We kind of like tend to these days just lump them all together as like Christian, but they're really rather different, and we're more pronounced different, more different in a pronounced way. People took religion a lot more seriously at the early part of the 20th century. So
That was your community, basically. It was your church. So
Yes, yes. Especially if you were from a tight knit immigrant group that kind of stuck
community,
together
yeah.
for survival. Yeah. It was very important to your social circle.
Still is in a lot of ways.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Not trying to say it's not. Just like
Yeah.
I think even more so than now.
So nowadays we have Discord, even though people keep trying to create cults on Lackadaisy.
Oh,
What's the latest?
a lack of cult.
Yeah, mostly as jokes, but
It's just Seraphine's view.
I hope God, I hope it's a joke. I don't know.
Yeah.
what
considering
what would a for real cult look like on the lack of cult?
So it'd just be
it would
Seraphine's
it would
voodoo
look like
crew. What do you mean?
Would there be lots of body pillows involved? Or
I am not sure. I just know I would be very concerned. Yeah, Grey Rider says they have a Nox cult. I think everybody who had or quite a few people who have avatars I've drawn just put them all on and started calling themselves the Nox cult the other day for some reason.
By the way, I'll make a point here because I did make that joke. It's like voodoo is not in of itself a cult. This is a specific joke about Seraphine and how she do, not voodoo. Okay.
Yeah, voodoo in general is not.
Voodoo is not a cult.
It is a religion.
It is an actual religion. So I just want to make that very clear.
Fire Chief asks, "We have talkies, but when are the walkies?"
When my dog demands it.
I would say, if you're like, walking movies are kind of becoming a thing with VR now.
First you talkie, then you walkie, then you zoomy.
Lackadaisy way.
Did these cats get the zoomies? Rocky does.
Rocky is entirely zoomies all the time. In fact, all of Act 3 is basically Rocky's zoomie time.
Yeah,
the acting direction for like the most of him in Act 3 is basically more squirrel. It's just like he's fucking
energy.
kitty right now. More kitty.
He's like a gremlin, but squirrel-like, like a gremlin squirrel. Possessed gremlin squirrel.
Shadow Reaper asks, "So are these keyframes?"
No, this is full. Keyframes? No, this is already broken down and in between and everything. I'm just like cleaning it up at this point.
Yep. I think the red outlined Rocky is gonna make for a good creepypasta story one day. Engrave Rider asks, "Out of curiosity, will we at any point see how the Arbogast make their liquor?" And I don't know if I miss it when reading.
They don't make it. They bring it in from Canada on trains in fast and coffins.
I think they'd be a lot wealthier if they made it.
Yeah. And what do they make? Whiskey, moonshine, or import?
They import whiskey. Well, they smuggle it. I mean.
Well, that was my
Import,
last question.
smuggle. It's a matter of perspective.
That was my last question for now.
They're basically just like they're kind of a middleman between.
Yeah. They order formaldehyde, and that kind of gives them some cover.
Yep. They move bodies around and they order formaldehyde. They've got.
Yeah. People are still asking for a Rocky body pillow.
Okay, fine, fuck it. I draw the damn body pillow. Here. Here we go.
Cinnamon Pumpkin says, as a Canadian, should I be proud of that? Well, I guess you should be proud of the fact that Canada never did anything as foolish as national prohibition.
I mean, we've done some dumb things.
I mean, every nation, every civilization has. But,
I would like to know the place that hasn't.
yeah.
Zealand?
New Zealand. I'm sure they've
Oh,
treated
no,
their
they have
indigenous people
yeah.
pretty badly.
I said Sealand.
Oh,
Oh.
Sealand. Oh.
They became
the
Sealand.
oil platform.
That was the
Yeah, I guess that inherently is silly.
Okay, so if this is a
Chat.
body pillow, like, he can't have his jacket on.
Chat's Fire Chief is saying, "Don't give in, Fable. Stay pure." Have you met Fable?
Excuse me? I'm offended that I was a green pea on the furry chart. This cannot do. I demand my own unique color, which is what the fuck? Fable, specifically. I want to be one of those what the fuck did I just come across artists. I'm rather upset. I'm considered tame. This cannot do. No, 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 no.
Graveyard says, "I was about to go see what to buy Canadian whiskey before realizing the drink I'm making nude is Canadian whiskey."
Mm.
Or Stir Fried Bok Choy says, "Didn't Fable draw Lackadaisy R34 on Tumblr?"
What?
No?
No?
No.
No.
Yeah, I don't.
What are you
I don't
talking
think-
about?
I mean, there are people who have done that,
Yeah.
I know. But, wasn't Fable.
No, the only thing I would do would be to specifically to make Tracy crack the fuck up.
There is some material that... Yeah,
There's
going to
some
show it to you,
material
though.
that I made specifically to make you go, what the hell? I woke up at 3 a.m. with an idea. Which never ends well. Thank you, Happy Hotel Dubs, for the $5. $5 because y'all are awesome. Wish that Kovac was chilling with you. Oh, well, let me just...
Give him a poke, maybe he's
I'll
around.
tell him.
Tell him what you're drawing. That'll get him in
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Imani Islander asks, if you had to pick between So I'm a Spider, So What, Fully Cooley, Hell of a Boss, and Monkey Kid, which is the easiest to help animate for?
I'm sorry, what?
The
My brain just...
easiest to help animate for?
Oh,
I don't
you
know.
mean who's the
There's-
easiest to animate? Period?
They said to help animate for. I don't know.
I don't know.
I guess.
I mean, there are people on the team working on at least 2 of those other things.
Yeah.
Also.
Oh my god. Okay, wish may come true. No promises. It depends if he ends up passing out after his dinner. Which has happened. Okay, what to do with this fucking tail? I don't know what the dimensions are of Daki's usually, so I'm just kind of winging it.
Tall and narrow, I guess.
Yeah. Just like him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. This is a bit of a unique one. Okay, this hand is blocking his view.
Max Dawson asks, how much power do you think Rocky would have if he got a hold of the mask?
He doesn't need the mask.
Yeah.
They'd be like, here, Rocky, here's the mask. It's superpowered. He'd be like, sweet, put it on, acts crazy. It's like, was that actually a supernatural object? It's like, no, it's just something I got at a Halloween shop. Hello.
Somebody stop me! I don't know. Fucking, I heard something about the mask
Yeah.
in the chat.
No, I was saying.
Yep.
Yeah, I was saying that you give him the mask, but it really wasn't the mask. It was just something somebody got at like a Halloween prop store.
Nah, he's just
Yeah.
naturally crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give him breakfast and he'll be
Yeah.
all you can handle.
Just
And
give him a
can't
little
handle.
sugar.
Chat kept demanding a Rocky body pillow, and so I was like, fine, fuck all y'all, I'll do it. I'll sketch it out.
It's certainly gonna be a body pillow. It won't be as spicy as some of the other body pillows.
No,
we've
it will
seen.
not.
Nah.
No, he's just eating pancakes in bed and reading the newspaper. Reading the Sunday funnies.
It's
Yeah.
just Rocky doing normal things, Virgie.
Hey, Monarch, don't
It's
shit
not
yourself.
sexy,
That's not
but
that's not sexy, Monarch.
It's exotic.
Thanks for popping in, Mike. How you doing?
Yeah.
I'm doing okay. Just eating a little din din. I don't know if you can hear my crunching or not.
Well, a little bit,
Yeah.
but I don't get bothered by it.
Yeah, it's totally
Fine
fine.
with it. Plus, Discord does a good job lately of actually
Noise canceling.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, Z discovered that by attempting to play music on her stream and getting blocked.
Yeah.
Remember the beginning of doing these streams where we figured out that NVIDIA Broadcast could just completely get rid of your birds in the background?
Yeah, it also seemed to think that I was not human, so whenever I laughed, it would cancel out my laughter. I was
No,
like, that's
cancel
definitely
it out.
not a human. Yeah.
No, it didn't quite cancel it out though. It made it sound like this weird robot, like vibrating noise. It was very, very upsetting. It was cool, but upsetting. It was like, what the fuck is that noise?
It's pretty good. But yeah, check it out. I have been... This thing is almost done being animated, dude.
Ooh, hell yeah!
Yeah. So, like... I've just
Only
been,
how many shots are left if you're able to say?
I don't have a number in mind, but I can say that we're about 75% of the way there. It's
Hell
like
yeah.
a big chunk of it is Act 4, and a big chunk of the latter third of Act 3 are what we mostly have left to do. There's also the prologue and the epilogue, but that's like so few shots by comparison, and there's so much less involved.
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah, the prologue is tricky because of the music involved, but
Yeah, I just spent a ton of time syncing 2 sets of video to 3 sets of audio by hand.
So, Mike, any
Yeah.
of the violin work that Fabrice had done for Rocky? Have you seen any of that?
I haven't gotten to hear any of it.
No? Oh, well,
No,
I
I don't.
yeah.
Has it been posted in the chat at all?
No, because I was, like I said, I was syncing up stuff, but by the end of the month, I will have finished that, so in the next 2 weeks, you'll see it. Like, with all the fiddling
Heck
and
yeah.
stuff. And I have video footage. We took video footage of Fabrice from, like, 2 different angles, basically, so that the animators have some sort of reference material. That way, they don't have to know how to fiddle
They don't
in order
need
to animate it.
Learn
Yeah.
how to
Yeah.
learn how to play
Okay,
the violin, then
Yeah.
animate it.
Yeah, for special instruments like that, it definitely helps to have reference on hand.
Yeah. It's like that the hand motions and everything are just so precise, and if you just were to half-ass it, it just wouldn't read the same, and it's so fundamental to his character, that fiddle, that you really can't just go whatever about it. It's
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for the $5 Happy Hotel dubs. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping summon Mike. For another 5 since he actually showed up. Lol, thanks Mike, you were sweet, adorable being. Thank you. This is like the money goes to the crew, so we appreciate it. Oh, speaking of, actually, there was a question about how much input like the VAs get on the characters and like the back and forths that we do, basically. So since you're here, like, what's your experience been so far, like, on us kind of collaborating with you, basically, to, like, figure out Rocky's voice and his reactions and how you internalize that?
I mean, it's very collaborative, obviously. Like, you know, when it comes to finding out the voice and stuff, obviously, I threw out a few different options at them. Or at you guys, I shouldn't say them, like you're not here. At you guys, I threw like a couple different takes. And obviously from there, we whittled down which ones were the best. I think at the end it was just that one. It was the gruff sounding one. That was the one that everyone was unanimously like, yeah, that's more close to what he would sound like.
Yeah. We were like, we wanted something that was basically your natural voice with a bit more, a few more miles on it.
Yeah, like I've been through the dirt, and I've probably smoked a few cigarettes, and have been through like a really bad patch in my life.
Yep.
Super chat's kind of going off right now.
Oh shoot! I see that.
Whoa! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Thank you. Wow. Jeez. Dang.
Yeah, thank you for the $50 printed wit. Thank you so much, and the little "You're Amazing" sheave. That's so cute. Thank you, Ryan Hartwell. The $10 says wants a request. You don't have to do requests, by the way, Mike. You're just in here to enjoy. But if
I'm happy to do like a request if he wants that. Let's see. I'm not. I don't have all my stuff set up properly, so I might clip.
It's fine. You're being heard through Discord anyway, so it's gonna be imperfect. Discord will make it sound like trash. So.
Also, I just ate, so I'm a little congested now. So here's a congested attempt at Rocky's voice, Ryan. You want to get Capone? Here's how you get him. He pulls a knife, you pull a gun. He sends one of yours to the hospital, you send his to the morgue. That's the Chicago way. I don't know what that's a quote from.
It's Untouchables, I believe.
Yeah.
I have never seen that.
We're gonna have to watch.
Sorry if I butchered the tone and mood of that, but there's the line.
I think you got it.
Nice.
It's like I haven't seen the movie, but I have heard that line.
Sonic, gotta go fast. Someone in the chat said Sonic.
So Mike, I have to tell you that one reason why I completed the Get Silly with it. Here, check it out. I completed it because I saw that you liked the silly doodle, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna color that in because then maybe it can be a sticker, and I bet that would make Mike happy.
It is a very cute drawing. I love that. I really love like unrefined, super doodly pieces like that. Honestly, they're like some of my favorite.
Oh yeah, no, this was fun to do. This is a spontaneous thing after a long day. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Just made entirely of doodles. It's not just his arms. It's
Let's see. Sketch out that. How does one hold a knife? I mean, fork. How does one hold a fork? It's confusing.
I mean, if you're a little kid, you hold it in your in a fisted hand.
Oh yeah, just fist it? Yeah. Oh wait, that sounded bad. Sorry.
No, don't do that.
Yeah.
I did that my whole life until finally I'm in Austria for work, and some British man starts making fun of me for it. I'm like, I never paid attention to how you hold the freaking. I don't know.
The fork etiquette. What is it? I don't know. But I figured that's just how you hold your fork if you're eager to eat your food.
Not paying attention, just reading the newspaper comics.
Well, apparently it's like in Japan and Singapore and things like that. Like it's considered good if you're making a lot of noise when you eat because it means you're enjoying the food, and people take that as like a compliment. So I kept apologizing for like making noisy noises like eating food in Japan, and the people I was with was like, no, that's you're supposed to.
Aw. This damn tail's in the way.
Another super chat from John. $5. Just doing my part for helping out the starving artist. How are you all doing?
Well, thank you. I'm doing pretty good, I'd say. Because people have been so freaking generous. Like, this is gonna help pay for the comic dubs. for instance. So
Yeah, we
Yeah.
pay our editors and everybody involved in making those things.
mhm.
All the stuff we post on YouTube.
Yep, no, they don't do it for
Um,
free. We're pretty serious
yep.
about that one.
No, and then if you notice the thumbnail art that was made by Lee.
Mhm. Yeah, the thumbnail art for this stream. Yeah, that was actually done by our character designer.
Yeah,
We need some help, and we were like, Lee, you're
she's
a
really good. And we're
artist."
like,
Yeah.
you know how to draw these characters.
Yeah.
We need your help. Come back.
There we go.
And Grave Rider asks, is there somewhere where we can donate a small amount that YouTube doesn't take?
Yes, Tracy's Ko-fi or directly to the PayPal.
Just just PayPal. PayPal me /Iron Circus, or you can go to Little Daisy Cafe to find where to donate, and then you'll get like digital rewards when we have them available.
Mm-hmm. That's the
You
boon.
can do that.
Yeah.
There's like there's a thing in the upper right corner that explains what the rewards are and where to donate and stuff.
Also, in the description, there are links to everything. So, if you look in the
Yeah.
description of this specifically.
Yep. That will put you on, like, if you donate that way, any of those amounts or more, you'll get put on Spike's mailing list for when those digital rewards come out, including like the art book PDF and everything. So you will be sent a download link.
You get.
Anyway, thank you. Everybody's been so generous. Really appreciate
Yeah.
that. We didn't do the stream expecting that, but
No, we don't. I mostly do it for my own entertainment.
yeah.
You entertain us for your entertainment?
Yep. I honestly, yeah, it's fun for me. If it wasn't, I probably wouldn't be doing it. I'd be like, ugh,
Yeah.
that. Mm. And no, I enjoy streaming. It can get, like, the bigger it gets, like, it can get rowdy, I guess, but, like, I've had, like, a lot of help from, like, you and Newt on, making sure that chat is moderated so that I can focus on the work and not have to, like, monitor it, where, like, its success becomes, like, its own worst enemy.
Dude, admittedly, like, Ashley and I, we also love streaming, but we totally get that with how rowdy things can get.
Yeah.
Because when Ashley streams,
Oh my
there's
god,
usually
you need
lot of
like a
people.
team of people. You have like 1,000 people showing up in at least in any one of those things. It's crazy.
And that's the thing is that with those, like Ashley and I, we hate planning. We just do shit on the fly. We don't even tell people, and our mods hate that. And so we've been given like the talking to of like, do not stream on a whim. You have to tell us like a day or two ahead of time.
Yeah,
And we're
because it
just
takes
like,
a
we
team
don't-
of people. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we're just like, man, that completely kills our interest in doing it. So we just like to do it when we feel like it. so that has just led to us not streaming at all.
maybe what you could do is if you like be like, hey Jacob, you want to mod for us for a little bit? I don't know.
Yeah, honestly,
you need like
that
someone
might
who's
be the
like game
best.
to do spontaneous stuff too. Like if the streams like were able to limit the number of people in the stream at all, that might work.
Yeah.
Or if it was like limited to just like patrons, and that way it was like a bit smaller and easier for a smaller team to manage, so you could do it spontaneously. Because I know you guys would get enough patrons that it would still be like entertaining, but it actually might be a bit easier to even talk to people in chat. Period. If it was like a bit more of a restricted audience, then you could put it up online afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know. That's something for
Yeah.
for me and Ashley to figure out. Because again, that's mostly Ashley's ballpark.
Yeah.
Because she's the one that wants to do more streams for the most part, and she has a lot of things she wants to do. It's just a
Yeah.
matter of working herself up to doing it and whatnot. Because it's
Yeah.
easier for her to be motivated if it's like if she's in a decent mood and she's like, I feel like streaming right now. Let's do this. Why not? Because she's done that a few times in the past few weeks, but yeah, her mods do not like that.
Yeah, I can understand why too, because it's just
Yeah.
too huge. It's like your success is the problem, basically. It's like I have thought about it, like, especially seeing like how it goes for Ashley. It's like in some ways right now we're in a really good position where it's like we have like how many I have probably over 100 people in chat right now, but it's a really manageable
there's 103
chat.
viewers right now on YouTube.
Yeah, and it's like it's a nice amount. It would be nice if you could cap streams, like the chat, or even like just
I mean,
Yeah.
that's where people do, like subscriber only chat
Yeah.
on Twitch, for instance.
Yeah, it's like I think it's not even like to exploit. It's just to make it even possible to talk to anybody whatsoever. Yeah.
I think that from there, though, like Ashley and I probably wouldn't feel comfortable doing subscriber only
Yeah.
chat because then we'd feel like we're just not
Yeah.
really giving others the chance to really interact. On
Yeah.
an open platform when it should be open.
Yeah, because it's like I don't want to monetize that necessarily. Like I feel like I like talking to new people and that kind of thing. So it would kind of suck. It's like, what if it was like a lottery system? You didn't pay in. You just had a random chance of whether or not you got in. Period. And that would come with its own suck. But then like a bigger stream could be a planned thing. But the spontaneous ones could be something else. Where it's just a lottery.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you for the $10, BioShut. I've been following Lackadaisy since before the Inkpot nomination. I imagine Rocky having so much syrup that he time travels and moves as fast as the Flash or Hammy from Over the Edge. Oh no.
How much sugar and how much syrup would he need to have for that to even be remotely possible? He would need a ton of it.
The fact that we have to say even remotely possible instead of just that's impossible. We had to that there's a mathematical.
Just writing it up.
Yeah.
This. If you
Don't
manipulate
test
the
someone on a
math.
sugar rush.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to follow up, let me know if there's anything more I can do to help or make things smoother for chat. I'm happy to help.
You're doing a pretty
You've been
good
such a
job.
big help
Yeah.
already. Thanks, Nuts.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
No
It
problem.
means that Newt doesn't have to worry too. Because
Yeah.
he's been
Newt's
usually our
Juggling a lot too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes
Yeah.
to single-handedly try to manage too many things sometimes. So
Yeah,
I'm
it's like,
happy to
Newt,
step in.
ask for help. It's fine. You have a whole like team of people that are happy to help you. Newt.
Yeah.
Yeah, being the only moderator is not easy, especially
No.
if there's an event or something with multiple people.
Yeah.
I know a lot of Twitch streams, for instance. I don't know how slow mode is on YouTube, but I know with Twitch you can choose like the timing of your slow mode. Like I know of people that have thousands of viewers, and because of how hectic it gets, they have their slow mode set to one message every 30 seconds.
Well, it does force you to think about what you're going to type at least. So,
Yeah, exactly.
'cause you're not going to be rewarded for like some quick hasty whatever. It's like, oh, I should have put more thought in that because you're like, now I have to wait.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But also then it sucks when your message does not get noticed, and you're like,
Yeah.
frick.
Yeah. Actually, I remember you were doing a stream and you were doing the signing stream and I popped in and I was that was the one where I accidentally got banned.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
that's right.
And I
One of
remember
my
going like,
mods
he's
banned
not
you,
going to
and
read
I'm
what
like,
I
Are you
write.
serious?
Yeah. I was like, I'll be lucky if he looks up and sees this message. So I was impressed that you were able to
God.
keep track of anything.
Yeah, I can't believe you got banned. I need to remember. I can't remember which mod did that, but I did.
They were
feel
so
like, Yo,
sorry. They're
Fable's
like, oh
cool."
my god, please don't be upset with me.
Yeah. Like, Fable's my boss. I'm fired from Lackadaisy now.
I've been
And I was like,
asking
hell yeah,
Fable
you
if
are.
they-
Yeah.
I've been asking Fable if they want me to ban you from one of these streams as revenge, but
Yeah, go
I
ahead, buy
mean-
Mike.
I deserve to get banned. It's true.
Yeah.
Hold on. Ban this. I got the wrench.
Actually, do you have mod powers on the stream? I don't know.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
do.
He's a mod.
Ban one of the mods.
I think from one of those 24-hour streams we did or something.
Oh,
from
yeah,
the
yeah.
Twitter. Yeah.
we are accumulating quite a few questions if you guys want to go into those.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let's answer some questions.
The first one is from Happy Hotel Dubs. Isn't it crazy that Sung Wong used to dub Lackadaisy comics and he's actually voicing a character in the show?
Not
That's
crazy
exactly
at all.
why we
That's
reached out to him. Yeah, that's why we're like, who can we get to voice Mordecai? I'm like, I have a guy I know.
I have a guy.
Yeah.
I don't have a guy. I don't have him. It's not like in my pocket or something. But yeah, no, I know a guy who might be a good. But actually, I was thinking like when I said that, I was like, but he's probably like way too overbooked right now and like not interested in doing this little project or something. Like he's like superstar on YouTube at this point, so. I didn't think he'd be too interested, but Fable's like, I'll ask.
I'm a dumbass.
I don't think Fable recognized the name when I said it, so
no, I don't know.
Like, yeah,
I'm not familiar with famous YouTubers. Are you kidding me?
you are no one to me, so I will just approach you. Yeah, no, I'm way more inhibited, so too shy to.
To be fair, you've like
shy to
secretly contributed to half of the content of the internet at this point.
Tracy,
so.
I need an image of Rocky's beans. It's very important to draw his beans accurately. Where are the beans?
Jeez, I don't know. Let me think of a picture where you can see his toe beans.
Citizen Zombie is saying, imagine this body pillow as a keychain. Yeah, that'd be cute.
That actually would be a cute keychain.
Yeah.
Aaron Kennedy asks, "Hey, Mike, how's life?"
Life is pretty okay. I got my second COVID shot tomorrow, so I'm very excited to get that done and over with.
Yes! Woo!
Ashley just finished her taxes. I'm about to finish mine this weekend, probably.
Oh, no.
Fun.
I have my savings wiped out. Yay!
Hey, I just transferred 5 figures from my savings just in case.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah. Taxes when you do like freelance work is just such a nightmare because you know it's going to be a lot, but you don't always know.
I'm just impressed that
Until
my
you
worst
calculate.
case scenario for the taxes was exactly what I thought and not like $1 more. And I'm like, wow, I am both impressed and sad.
Yeah. But yeah, life's going pretty good. Things are getting a little busier for me, but that's good. That's a good thing.
More work coming in?
Yeah. I got a bunch. I feel so bad. I have to miss Ashley's COVID vaccine shot because I was supposed to go with her on Monday because obviously I went with her for her last one, and she likes to have company with her, and obviously I'm dating her, so I should be with her during that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she gets nervous. But I got booked for a session literally the exact same time that she's getting her shot, so I cannot go with her.
Oh no.
Unfortunately.
Can she I have a tactic that she can use that helps me because I will just straight up disassociate
one of our other roommates
around
is gonna go
needles.
with her. One of our other
good.
roommates is just gonna go with her, either
Good.
Jacob or Dave.
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah.
I have to say that this is actually really cute. See, the reason why I was like, sure, I'll do it is because I got this idea, and I'm like, this is cute enough that I would want to own this, and it's not weird. Yeah.
Speaking of which, Nova wants to know how much because they want it on a pillow.
Hey, Mike, do you know where those pillows get made?
Ashley Ashley has worked with a manufacturer for body pillows before. She could give you all the info on that.
That would be great because otherwise we wouldn't know the first thing to do.
No, Ashley has worked with manufacturers on many a Dakimakura back when she was in the pony scene.
Oh,
So,
that's where she got started? Huh.
Yeah, so she knows exactly what to do for that. So I would say to message her. She should be able to give you some good advice.
Maybe she could help us out with that. Yeah, that would be great. We've already like gotten a lot of advice from her on like setting up like Printful and that kind of thing. So she's been very helpful. I'm very grateful.
Is official Rocky body pillow actually becoming a thing?
I don't.
That's Tracy's.
I will say. I will say though. I can't say too many details.
I am.
I don't want to take away this thing from Ashley, so I'm not going to say too much, especially because NDA. But she got a big opportunity, so she might be real busy for the next few months.
Well, now I'm very curious.
I don't want to say anything. That's up to her.
No, that's up to her.
Say. But yeah, very cool thing happening for her right now.
I'm very glad. Nice.
Someone asked, has Rocky not built up a tolerance to syrup after all these years?
He just drinks more and more to get over his
Yeah.
tolerance.
Just have to, yeah, he just has to.
We're trying to
Take
figure
more.
out like what other crap is on this.
Pretty soon he'll just.
He'll just be downing like a gallon. He'll just be like slinging around a gallon around his neck and just chugging it. Why doesn't it
I
hit
just wanna
right anymore?
imagine-
Yeah.
I just imagine Rocky like holding like in modern day having like a huge canister of like gasoline just filled with syrup.
Yes. Oh my god.
What is this?
Paintball Playa says, who drew the Charleston dance?
That was Sagan.
That was animated by Sagan Yi.
Apparently they've been looking at that non-stop for a while.
People
Yeah, we're
love
gonna do
it.
a cleanup
Yeah.
colored version of that. We're talking about maybe just like releasing a long looping video of it.
Yeah.
Set to
Thinking
some
about what
goofy,
music.
some goofy 20s music. Yeah, we gotta find the right music for it to just loop.
Engraved Writer asks, Michael, how in God's name did you take a shot of maple syrup? Got sick on a large spoonful.
Take a shot of maple syrup?
That was corn syrup, wasn't it? Even worse.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It probably was. It was probably just corn syrup. I don't know. I don't think we have any proper maple syrup in the house. I think we just have corn syrup, unfortunately.
Dude, no, not Nox. Noble Bluecoat from the Lackadaisy, the Discord, just mailed me a mason jar full of syrup that he tapped himself.
Oh
I
my
was
god!
like, yo, this is really good. Because he said that he had it, and I was just like, gimme. And he actually ended up giving it to me.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever gotten sick from consuming syrup. But then again, I don't think I've consumed like a terribly hefty amount of it.
Yeah.
I have and I was fine, but I'm Canadian.
Yeah. Oh, it's in
I
your
take a
blood.
shot.
Yeah.
It's in your blood.
Literally, they are half maple tree, and other half is moose.
Another super chat.
Oh.
Oh, thank you.
$5 from John Haga. I hope you're doing well, Mike, and I hope you haven't had to deal with too many extremely thirsty Angel Dust and Rocky fans.
I haven't really streamed a whole lot, so I don't hear about it that often.
Thirsty
no,
Rocky
I have not,
fans.
thankfully.
How
I
many?
know.
Yeah.
I get more of one of them being thirsty than the other.
Who could it be? I wonder.
I wonder. Do they have a higher pitched voice and a New York accent?
I mean, I think we have a few people who are trying to make up the slack.
Yeah, single-handedly.
I
Not
I don't want to
naming any
name
names.
drop. I don't want to name drop any people, but I've seen some of the thirst art.
Yeah, we
Rocky.
know it. They're in the chat right now. It's like I
didn't
checked the
wanna
tag
name
on the
drop 'em,
regular.
but
Yeah.
I'm well aware.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna type, and then I'm gonna be like, "Yep, it's you."
We appreciate their.
They
their
have a good
interest.
sense of humor. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fun.
Bruh.
Brody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was all the
I
questions.
remember I saw one bit of art. And I remember having a conversation with you, Tracy. I was just like, this bit right here, that's not accurate, is it? Oh, there they are.
I ain't saying anything. I ain't saying anything to Nova. I ain't saying anything.
Not naming names.
The shame
I
has
didn't
been
just
witnessed.
name a name.
Naturally, though, I'm touched that people are interested in the characters, so. Yeah.
Let's see. Just kind of etching it out. Okay, suggestions. So I have the funny pages here. A plate full of pancakes is very badly drawn at the moment. Just trying to think of like other things that could be on this.
Cactus friend?
Cactus friend? Oh yeah, that's right.
All right, but if this becomes a real body pillow, I'm gonna need to have it.
Yeah, that's one reason I was like, you'd like this. I know your predilections.
Oh yeah.
It's like this is cringe. I want it.
This is cringe. Michael will like it.
Yeah, basically. It looks like he's resting his wrist on the pancakes, which seems like a bad
I mean,
idea.
that would be
Yeah.
a thing he would do. Kind of.
Welcome to the animation work stream. We're very serious here on the Lackadaisy crew. Anyway, look at this body pillow making up the big character.
Fable, the first thing I think I saw you animate was the pancake devouring Rocky.
That was pretty good, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, that was I honestly have to thank Ty for doing the incredible work on that, because they did the initial sketch and then I just made it move.
Beautiful abomination that thing was.
It's now my
$5
donation
from
image.
BioShot.
Yeah. Oh.
It's another super chat, $5 from BioShot. Does this take place before or after Rocky's accident?
By
the
this,
short?
you mean the film? The short? It's kind of a separate timeline.
Yeah.
You might think of it as. It's like, we've rearranged some things for the purposes of introducing the story and
Yeah.
telling kind of a standalone story. So it's, yeah, you can take it as something that's kind of like related to the comic, obviously, in very strong ways, but kind of a separate entity also.
Like,
Or if you didn't mean that, you might need to specify which accident. Rocky has a lot.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, he has accidents like every day, but not all of them crack his skull open, usually. So,
That one's new.
yeah, that scar's a new one.
Alright, let's see. So I got the plate full of pancakes, I got the funny pages, I gotta do cactus friend apparently.
If you want. Fizzy asks, do pancakes make for good hand cushions?
They're very
Yeah, squishy.
ergonomic. Yeah,
Yeah.
ergonomic breakfast. You just
So
mash
the
your wrists
Lackadaisy
right in there.
The Lackadaisy like booby mouse pad should instead just be like 2 stacks of pancakes.
Oh god.
It's just breakfast. I don't know, breakfast mouse pad would actually kind of be great. Forget Lackadaisy, I just want like eggs and toast and it's like, yeah, a stack of pancakes.
Yeah, like.
Yeah.
Oh man, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
This is actually fun. It's now like, oh, I can like load all kinds of like character things on this. Kind of making it look a little like the car seat. Yeah. So he's like in the car.
It's a meme king says we want Michael Kovac.
I mean,
What do you want me to do?
what do you want from him?
Yeah, what do you want from me?
Mike, punch a brick wall.
What? No. Because then the wall won't break, my hand will.
Sorry, that was a
friend
reference
got
to
so mad he
something
punched
earlier
a brick
someone
wall, and
Yeah.
oof, that did not sound fun.
said. Yeah, we don't actually want you injured.
No, don't hurt yourself.
No.
For real.
Nah, dude, just slam my head through a brick wall. That'll go really well.
Well, you'll be able to play Rocky even better if you do.
Yeah.
It's called prep. Get going. We got to do more
Just
pickup, Mike. Go get
yeah,
that wall.
rattle my just rattle my brain a little bit more.
Yeah.
Nova
Can
asks,
Mike, I
call
need you to
you
sit at the
out?
bottom of a
Why
pool
would I
for a
call
minute.
you out? What do I gotta call you out for? What is there to call you out for?
Mike, you
More
gotta
higher
gotta
best friends.
sit at the bottom of that pool right now for like a minute or two. I need you to get some lack of oxygen to the brain, and you'd be perfect for the role. Definitely
Oh,
keep
yeah.
you then. Yeah.
Hey, the pool is finally ready to swim in now.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Grave Rider wants you to know she wants this as a t-shirt.
Oh yeah.
There we go. I don't know how to draw his beans, I'm guessing here. It's like, oh, I know, I can remember how they look, but it's like...
Oh, sorry. I was supposed
Yeah.
to find you a bean picture, and I
Yeah, I know he's
failed.
got kitty
Failed.
paws. It's not quite a human foot. And it would look weird anyway. If I gave him like a human foot, it would look wrong. It would look very, very,
I
very
mean,
wrong.
Yeah, I've drawn him as a kitten, where you can see the bottom of his feet in that one.
There's that
comic.
one image, but I ain't putting that on screen.
Oh. Nope, I didn't actually draw his... I drew Freckles beans in this one. I mean, they're the same beans. They're family beans.
That's fine, if they're roughly the same.
Yeah, like middle panelish, you can see Freckles. Toe beans. But it's
Holy
baby.
cow! Thank you, Printed Wit.
Oh, thank you again! Man, you've been very generous.
Holy
Thank you so much.
Dang, thank you. Wow, you've been extremely generous with this. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Decent Friday hangout.
Well, you
Glad
had a good
to,
Glad you
yeah.
had a good one.
yeah.
That's a bit of toe bean. Okay. It's a bit
Yeah,
hidden,
it's-
but...
Yeah. Just that one foot you can see there.
Yeah,
I'm
it's like
just
trying to figure
think,
out how
like,
the
where
paw
else.
is. Yeah.
Like, I know, yeah.
Like I said, I mean, there is that one image, and I'm not joking, and I won't put it on screen, though if you want to share that one with Mike, where I know his beans are exposed. It's the one below the tree. Doesn't he have
One
like
below the tree.
I don't know that you've seen it.
I am blanking on what you mean.
Okay, the one that is some spicy art. Where he's underneath a tree. And I know he doesn't have his shoes on there.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, let me dig that up.
Well, there's
Yeah.
some spicy art. Okay.
It's not really spicy. It's just
It's not that
someone
spicy, but-
wanted spicy, and I deliberately dodged spicy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You did a classic like where you made you think.
Yeah.
It's actually
You
pretty
talk as if-
tasteful. Yeah.
You talk as if like not half the fan base just melts if you put a little bit of dirt on Mordecai.
Josiah-ish, for Mike, when voicing either Rocky or Angel Dust, what's the difference in the voice placement and technique you use between the two? Well, Rocky is like, he's closer to my regular voice. I just kind of tighten up my throat a little bit to sound a little more rough. So yeah, he's got a little bit more of a rough sound, which is, it's still my natural voice, but just, I add a little bit of texture to him. With Angel, he gets placed a little higher, so like,
I'll gradually shift my voice up. That way I can hit that voice sound.
it's like more nasally.
So I kind of talk through my nose like this, and then I raise the pitch.
And then I just keep raising it a little bit, and then I obviously add a little bit of whatever accent I give Angel. I don't know how to distinguish that. I don't know what
Like-
accent it is.
Stereotypical movie gangster, basically.
It's just some stereotypical like gangster accent.
Yeah.
I don't know what dialect that is. Like if it's from New York, Chicago.
I
don't
took
know.
it as kind of Chicago personally, but yeah, it's just movie gangster.
You pretty much.
Yeah. That's good. That's like good vocal control though. Like I'd like to be able to learn to
Yeah.
do that kind of thing.
It's something that you get used to.
Just practical purposes even. This image that Mel just
Yeah.
posted. She's posted this thing and just said stinky man.
Stinky man, goblin.
Chaos agent.
Look at that stinky lad.
He's definitely smelly right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Not just a little dirt.
Okay, I finally found that picture and put it in
Chat
DM.
really
Okay,
enjoyed
let me
your
look at that.
transition.
You want
Do you want to just like crop it? crop his feet out.
No, I'm just looking at it on the other screen.
Chat really enjoyed your revoice transition there, Mike.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I wanted Rocky
Yeah, I figured
to...
I figured doing a voice transition would be like good for like giving you an idea of how I kind of shift between the voices and then shift down into Rocky or what. Oh shit. And then shift, where like it's just gravelly. What were you gonna say, Fable?
I was gonna say that it's... What was I gonna say? I was like, when casting people, I tried to cast people whose like normal speaking voice actually came relatively close to where the characters were, so there's just like less to think about, basically. It's like it doesn't take a lot of warm up to get there, as that you're already there, basically.
Yeah, we don't want to sound like we are cartoon characters, but we don't want to sound like super cartoony, and so we didn't want people to have to put on too much of a, like a cartoon voice, caricature voice.
I just think there just should be less barriers. For these kinds of characters, it works out for this, since they're pretty human. Haha, I know cats, but they're a lot less toony than your typical cartoon. So, I wanted their voices.
They're more grounded, I guess.
Yeah,
you could
they're
say.
much more grounded. So, I wanted the way that they spoke, like how the actors approached it, to like come relatively close to natural. I mean, everybody does like a little bit of something, but also it's just so close to everybody's speaking voice. Like whatever you hear, that's pretty much how they sound. I actually found it really funny when there was like one comment on YouTube where someone was like, "Oh, the voices are so put upon and too cartoony," and I'm just like sitting here like, that's just how like, Lisa talks.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lisa's got such a distinct voice. I love her voice.
She does.
Yeah.
She's a wonderful voice. When she applied, it was like, that's it. That's Ivy. There is nobody else. That's just Ivy.
Yeah, and she nailed like not only the voice, the tone of voice, but like the way she said things, like very like sassy, kind of like It was like, oh, okay. I wouldn't even need to give her direction on like on that. It's like
pretty much you kind of got Lisa any line and she nails it first try, and it's like there's no. It's just like every take is good. Not that any take is bad on any of y'all. Like you're all gold, but
it was mostly just us trying to like figure out how we needed to word things. And
it's like just figuring out like what variations could we have, and asking her to do that. And she's just really good at hitting the exact right bit. She's very skilled.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She's super talented.
She is. I'm very thankful that she joined the project. I appreciate it a lot.
Earlier, Fizzy had asked, "Geez, how does Fable draw so fast?"
I'm an animator.
Yeah, that's.
I have
you
to.
got it.
That's what you do. And Aaron asks, "Wait, the man lives in his car. How does Rocky bathe? I'm worried."
I mean, he goes to Nina's. Like she
goes to the park and jumps in the water.
Sure he is.
Yeah.
Sure he is bathed in weird places at points too. But
Okay, but like for modern day at least, I love watching like these videos of people that literally live out of their cars describing how they actually go about their day. Like how a lot of people will just literally have gym memberships specifically so they can use their shower facilities. And stuff like that.
Yeah, they did have a YMCA at the time. You could go take a shower. They had public bathhouses too, actually, in the 20s, and even in St. Louis, there was like a public bathhouse that was open, I think, through the 40s or so.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not really a thing you find these days, but those did exist then, and yep. But also, honestly, people did not bathe quite as often as like they would wash in the morning often, but like not always do a full like the way people clean themselves. We're kind of obsessive about it at this point in time. Like people are very. It was just kind of becoming a thing in the 20s where people were like really hygiene obsessed because ads were running like crazy all over the place for like Listerine and all kinds of like perfumes and colognes and.
There was something that was like I saw on Twitter, was like an article from something talking about how people were bathing a bit less during the pandemic, and I saw one person commenting with like, "Oh God, I can't believe how disgusting everybody is. I have to bathe at least twice a day," and I'm like, "What is wrong with you?"
So Yeah, so something happens where if you wash your hair every single day, it washes the oils out, so your scalp produces more oil more quickly. So then if you then just suddenly stop doing that, yeah, your hair is going to get real greasy. But if you're not doing that every single day, like back then, a lot of people would just like do like once a week hair washing because it was a kind of a big deal because you'd have your hair like kind of full of pomade and wax and whatever shit you were putting in there to sculpt it into fancy Art Deco hairstyles. Yeah, it was like an ordeal to wash your hair out, and yeah, people would like wash it with egg and things like that. Not even necessarily soap. And then you'd brush it a lot with like, and you'd actually spread the oil down through your hair. That would actually keep it like nice and glossy. If you ever wonder how like Edwardian girls have this like really flowy, glossy, long hair, that's how they didn't wash the shit out of it every day. But we've just like our idea of what clean has changed a lot since then, and it's largely been driven by marketing. And also, of course, there was certainly there is some aspect of it that is like the lack of knowledge of like well, they did have antiseptic practice at that point in time, but they didn't have antibiotics or things like that. But so surgery was very dangerous. But yeah, I think maybe germ understanding of like germ theory and things like that was less well known. But staph infections were probably really crappy thing to have at the time, but and could be prevented by more washing. Things like typhus was a problem still. So in some ways it's like good that we are much more soap obsessed, but also in some ways bad because we dry the shit out of our skin and hair a lot more than we really need to.
Yeah, I used to wash my hair like pretty often, and now I face that issue where my hair gets greasy pretty quick.
I have the same problem. I try to shift to like every other day in the winter, but then I start feeling my hair get oily. I'm like, ah shit, I just gotta take a shower and I just give in immediately. But I'm like, yeah, I'm stuck in that like, oh, I gotta wash my hair all the time thing because of that. But yes, there's like
to take more showers more often. So on the other way, it's like I'll get just so involved in my work that I just like I'm like gotta get up, gotta go to work, and then you just forget to take care of yourself. So the shower becomes just a way to
break. Yeah, it's almost like
It's
almost like an excuse for a break for me at this point. I'm like, I need to just stop doing this for a minute. What am I gonna do? Take a shower.
I have found actually that if I'm very stressed and I haven't showered for a while, the stress clings to me, even though like things calm down. But if I take a shower, there's something I swear there must be like a stress smell or something that sets you off. Where if you take a shower, it can help. Like it rinses that away, and it's easier to calm down. Yeah.
I find if I start getting like a sinus headache or an allergy attack or something, like I'll just be like, I just need to go stand in the shower for a while.
Like when you take a shower, I don't know what it is. Like if you go like a few days without a shower and then you suddenly take a shower, you just feel so much nicer.
Yeah.
All of a sudden.
It's almost
it helps a lot.
Like if you've ever gone camping and didn't have access to like actual bath or shower facilities, like then coming home a shower is like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever. But yeah,
you know what I haven't done in like years that I want to take a bubble bath again. I haven't done that in years,
dude. That's another thing I'll do because I get sore. I'll just like take a hot soak. That's very helpful.
I've got this beautiful old clawfoot tub in my house that I just don't use nearly often enough. It's kind of a shame, but I'm always like, I don't have time for a bath, I'll just take a shower. So
roughing out the violin. So we got the violin. Let's see all this like garbage here. This is the kind of thing I love to do. I have a Redbubble, and I would use my Redbubble as like an excuse to do like weirdly elaborate, strange things just to put on shirts. Basically, as like an excuse to do illustrations. Unfortunately, my Redbubble is not that popular, so it wasn't very encouraged, but it was fun to do for a while. It's like
I have a shirt from your Redbubble.
You do?
Yeah, I have the Babu shirt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How's that turn out for you?
It's awesome. It's like a good quality T-shirt, actually.
Yeah, that's one reason why I went with Redbubble. That I was like, okay, they seem like they actually have good shirts. And their prints are good too, or at least that was the best at the time.
The color's really good looking. It looks exactly like the picture on the website. It's like, this is actually, I'm pretty impressed actually.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Because usually I mean, I don't know. I hadn't ordered a shirt from like any one of those print-on-demand places in a long time, so I was kind of expecting like the old Cafe Press level of not
no, I
greatness.
wouldn't. That's not.
But no, it's
acceptable to me.
they've definitely like upped the game on a lot of these things since
Okay, so I
then.
got some cards. I got the fiddle. I got the cactus friend. He's got his pancakes. He's got newspapers. What else can I throw on this? What do you think?
Ants.
Also, I need to shout out
Bees.
someone.
Okay.
It's me, Meme King. I just saw your message. They said, I lost a bet with my friend, so now I have to dress up as Angel for my graduation. I don't wish that upon anyone. I do not wish that upon anyone. You should not have to do that. I'm going to I will not say their name out loud like you have, but your friend should forgive you because that would be very, dare I say it, cringe. To be dressed like that at graduation.
Yeah.
I don't know. You'd be the
Don't
only
follow
one
through on
wearing,
that dare. You're gonna have it. It'll be kind of funny at the time, but I feel like you're gonna want some normal photos too. So whatever you do,
You'll have a lot
take
of
a couple of goofy
in
photos
later
and take
in
it
later
off.
years. You'll have a lot of explaining to do every time you show your graduation photo.
Yeah. So there's this one like there's this one porn actor from a cartoon that we liked at the time. Who really struck a chord. And anyway, my friend dared me and I had to do it. And it's like, Daddy, I don't understand any of these things. It's like, good. Never understand any of this, please. Get some, make sure whatever you do that it's easy to take off so you can take some normal photos too. You can have your goofy photos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question is just, does that include the extra arms?
Oh,
That's a good
that's
question.
way more
Yeah,
involved.
are you gonna wear the extra? Are you gonna put on the voice whenever people like talk to you? Be like,
Yeah, thank you.
just
You
talk
should
like
you
that.
should make a prop diploma for each hand.
Oh my gosh.
The other students are going to be so mad at you.
And Grave Writer. Like, I don't think that cosplaying as Angel is like bad by any means.
No.
I'm just saying that having to dress like that for graduation might not be the best idea. If it's something that you're doing as a bet, as a dare, as something that like you're not gonna be totally satisfied with. If you would if you would proudly go to graduation as Angel, then I mean, hell yeah, do what you want to do. But if it's for a bet, I don't know, man. That's something you're gonna regret.
Yeah, it sounded like it was intended to be like embarrassing or something. And if
Yeah.
that's the case, then
Yeah,
maybe
don't
don't.
do it
But
then.
if
Do
But
it
if
if
you
you're
are-
like, genuinely
if you are
into that.
genuinely
Yeah.
like going to enjoy that, then
Or
go
unless
for
you
it.
genuinely don't give a crap and you're just like, I'll do it. I lost a bet. Let's go. You know? Because there's some people that just don't care and they'll be like, whatever.
To be fair, I wouldn't have attended my own graduation even if I'd had the choice. I'm like, this is boring. I hate this.
Same.
I'm done with
Same.
this. Goodbye.
I didn't actually think you were going to draw the ants, but then I'm like thinking to myself, of course they were going to draw the ants.
You told me draw the ants. I'm going to draw the ants. I'm going to do a body pillow. I'm going to do the body pillow. It's like, what's the worst idea? And I'll go and do it. That sounds fun. Sure.
Mazda May asks, I'm assuming this body pillow drawing is going to be official merch soon?
If it gets finished, maybe. And we
we
figure
can-
out a way to like get it done
We
without
can
us having to
figure out
tear our
an
head out.
easy, like a straightforward, simple enough way to produce.
Can we just be like, Ashley,
body
you do
pillow.
it and pay her a fee for the effort? I don't know.
We'll see
we
how
have
much
no
Tracy.
energy. Yeah.
We'll see how much Tracy regrets allowing this in the morning.
I don't know that I allow anything so much as I just
It happens to you more like.
I observe it happening. It happens to me. Yeah.
If I thought that Tracy would be genuinely upset by this kind of thing, I would not do it.
Oh,
it's like,
God,
I
no,
do
I
all this
think
shit
we-
mostly to make her laugh.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I enjoy people having fun with the characters like this.
Good evening, Candy.
Hey,
Hello.
Hey, Candy.
how you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. How you doing?
All right, we're streaming on YouTube.
Right. Hi.
Hey. we got.
By the way,
Say hi
Mhm.
to YouTube.
for all you public figures in here, Be excited to know that I guess Twitter is relaunching their verification thing next week.
Oh, yeah, I might want that
So
if they have it.
So we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
You need to have your like actual name in the.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Like so long as, like if your account is named after a certain thing and you can prove that you own it, like having a website for it that is in use that you know, gets used, and if you have like there's certain criteria. Like let me see if I can find what the criteria are. One of them being either a Wikipedia article, which you have.
I have an
that,
IMDb.
Tracy, for Lackadaisy.
Yeah.
For Lackadaisy, you've got a Wikipedia page. Google Trends is another one. And there's a few other things I can't remember exactly. I think you have to have like either 5 or something production credits on IMDb. Also,
Yeah, I
that's
definitely
another
got
one.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a
If
mini
we
a
can
thing.
mess with Twitter, so Lackadaisy isn't verified, but the official Lackaccord Twitter is.
Hmm?
Be funny.
Oh
Is it-
yeah, that would be weird. I don't know. I've never like tried to get the blue check mark. It always seemed like not.
It's kind of
might be
funny
necessary.
seeing how it's kind of funny seeing how many people will like tweet at verified asking to get verified, and like I understand, you know, the internet can be a kind of bad place where people will impersonate you, or where like, you know,
Yeah.
you want people to know you are the, you know, the person of interest, but sometimes it feels a little trivial at times. Like I don't really care too much about verification. Like if
It
happens,
seems
I'm more
like-
concerned about
yeah,
the moderation
seeking-
tools is why I would want
Seeking-
it. Yeah.
It's like seeking validation from Twitter of all places is just a bad idea.
and that's what it feels like sometimes
Yeah.
is the thing. Like if someone's being constantly impersonated, then I totally get that.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
If there's a problem, yeah, it certainly has its practical purpose. Like, yeah, I get it. I should stop complaining about it.
I just
I'm
hope
not
that
really
there's
like opposed
moderation
to.
tools
I'm not opposed
associated
to
with
it or anything. I'm just
so,
yeah.
which is something that I think would be useful. Moderation tool, like, because it's like apparently like that way it's harder to get like your notifications flooded and that kind of thing. So, but it's useful if you start to get big, because Twitter can be unusable if you get too huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a large following count, or follower count, it really helps to have the check
Yeah.
mark, because then you have new ways of managing your notifications and what actual like messages you see and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Which can be useful, I guess.
Twitter stop arbitrarily deciding for you.
Wait, what's that?
So Twitter stops arbitrarily deciding for you.
I suppose so. I mean, I don't really know all of the things that they give you freedom to choose to see, but I imagine it's better than what you get from not being verified. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've never been verified. I've never like seen what a verified person's Twitter account looks like, so I couldn't tell you.
You can report to us after you get it.
Yeah.
Dude, if I get it, I'm literally gonna challenge and see what it takes to lose it. Dude, the other day, someone made a tweet saying, "Hey, at verified, you've given me no other choice. Give me within 48 hours. You must verify me, or this will happen." And then it's like them holding the block button on verified, which it was obviously like a joke. It was like a joke tweet, and I thought it was funny. And I was like, the verified Twitter account actually does follow every single user that it has verified. If you are verified and it follows you, if you block it, will that unverify you? And so I'm going to do that the second I'm verified. Is I'm going to block at verified and see if I lose it.
People who's like a game breaker, right? Like one of those people who, as soon as you start playing a new game, start looking for ways to break it. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna see what I need to do to lose it as soon as I get it. So the second I get verified, I'm gonna like get on OBS and I'm gonna just try it and see what happens.
it's science.
Yeah, no, if you go to like twitter.com/verified, because I see people in the chat asking, like, look, it follows 360,000 people. Those are all the verified users on Twitter.
Wow. That's
So,
actually a tiny amount considering how many people are on Twitter.
It really is.
Yeah. I got Montero playing right now, and I can't help but think of it like, if you were allowed, Mike, how likely would it be to do an Angel Dust version of that song? Because it's kind of
I've been asked
perfect.
not to do angel requests.
I know you can't. But it's like, have you ever been like, oh, I wish I could do that though, just for fun.
I recorded myself doing this is a song that I know a lot of people associate with Angel because of the Demon Headcanons thing. I don't know if any of you guys have seen the movie Chicago or any of the original stage play things, but the song we both reached for the gun. I did a full cover of that just on my own time.
Nice.
Just for fun. That'll probably never see the light of day. But
Fun, though.
I did that. Yeah, it was fun.
Shit you can do for yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Funanori asked earlier, would Rocky wear Adidas?
Rocky having money?
I don't know. He seems more like a Converse sort of.
He seems more like
guy.
a Crocs kind of guy.
Rocks, sandals, yeah.
Yeah.
Sandals, but definitely not Birkenstocks. Just cheap ass sandals.
I've tried wearing Converse before. They make those shoes so thin. Like
They're
such,
not
like
actually great.
I got pretty fat feet. Like I cannot wear Converse.
Yeah, they're kind of not that well cushioned either. It's like I need a much more comfortable sneaker. I have something.
Like whenever
that's
I buy
yeah.
shoes, I have to get them in a wide size.
Yeah.
Because my feet are fat.
Yeah.
Here,
I got
here's my
very
shoe
wide
size.
feet for my-
10.5 W.
Don't tell the internet that.
Well, now they know. My foot size is 10.5 W.
Sure
There's some material
Sure.
for all of you.
It was already on WikiFeet.
Wikifeet.
That is an actual site.
Yeah, it's a
Oh
real
my
thing.
god.
Let's quickly go to WikiFeet.
I
We gotta
am-
update it.
Not at all surprised to hear
Gotta
that.
update my wiki feet. I don't think I'm on it.
Now you can be.
Probably you too.
Well, let's commit to changing that.
Nova said, Michael, your voice is beautiful. I'd listen to you read a dictionary for hours.
That would not sound very good after a few minutes. After a few minutes, you would hate my voice.
Oh, no, I've heard your voice on loop repeatedly, Mike. It's
Yeah,
fine.
we've been listening to a lot of your voice.
Unfortunately have no choice in the matter.
It's like I joke and be like,
No,
this
you've also
goddamn
had
Mike
to-
screaming
you've
in my
also
ear,
had
but
to-
it's like, nah, it's still
Yeah, you've also had to
entertaining,
hear me just in the background.
There's been a lot, yeah. On loop all the time. The shot that Amy just finished in animation. I've had to play that one back several times. And I like this woken up Clint a number of times. He'd be like, what the? Oh, that.
Oh boy. I am glad to be the source of somebody waking up from a deep slumber.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to when the short's over, just for people to go like, what the fuck? When that whole sequence happens. It's gonna be so
Yeah.
entertaining. I was just gonna like
That'll
read
be
everybody's
fun.
comments or like, what the fuck was even that noise? And be like, yeah.
I made some really strange noises that don't even sound human in some weird places.
No,
like
it's
that one
perfect.
shot.
I'm so happy.
What is it? Hold on, I don't want to spoil anything. So
Use
let me
euphemisms.
It's
yeah.
It's the shot where he just makes the noise.
Gremlin sound.
What was
yeah.
the note we actually had in the script? If you want to dig up that script, what did we write down? We wrote down something where we specified how inhuman he should sound.
Let me look.
It's the I'll tell you the shot number because it's in cleanup. It's
Oh, it's that part where the Predator recruits Rocky. Okay.
He's lost his tie, and
Act
as a
3,
result,
Scene 21.
yeah.
The
I've
one
been
where
joking-
he falls and then gets up and
Yeah.
eye twitch. He's like,
I was joking to Tracy that him, like, losing the tie was basically him losing a leash. Like, oh, he's gone feral. Shit.
It's the only thing that keeps them tied together.
The tie civilizes him. It being gone is a problem.
N Grave Writer says, hey, Michael, do you cook often and enjoy cooking? I remember on a previous stream them talking about your cooking prowess out of curiosity. I do not cook, and I am a terrible cook.
Cooking prowess? Are you sure we were talking about Mike's cooking prowess or mine? With my
no way it was
burn the
me.
noodles thing. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, I cannot cook.
No, wait, no. I was joking about the fact that I was like, that I needed to bring you to, like, different diners and stuff so that you could eat some, like, good food.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we're hoping to be in Burbank this year, obviously, and
yeah.
we're all going to be fully vaccinated at the beginning of June. So
Yeah.
that'll be cool. So once we are all moved in, we should be good to just do hangouts and stuff whenever.
Good, yeah. I think I might go to either the park or the zoo or something just this Saturday because now I'll be fully immunized. And I'm like, I need to get out. I need to get out. I need to get out. I need to go with my paints.
How do you feel about so I have my own opinions, but how do you feel about the CDC basically saying that people that are vaccinated don't need to wear masks indoors now?
Personally, I think the point was to basically make sure people know, like, what is and isn't okay, but the problem with doing something like that is that I know that the social consequence of that is unfortunately it getting hard to tell the difference between who gives a crap and who doesn't. And that, while it comes with some issues, obviously. So it's like,
Holy
I'll be
shit,
keeping my
Printed
mask
Wit.
on. Thank you, Printed Wit. You are amazing. You're just so freaking generous. Speaking of, so BioShut, $5, thank you, BioShut, says, I imagine Rocky carrying Dillinger's full auto pistol as it matches his chaos. No! Never give Rocky a gun! That's why he's missing part of his ear.
Yeah.
Don't give Rocky weapons. That's in the comic. In fact, the band reacts almost violently to the idea that Mitzi might have given Rocky a gun. They're like, what? No. He's a danger to himself and everybody else and not the actual target. If you give him a weapon, don't give him guns. So.
And then there's John Haga asking about whatever happened to that Rocky recording of him going ba ba da da ba da 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 or whatever. I've said it before, but I'd love to have that as my text notification. LOL.
Oh well, I mean that's a bit of animation. Once maybe we'll put it in the roughs video like next time, since quite a bit of that has gotten done. It might be done by the time we get to do the next pass of roughs. We have a lot more shots done than what we put up online, obviously, but I have to be very careful about what I show, because I don't want it to be repetitive or to, like, not be interesting without context, but also, like, it could be really interesting, and, like, I don't want to share it, and then it's like, oh, this is kind of spoiled something. And other times, it might be in the progress of being tied down, and so, like, if I show before it's, like, fully tied down, I feel like it's, like, a bad representation of that animator's skills, so I have to make sure that it's at a point where I feel like they'd be comfortable having it seen, so, yeah.
Yeah. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'll be wearing a mask, because CDC recommendations or not, there's a social cost to not wearing the mask, where I just know that there's a lot of people who are really, really anxious, and even though I'm fully vaccinated, they don't know, and I think it's just a good idea to just practice it for right now, a while thing, so that when things start to, like, really calm down, which is still gonna take a bit, then, I'll relax, but in group settings, outside of my own home, I think I'll just be wearing my mask. Yeah,
because the issue is, obviously, is like if you go to the grocery store or go anywhere, obviously there's a ton of people that will just, for the sake of their own, how they are, they will just not wear a mask anyway, whether or not they're vaccinated or not.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they don't give a shit. And a lot of people showed their true colors for that throughout this pandemic, too. So it's, that's the issue, is that we're going to see that no matter what. So I'd rather keep wearing my mask for now. Like, if there are any public situations where I probably wouldn't wear a mask, it would probably be like if I were at an event where I know that you have to be vaccinated to even attend.
Yeah, that would be a bit different.
Like if I'm going to a convention and you have to be vaccinated to even go, I might feel a little more comfortable not wearing a mask if I'm like in my own section, and if you know everyone else at that convention or event or whatever is vaccinated, then I'm fine, I think. But like I wouldn't go to the grocery store or go anywhere like that and not wear a mask right now.
Yeah, where you're not really sure what the composition's going to be. Let's see.
Aaron Kennedy was asking the group if anybody had any ideas what would go on the other side of the body pillow.
I didn't even think about that. Oh yeah, those things are two-sided, huh? Yeah. I don't know, guys. You want to brainstorm? What's on the other side?
Rocky falling off the bed.
The prohibition on clothes.
Well, Tracy, we said that it wasn't supposed to be that spicy, actually.
Hey, there's nothing sexual about the prohibition on clothes.
Hey, just listen. Even if there's no clothes, that doesn't mean it has to be spicy. It can just be silly.
That's true.
That's true. Yeah.
That whole comic about that was like it was not sexy at all. It was just dumb.
Like you could literally have his book covering any spicy areas, and then he's just like scratching at his tummy or something while he's like.
Well, if Tracy feels like sharing that with you, you can actually see how she handled those things.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
No, we'll leave that.
I mean, sleeping Rocky would be probably a really good idea, because
it would be cute, I guess.
Rocky is adorable when he is quiet, which is extremely rare.
Is he quiet when he sleeps, though? Is he like a quiet sleeper, or is he like a...
or worse, is he having nightmares?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he sleeps with a horrifying cactus watching over him, so...
Oh, that's what I should do then, is like cactus friend.
I can imagine that even in sleep, Rocky like just sleepwalks and is chaotic.
Yeah, I don't think he sleeps much, at least at this given point in the story. But he'd also be like one of those kids, like, you know how there's always like that one kid at the sleepover who just can't stop?
Yeah.
Like the other kids are like laying on the floor like half dead, and this kid's like still jumping on the bed. Like he'd be that kid, definitely.
Just recreating the no sleep image that you did basically here.
Francis just sent us a gift. Let me grab it.
Using his own jacket as a blanket.
Rocky out cold, similar to Anna from Frozen.
I just posted it in fan art or fan stuff.
Oh my god, this animation Kate Francis did. Did you see
God, yes.
Have you seen it, Fable?
The default dance or the Zib sliding in cha-cha real
Zib.
Dallas's funeral?
Yeah.
That had me dying. I actually replied with that one, was like, oh sweet, my ex has died. My ex's husband died. I have a chance now.
Oh my
Thank
God.
you, buy a shut for the $5 Rocky out cold, similar to Anna from Frozen. I was just gonna do the no sleep thing.
Yeah. She's way too cute about it though.
Yeah.
Even though she's messy.
Get an emote out of the that Zib doing the finger guns, and the name of the emote is "I'm getting back with my ex."
Nobody's cool for long here.
The Grave Rider said she almost got into a wreck in her car laughing because of they were talking about the funeral animation.
This is pretty good. I
Yeah.
died.
Yes, don't crash.
Please don't die. I died. That's acceptable.
No dying. Not allowed.
No dying allowed. You hear that? No dying allowed. No method acting allowed.
Damn it.
Yeah. Sorry, Mike. We might actually need you still. With any
My
luck.
plans for my plans are ruined. I wanted to how do I make a joke without it being fucked up? I don't think I can.
You can make a fucked up
can't.
joke. Go for it. Yeah. No. I hear this. Yeah.
I was like, how do
Yeah.
I make light of this situation without making it bad? And I'm like, I don't think
No.
I can. So
Yeah, no, you can either keep digging that hole deeper or you can back away, take your shovel and
I
leave.
think,
If it was me, I
I'm
keep
thinking I'm gonna put
digging.
down the shovel.
Because
I'm
you
gonna put
are,
down the shovel,
yeah,
yeah.
you are digging your own grave,
Yeah.
making
see.
death jokes.
Yeah, those don't tend to go well.
The letter says they can't die till they get the condiment list. I guess we can't give it to them then.
Ah, yes. Immortality achieved.
Yeah.
We got newspapers on him and stuff. Trying to figure out how the jacket go over.
Interesting, I see there is a discussion about what kind of bread each character would be. That's...
Oh,
And
the fandom's
where?
broken.
Mm.
No, I'm going to be put on a stick now. Oh. Where's the bread conversation?
Lackadaisy chit-chat?
Hello.
Okay.
It's Newt! Hi, Newt! Oh, hey, Candy.
Hello.
Hello.
I just came to correct, a small comment. The fandom is not broken by asking what bread everyone is. It's operating perfectly nominally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
so
pretty
long as it's within specifications. Also, hi, Newt. It's great to see you. Who was that
Hello.
strange woman that you met in the airport?
I just remember her name was Stacy. I got an anonymous anonymous message to dab in public, and then she ran away. So I don't know.
Yeah, very odd.
Yeah, she's just kind of a creepy gremlin, that one. So
Yeah.
stay away from her. Hangs
I'll-
around at
I'll
the
be-
airport.
I'll be completely
for-
honest though. After I don't know, what is it going on? 5 years? It's about time.
Yeah, truly.
Yeah.
Hey.
But my first observation, Tracy is a lot smaller than I thought.
She's still taller than me.
I mean, I
though.
knew
I told
knew
you.
I knew Tracy was small, but I didn't know Tracy was at or below my chest small.
Yeah. I think I'm actually. I think I'm actually technically taller than Fable by like maybe an
Yep.
inch and a half or something.
Yep.
But,
Yeah, you are. I am 5
But-
3/4 of an inch. So.
but my proportions are also very like. I've got like a child-sized cranium. I have problems finding clothes that fit me. It's yeah. I have to like go to the child section.
Nova says I'm also a tree, which is fair, but
That is true.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait, how tall are you, Newt?
all things
I'm
being
I'm
relative.
6'4".
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's
you're a big boy.
yeah.
Yep.
He's a lanky.
But I'm
one.
also an uncooked asparagus.
Yeah.
This joke has gotten out of hand, as they usually do.
That's their whole purpose, really.
Yeah.
Don't rein it in. Get sillier with it.
I was curious. I just tuned into the stream. I apologize that I wasn't here earlier. I had a previous engagement.
That's fine.
But
Oh, that's okay. You weren't
Yeah.
obligated to be here.
But what are we looking at here?
Chat
I
was.
see Rocky eyeing down the cactus.
Chat wanted a Rocky body pillow, but we couldn't do something like traditional and like
Yeah.
the like
Boy.
steamy. Couldn't do anything steamy with Rocky. I mean, it'd just be so.
It'd be
So
like, well, that's not a
mismatched.
character.
It would seem. It would just seem way too sarcastic. So.
So yeah, I have here. So I started sketching
Rocky,
something. So
Rocky, I know you thought it would. Oh, that's actually kind of endearing.
Yeah,
That is cute.
I
Yeah.
had a cute idea. So, and then they were like, "Well, what's on the other side of the body pillow?" I was like, "No sleep."
I feel like if Rocky tried to be quote unquote sensual in any way, it would just result in an uncomfortable amount of syrup in the linens.
Oh no.
It'd be an uncomfortable amount of poetry, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You're like, please
Yeah.
stop talking.
Stop rhyming, for God's sake.
You know those like padded rooms they put like insane people in? What would Rocky do in one of those?
He had fun.
I mean,
And, like,
Oh, no.
you bounce around, have a good time.
Sweet, I'm in a bouncy
He's
house.
like, I can throw myself into the wall. when
Finally,
it's done."
I can throw myself into the wall without bruising myself.
Hey guys, check this out.
It'd be like a bouncy house, really. I mean, it's just like that's.
Having a great time.
Let's ask about doing a lenticular body pillow. I'm not sure exactly what that means.
What do you mean where it's
Yeah.
like animated somehow?
Oh, this
No,
little
what?
hologram thing?
Yeah, the hologram body pillow. It's like, what do you make of me? What do you think I'm capable of here? A lot, yes, but
require- A lot of research into material science, and I'm not sure that the Lackadaisy budget would accommodate that.
yeah, I'd like to see Phantomoid pull that one off. Though knowing Nick, he would try. He would try so hard. Distress. this whole thing is just distress.
Holy
No
shit.
sleep. What?
Oh my god. So I guess there's a pair of shoes that exist now that oh, hold on, I gotta show you how expensive these are. Let me find whatever voice chat we have.
Streaming chats.
Streaming chat, let me find that real quick. So these shoes exist, and in case nobody knows what those are, those shoes are let me find
Take a look at this. I'll show it to
Dolce and
chat.
Gabbana. Oh yeah, those are gonna be.
Oh, whoa.
those
Oh.
those shoes are
$1,000.
Ooh.
Yeah. They
You have
look
the
like
jets.
they look
don't
like
look
they're made of
comfortable.
Legos.
They look, yeah, they
Yeah.
look like they're made out of Lego.
This doesn't
What?
look very comfortable
Hold on,
to walk around in.
look at the
Look
reference
trip.
photo I sent.
It's
People are
very.
comparing
Oh
them.
my god.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I was getting like
accurate.
I was getting like Ronald McDonald Lego shoes out of it, but I guess that's even closer.
I
Yeah.
can see
They
it.
are absolutely Shadow the Hedgehog
It's
shoes.
Shadow the Hedgehog. Holy crap.
Well,
if they have his little rocket jets in it, I would pay $1,000.
I mean, then maybe it's worth $1,000. But
Yeah.
yeah, that
Maybe.
aside, yeah.
You're like the ultimate Heelys.
I don't think there's any universe that exists in which I would spend $1,000 on a pair of shoes.
There's plenty of
Like-
people who.
Like even if I were like a million billionaire or some shit, I don't think I'd want to just spend $1,000 on shoes.
I think that's a pretty common thing for the extreme rich, actually.
There is that $500 million freaking yacht that Jeff Bezos bought.
Oh yeah.
Ugh. It's like when you want people to hate you.
Yeah.
I feel like at this point he's accepted that there's no other recourse.
I need to check out
He's
his
just
yacht.
like, well, double down on it.
It's a yacht that has another
Jeff-
yacht.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos' super yacht is so big that it needs its own yacht.
You might as well invest in guillotines at this
Yeah,
point.
his
Yeah.
main yacht couldn't.
Stock.
You can buy them at Amazon.
Yeah.
It's just
That's a sponsored. Buy the sponsored one.
At this point, the thing is just a small cruise ship.
Yeah.
Imagine
did
all
he
the,
order
like-
the boat off of Amazon? Can you order Jeff Bezos' boat off of Amazon?
The Flying Fox.
Nope, you can get it by destroying the actual Amazon.
What happens if you go to Amazon and type yacht in the search? Yeah, you get
I pretty
wetsuits
much got the
and
whiskers
books
left
about
to do.
yachts. You can't buy a yacht on Amazon, sadly. But you can buy
You
a
can
Lego
buy
yacht.
a giant plushy one.
Mm.
You just buy a giant
Buy a
plushie
Lego
of
Technic
Bezos'
racing
yacht.
yacht.
Yeah, I got the whiskers almost done.
Aaron-
This whole shot's almost done. I don't think I actually have to tie it down any more than it already is. I think this might be enough for cleanup. Just want to get this done. That's why,
Aaron
I
asked
bought a
which-
helicopter to go with it.
of course, he did. Did it
Aaron asked which character would sell the most pillows.
Mordecai?
Sell the most pillows? Oh,
Probably Mordecai.
they were on
Mordecai.
it. Yeah, probably Mordecai. Yeah. Who would also, like, ironically, very much resent being on them. But
I think Nico might give him a run for his money, though.
Nico might be up there. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I suppose it's a bit against the form. You would usually, of course, this can be read into, but I would think that traditionally the female characters would be more popular. But in this case, it's everyone just wants either the hunky guys or the guys who would absolutely despise being there.
It's part of the point.
Or-
Isn't it?
Fair enough.
Historically, we haven't seen as much of that stuff about the female characters in the groups.
Kay Francis has been like doing so much fan art lately. Like I've seen their
They have
human
just been
versions.
pumping out
Yeah,
Yeah.
wonderful sketches. And
I know
love
it's
every
really
one of
made me laugh really hard. It's like they're doing
They
a
are
good-
in
good
chat,
job.
by the way.
Oh yeah.
them. Oh, hi,
Hey.
Francis.
Hi,
hey,
Francis.
we love your animation.
Yeah.
We were
We're
cracking up
not
about it
wrong.
earlier, in case you weren't here to hear that.
Yeah, Katie Wood is them,
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I think.
I did not make
There
that connection.
Must
Sorry
be a
about that.
different Katie. There's
How long has the stream been going?
You
a
just
while.
you're gonna roll into 8 hours very shortly.
I'm almost done with this also, so then I'm gonna stop. I'm just determined to finish this during the stream because I think that'll be cool. Got his whiskers left to do, and then I think he's basically done. He's ready for cleanup. Oop, this could be done better. Let's see.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right, though. I think I'm probably gonna pop out for the night.
Yeah,
though.
it's
You guys have a
late.
good rest of your stream.
Thanfor joining us, Mike. It's fun.
Uh,
I was loving when you
always a
come in.
pleasure to have you here.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Happy Hotel Dubs, for
Yeah.
making it known that you wanted me to be in here, because now I am here and I didn't leave for a bit. I
You have a
try
great
to
night.
join these things more often. I just never notice them.
You
Yeah,
want me
we
to, like,
we
flag you or something. I don't want
Yeah,
to.
If you have-
Yeah.
If
maybe
you ever
down.
want to let me know, I mean, sure.
Sure.
We just
I'll
don't want to
let
make you feel obliged to be here.
No, I'm
So
always happy to come into these things whenever I'm free.
okay,
Yeah.
we'll let you know
There's,
next time.
There
then.
might
We'll
be
give you a
one
heads
on
up.
Sunday, because I intend to do like
Sunday, I might be totally messed up because I'll have.
Oh,
had my
yeah.
shows on
Are you
Saturday.
getting Pfizer or Moderna or what do you got?
It'll be my second Moderna.
Okay, I got Moderna too. It
Same,
wasn't.
same.
It was 12 hours after that I started having symptoms. Like I felt fine for the day after, and then like 12 hours later, it was like feverish, chills, and headache, and it wasn't too bad. It only lasted about I felt crappy for about maybe 10 hours. And
Okay, because
then,
my
like the
housemate,
symptoms just
Jacob
like
McCaw, he got Pfizer, and after his second shot, the rest of the day was fine. But the day after, as soon as he woke up, he just felt like his entire body was solidifying, like he was turning into a statue.
Ew.
And
yeah, there
Whoa.
was some joint achiness, but it wasn't that bad. It was like just if you get a
Yeah.
virus type of thing, but like while you have it, you're like, this is just my body doing the thing, and it's gonna stop. It's not gonna be like a full
Yeah.
like 2 weeks of dealing with flu symptoms or something.
You don't like get
Unless you get like a
about it.
really, really extraordinarily bad reaction, but
Even
yeah,
then,
my
2 weeks
housemate
is
Dave
unheard of.
Capdeville
Yeah.
also kind of had similar. I don't think he turned into a statue per se, but he did puke, I think, a bit.
yeah.
My immune
Well-
system, as bad as I treat my body, my immune system is pretty good. So I'm hopefully not gonna suffer too much, but we'll see.
Well, that's the trouble is like if you have a good that's your immune system reacting to it. So if you have a strong one, it might give you a stronger reaction to the thing. But yeah, it should go away soon. Did you get like the arm pain from the first one? Like someone punched you in the arm?
Yeah, my arm was a little sore.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the first shot. That's all I had was arm soreness, and then it was the
Mine
second
was a
one that.
hell of a lot worse than sore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I heard.
My left arm was completely out of commission. I couldn't pick up things, couldn't open the refrigerator. It was bad.
Ooh.
I thought something was wrong.
Ooh.
You should have done the other arm so you could feel like Cecil.
Oh god damn it.
Have you gotten your second shot yet?
No, I also get it on Sunday.
Get the second shot done on the other arm.
God damn it.
But all right, I'm gonna pop off. You guys have a good rest of the night.
Bye,
Yeah,
Mike.
you too. Thanks, Bye.
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 That was fun.
Yeah.
I'll let him know when we're doing the streams. I didn't want to like be like, hey, you're obligated to be in here. But like, if he wants to come in, then yeah, let him know.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wants to be here, we do have a lot of voice requests for him.
Well, he's not. He doesn't have to do voice requests.
No,
Yeah, we
no,
don't
no,
wanna,
he
like-
absolutely does not have to.
Yeah, make it feel like
I
it's like,
was saying so
Yeah.
playfully. I didn't mean that. No.
yeah.
No, I didn't think you did, but I just wanted to let the audience know to like, it's like we're happy to have Mike in, but we don't want to treat him like a certain.
Yeah, we don't
kind of
want to
like.
like treat it like a job. Like if we have him in, it's for him to have some fun and enjoy chatting, not really
Yeah.
to work for us, you know. But if he feels up to it, then that's fine. But yeah, I don't want to like be like, Mike, perform for us. Mike, perform for us.
Dance monkey.
Yeah.
I feel like the thing is he would, and that's why I don't want to do that. Is that I think
Yeah.
I don't think he'd say no. So
Yeah, he's too nice to be like, no. Like, I think Ed Bosco would be like, no, but Mike would be like, yeah, okay.
yeah. Like I don't think there'd be anything stopping Jason from being like, I will not. In fact, I think he'd delight in saying no.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, part of his thing is being,
The contrarian.
grouchy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why he likes Victor so much. Victor's
Yeah.
contrarian.
Relatable, I suppose. Not cooperative. Cranky vampire man.
He loves it.
Yeah. Nah, all the vaccine talk's gotten me kind of. I'm kind of excited for my first shot. Looking forward to getting that in.
Yeah. Do you have a approximate? You
Yeah,
said
20.
fall, I think, or
28th.
oh, the 28th. Oh, okay.
Well, very nice.
It's coming up soon. Good, good.
First one at least. I don't know how long the gap's gonna be for the next one.
It depends on the type. I think Pfizer's 3 weeks and Moderna's 4.
But I think they're like we don't have as much supply here, so I think they might space it out more.
Yeah. Well,
They're
you'll at least be
prioritized.
protected from like the severe shit. So
Yeah, the first
Yeah.
shot does provide some
protection.
some immunity. Yeah, some. Yeah.
Somebody called ass on a plate in chat is saying Tracy owes them an autograph.
I do.
Autograph.
Well, no, not you. It's Tracy spelled with an E, so you're fine.
Okay.
Some other Tracy. Okay.
Would like to get you to sign my books, but they'll have to wait till we get in person.
Yeah, I would be more than happy to.
I may or may not, in preparation for meeting Tracy at the airport, have brought my volume 2 in my carry-on so that she could sign it in the airport.
Oh.
I did, and then I left you with a bunch more books to have to lug home.
Nice.
Oh yeah, then she gave me 7 copies of, or 5 or 7 copies of volume 1.
Yes, I'm sorry to have burdened your already full bag there, but you
No,
could have
you
said
are
no. I would have
absolutely
mailed
fine.
it to you. You know,
Oh,
wouldn't
no,
have been a
I'm-
problem, but I
No,
probably
I'm
should
happy
have
to.
just.
I had the space.
Okay. Well, good.
Oh, curious question. While you're here, actually, the Shishiki boards, those are 9.5 inches square, right?
9.5 by 10.5, I believe. Yeah, hold on. Let
Okay.
me look it up.
Because finding a frame for
Yeah,
that
they're-
has been a pain in the ass.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's.
No, it's
I mean,
fine.
but they're
I'll
they've got I've kind of picked them because you don't really need to buy a frame for them because they've got that gold trim and they're already rigid. So
right. that's fair,
presumably
that's
you
fair.
can just you don't have to frame them. But
Just use a few command strips or something
yeah,
if you want to put it on the wall.
yeah, they're 10.5 by 9.5 inches. So they're not perfectly square. They're just slightly rectangular.
God.
I guess you could get a 12 by 12 and mat it or something. Yeah. And Grave says, "Your necklace was so cute." Thank you. I had recently bought it for myself because I had a different necklace that was actually I don't want to. I shouldn't talk about it. Huh?
Did you lose your box necklace?
Oh no, I haven't worn that in a long time. I had a necklace on that was actually it had Calvin's ashes in it.
Aw.
I feel embarrassed. I feel embarrassed admitting that, but yeah, it was just a little tiny little urn necklace thing. But
It was very pretty.
Yeah, the amber thing had it was an amber gem thing with yeah, my beloved cat.
Aw.
Died in 2016. I miss him still, but I figured it was I don't know, feels like 2021 is a page turn in life for not just me, but a lot of people. So yeah, I figured time for a change. I put the urn necklace in a safe spot, and I will treasure it always. But figured, yeah, maybe something a little less morbid for this year, and a little more hopeful, like a daisy, an Art Deco
Aw.
daisy, in fact. So, yeah,
Aw.
found it.
I need to do something for actually my girl Daisy's
Yeah.
ashes.
Yeah.
Because I still have those in just the lovely packaging and whatnot that the vet's office provided for me, and all of the documentation and the ceramic imprint of her paw
print.
and everything.
Yeah. That's sweet.
And all of that stuff. I love. Poor girl was balding a lot right before she passed. She was starting to lose a lot of hair. So when they took her paw print impression, it is full of her hair.
Oh, babe.
And I'm just like, oh my goodness. But I still need to find some place to if something lovely and meaningful to. I don't want to say store her because that sounds odd. But
yeah,
you know what
I don't know.
mean.
Yeah, it always gets awkward when you start talking about cremains or something. It's do you just put them in a cupboard and store them away? I don't know. It's put them on display. No, that's not the right word. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I get it. Yeah, I've got yeah, God, the wording. I've got most of Calvin's ashes in a like mahogany urn box thing, but yeah, I had some in the glass like amber bead thing. Yeah, they gave me a paw print too.
Printed wood just did it again.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Thank you so much. That's like you've been incredible.
Printed twit. Oh my
Aw.
goodness. You're very generous. Good lord. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you.
I think printed twit alone is just like paid for a couple of dubs. Thank you.
Really, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, maybe next stream, put in a request or something, and I'll do a sketch for you.
Yeah.
Just to say thanks, because, wow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like, dang.
I should ask, was there ever any club pins?
There are club pins. They used to be available through the 40E store and at like conventions and stuff, but 40E and I have parted ways. And I'm just like moving on to other stuff. So, but I do have a bunch of club pins that I'm kind of undecided right now what I'm gonna do. If I'm gonna put them in the Gumroad store. I mean, the only thing holding me back, I was kind of explaining it a little earlier, is that the manual labor involved in shipping, packaging them up and shipping and printing labels and all that is like, I'm just so overburdened with things to do right now. I need to like, if I'm gonna do it, I mean, I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and do it, or I'm gonna have to find like some kind of what's the term I'm looking for? Like a company to like a fulfillment company. Good God, I'm like the word distribution kept coming up. I'm like, that's not quite what I'm looking. Yeah, fulfillment company, but I don't know if like it's worth it to do that for like such a small like one-off product. So I'm gonna talk to Spike Monday. We have a meeting, and so I'll talk to her and see what she thinks, because she does fulfillment stuff with like for Iron Circus and stuff. So maybe she has like a name I can, look up and talk to about it, or an idea of how I can handle this. Because yeah, I do have quite a lot of them, and I would love nothing more than to be able to like sell them and give them out to people who are interested in having them and stuff. But it's just the shipping and packaging and everything.
Yeah, it takes up a lot of time. It's like the more successful you are, the more of a problem it actually becomes, basically.
Yeah, it's like I can handle mailing a few pieces of art out every month, but then it starts becoming like, now I'm doing like the Kickstarter stuff, and I've got tons of art I gotta mail out. And even just looking at that, I'm like, oh god, this is gonna take forever. Gotta like, not only just like, you have to, it's not just like printing labels and stuff, you gotta have the right size packaging to make sure you're not getting like way overcharged for something, and you've gotta like put backing in there, and you gotta buy all this cardboard backing and stuff to make sure the art doesn't get all bent up and damaged during transit and everything. And some places like you have to like look up the best shipping options for a lot of things, because some places you could ship flat rate for much cheaper, and some places it's much cheaper to send in like a custom size envelope. And yeah, it's just, I don't know.
I think this thing might be done. Looking at it.
Yeah, it's looking great.
Just needs the swivel chair in there now.
Yeah. That menacing swivel chair.
This came together pretty quickly. I actually put like a lot more into this than it even needed, but I really wanted him to feel like, oh, it's gonna hurt.
Also, yes, Nox, I did the math the opposite direction.
Sorry, man. You're tired.
I am tired. It is late. I have had a bit to drink. Forgive me.
Oh yeah, by the way, Noble sent me the maple syrup.
Did that arrive okay? Or is it still in shipping?
Perfectly. It's
Nice.
delicious also. It's some of the best syrup I've ever had. It's very good. I had it with some whiskey. Steph so very kindly made me a drink. I said, Steph, would you mind? I couldn't get up. I was like, you can have some. Make yourself a whiskey sour with maple syrup in it. It's really good. Between that and like the the backyard honey, we're kind of rolling in sugary stuff.
Ooh, actually, speaking of drinks, Toom finished the recipe for my drink today.
Ooh.
It is it's a spiced green apple cherry Manhattan.
Ooh.
2 ounces Yukon Jack Apple whiskey, 3 dashes of spiced cherry bitters, a dash of Peychaud bitters, 3/4 ounce sweet vermouth, 1/4 ounce of Kirschwasser cherry liqueur, and a green apple slice maraschino cherry, and gummy newt to garnish. And that sounds
It's so generous what they've been doing. I'm like
fantastic.
super excited to
Yeah.
try making any of these.
I know.
Oh
that was-
god, K. Francis is, is dumping.
We should
those
like
doodles.
we should do like a happy hour at some point. Just like try some of
Yeah.
the recipes.
Oh my goodness, that'd be great. Now that'd
Okay,
be great,
if
like
we-
a chat.
A, we should do that for stream, but B, if and when we do the camping trip, or something related, I'll make
Oh,
sure
yeah.
to hit a packaging
We'll have to
store.
like we'll have to pack a full bar to come.
Well, you weren't going to? I thought we were just.
no. That's-
I thought that was a given. What do you mean we weren't going to take a full bar?
I mean-
Seriously.
Tracy owes me an autograph because back in like 2011 at WonderCon, you had a Lackadaisy table, and I asked the people there, in all caps, "Are either of you the author?" And they
Oh.
said, "No, she isn't at this con this year. We're just selling her books."
Oh, I'm sorry. I will happily, once conventions are a thing again, like in-person conventions anyway, I would be very happy. Yeah, just anytime anyone brings a unsigned book that they've bought at wherever to me, I will happily sign it. But I don't know at what convention I might be in the future. I don't know which ones are even happening this convention season and which ones. I think Anthrocon has been postponed.
Anthrocon has been pushed back. I know FX was actually asking me to co-run his table
Oh,
next year, which I might be able to do.
cool.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But
Keep plugging your stuff. Maybe you'll outpopular him. He'll have to sit at no table.
no, I doubt I will outpopular him. If I'm being completely honest, part of my hesitation is if Tracy is there, I think I'll have a bit of a conflict of interest.
Oh, I mean, no, you don't have to be like. It's not a competition, and furry cons they don't really think of it that way either. It's like every artist is there to support other artists. So
Oh, yeah, no, honestly, at conventions, like, typically, we actually.
yeah, you like. Yeah, artists are
we
often the best
appreciate our
patrons
table
of other
mates, yeah.
artists.
Yeah. We will, like, boost and, like, be like, yeah, go check out this person when you have, like, a good table mate.
Mhm.
Unless they're, like,
I
an
didn't
asshole,
mean
like
like,
I said.
oh, I would only want to, hold up one of you or something. It would more be like, oh, I can't sit at both of their tables at the same time. Shit.
Oh, your
Oh, I
attention
see.
divided. You could, like, yeah, you could bounce back and forth, I guess.
I want to support both of my friends.
Aw.
You just have your own little newt-themed space.
You just need a table between the two. You
Yeah.
gotta combine forces, obviously.
Well, you could very, very seldom actually like determine where you're going to be placed.
Okay, everyone, so we're
But-
going to get tables now, and we're going to get an entire wing of the dealer's den. Does anyone have 50 grand?
I don't believe I can produce enough products for be able to have a table by then.
I mean, you've got over a year, technically.
Yeah. So with my track record currently of drawing a month, yeah, that's
Hey, that's
much.
still, about 30 customers. Wait, no, I heard 2. Never mind, that's about 20 customers.
Everyone's tired.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get a little ear flick to kind of suggest that he's hearing something that's like, uh-oh.
Record scratch. You're probably wondering how I got here.
That's like the entire fucking short. He gets thrown out of the... He gets... That's actually the name of one of the scenes, is like, you're probably wondering how I got here. It's the one where he gets thrown out of the car.
They say, lol, okay, well, next time I hear you're at a con, I will write ass on plate 187 on a piece of paper and push through the line, since you owe me. Oh, goodness.
I can't guarantee I will remember, but I will try to remember. Either way, I'll probably laugh. And I will sign your stuff.
An ass on a plate?
Ass on a plate. Is their name? Ass on a plate 187 to be
Specifically,
specific. Not
very
186.
specific. Right,
not 188.
not to be confused with those other asses on plates.
Gotta be a very unique ass on a plate.
Especially after the previous 186 were murdered. Brutally.
Never forget their sacrifice. To make you number 187. Georgia Manderson says, so the short is basically an early 2000s teen movie.
Oh, good.
Oh no. What have we done?
I don't know. Does Rocky sparkle in the sunlight?
Yes. Well, he does get wet. That's
Yeah, well, I don't know, that
Yeah.
spark, he doesn't sparkle though.
He sparks.
I mean, he sparks. But that's different. And way less sexy.
Oh God, what am I being pinned
Okay,
for?
What do you think, guys? Done? Is this done? Does this look like usable to cleanup artist?
Pretty good.
Yeah, good.
Why did you draw Rocky asking, "What are you afraid of, Nox?" Actually, Kitty just went to go get water, so. Oh well. What am I afraid of? In what context are we talking about here?
I feel like this is something immediately preceding the cactus friend repeating the "you cannot kill me in any way that matters" shitpost about mushrooms.
Context is for scrubs. Okay.
is the
Someone's got to
internet. Context
catalog
not
Nox's
required.
weaknesses.
I mean, I'm sure people have done it. I've been keeping that joke running for so freaking long.
Toom immediately said, yes, someone does.
I've heard Toom said that.
Well, yes, but Toom, you mix poisons for a living. That's very, very tasty poisons.
Poison
No,
mixer.
it's-
Yes.
Oh, Tracy, did you see the, Well, I was divided on if they would be best called, what are they, Snicker Snaps or Ginger Doodles?
Snickerdoodles? I did. They look adorable and delicious. Yeah. I guess I won't give it away, and I don't know, has Engrave posted on Twitter yet or anything?
I don't believe they've posted that one publicly, so that's why I
Okay.
was just using it by name.
Okay. But yes, they look delightful. I am very charmed by them.
Shakura says, hey, just want to say I'm glad you showed up randomly on YouTube. I have one of the old mouse pads and books you sold many years ago. I'm excited to find out about this. I'm going to get caught up.
Oh, nice.
It occurs to me you may be talking about Fable and not me. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. But if you're talking about Lackadaisy stuff,
I
then,
don't have
hey,
mouse
cool.
pads.
There were Lackadaisy
There
mouse
were
you never
mouse
had-
pads.
yeah,
I
there
know
were.
for a fact
There were.
because Steph has one.
Oh, okay.
I was like, oh, hey.
Oh yeah, there's a real fun story behind those, but I won't go into that right now. It's too late at night. But
Yeah. That's...
yep, there are mouse pads. Yeah. Cool. Glad you found us here.
Actually, in all of the stuff that I was unpacking today from all of the storage unit that I brought over, I unpacked my copy of the Lackadaisy card game as well.
Oh yeah. Interesting story behind that too, but I won't get into that either.
we have not had enough to drink to open that can of worms.
No.
We should figure out a way for us to play that one together, Newt.
I worked so hard on that card game. Is there like did someone make a tabletop version of that or something?
I did.
Oh, you did?
I made an entire tabletop simulator analog.
Why did we never use it?
Do we want to? I even have newer rules because I worked with Timo. I had like the Word doc the constantly updated doc, so it even has newer rules than the physical copies.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Well, we inserted like an addendum to the rules, like a errata, I guess, sheet.
Yeah, there was like an edge case where you could kind of break something.
Yeah. Was it like something with Ivy and yeah. She's got like telepathic powers or whatever, so
Apparently.
you take advantage of like all the character you can pick a character to play, and each of them have a different like special ability kind of thing. And Ivy could like look ahead. I think it was Ivy can look ahead in the deck to see like what's coming next. And yeah, there was. I might be wrong about the edge case though. Maybe you're talking about something else, but yeah, it was like the combination of that and something else like allowed you to like cheat basically.
It basically let you
Varying
perpetuate that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It let you pull a I can't remember the name of it. That's very similar to apparently a running trope in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh.
Where he just keeps going. It's like, it's my turn. No, it's my turn. Continue drawing.
Yeah, I guess we could do like maybe a practice game at some point and see how it goes, and then maybe we'll stream some of it if it's like smooth enough, if it's not like a total disaster.
Yeah. I'd be happy to be in on that if you guys are
Yeah.
looking for players.
Yeah. Let's do that
Absolutely.
sometime. Cool. I get to play my own game with other people, which I've like done test plays of it like with myself. as like multiple players, but I haven't like actually.
And
Yeah,
not
but-
only that, we're not weird strangers. Well, we are weird strangers in a sense.
Yeah, you're
But-
weird. You're all weird in the best possible way.
But we actually we have an invested interest in the plot of the game.
Oh well, yeah.
Let's see.
I
Cool,
say knowing
yeah,
at some point that I will probably play this with friends or family in the area who have never heard of anything relevant to the game whatsoever, and I'll have to do an hour of explaining context.
I don't know if it'd be that enjoyable if like you don't get. But who was it who said like context is for scrubs? So maybe that's the way. That's the attitude we should have about it.
They're cat people. Forget about it.
If they ask you to explain, just be like, context is for scrubs. Just play.
Yeah, I attempted a game with my mom. The pig farmers murdered us, but
Oh goodness.
Yeah, there's actual like combat. It's pretty neat. It was designed by Tempo, who did I don't know if any of you are familiar with Nordgard.
Oh.
Which is a graphic novel, and then they did like a card game version of it too, and it's kind of built on the same system. So like one fun thing you can do is combine the decks.
Oh my god,
the
Lackadaisy versus
game and the
Nordgard?
Nordgard game. Yeah, it'd be
Cats
pretty
versus
freaking
dogs.
funny to,
Go,
like,
go, go.
Yeah, cats and dogs. Yeah.
Cats and dogs playing together.
Yeah. What does the world come to? Yeah, Tempo's cool though. I like him and had fun working with him on that. Worked real hard on that card art. And then yeah.
yeah.
Complications arose, but such is life. Someday, when will the comic be finished? Someday.
Like I have said multiple times, just give us some heads up so we can organize a support group before you kill off Mordecai.
God. I can only think about the fallout.
Oh my god.
The morning.
I think we're gonna have to actually send someone physically to check on Bia.
On B, on Kaz, on... Well, Kaz can at least, like go to Zib. They can translate a bit.
Okay. Keep going, it's done, and then it's not done because I'm a goofus. Oh, Flux just activated. Now I can't see anything blue. Flux, damn it. Stop it. Okay.
Also, I hate saying so, but it is
Yep, I
rolling
think
into
we're
2,
done.
and I have to be somewhere at
Yeah,
9.
and I think this animation is done. I don't think there's anything else I can do to improve upon it that wouldn't be excessive. Be like, Fable, finish it. Just finish it. So there is a couple other shots that use this exact same setup. So I'll probably be able to just like duplicate this shot, and via this shot, I'll be able to get like the other 2 done probably in the same day. So that might be Sunday if I do another animation stream. I'll probably get both of these done, and then basically I have two animated scenes done in 2 days. It's pretty good. Yeah, I got all this done.
Nice.
I could probably have gotten this done like a couple hours ago, but I was like, let's put a little bit more sauce on it since I'm here.
Yeah, it's looking great.
I'm liking it. What you think, guys? Now I can look at chat. How is it, guys? How is it, chat?
They're still mad at me right now.
They're catching up.
For a little bit of context, there's something bearing down on him, so he's wincing and expectation of doom.
Star, what do you think? Star, you're one of the cleanup artists. Do you think this is good enough to work off of, or does it need anything else?
No, I think it's good.
I'm surprised you've been in here the
Very
entire
clear.
time. You've been so quiet.
Yeah, just been working. I went away for a little bit, but
Yeah, do you think this is does this need any more tying down, or is this good enough? I was trying to get it to the point where, like, could I work off of this?
no, it seems pretty clear to me. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised how quickly this one came together. There are no roughs of this. It just went straight to tie down. That's pretty good.
Really?
It must be getting better, yeah.
Not bad at all.
No. It's like you're looking at the roughs. So, that's it. It's ready. It's ready for work. Which is great. This like means that I've gotten better. That'll be advantageous for when I do some of the more challenging shots. Okay. Alright. I'm going to export this, and I'm going to call the stream over. Thank you, everybody, for your amazing, like, support and generosity. Like, holy crap, you guys have been so generous. I'm just shocked. Maybe I see you guys Sunday. It's going to depend on whether or not my hands feel good. But there'll be more animation to do. So, we'll see. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's great having you all around while we work. Really appreciate it. It's fun chatting, and your support means the world to us. Thank you so much. It makes a big difference for us. So yeah.
Muchas gracias.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Have an excellent weekend. We may see you Sunday-ish, but if not, we'll probably stream sometime next week during the week. So
yeah, we're gonna be doing
night,
this more
folks.
regularly again. It's fun.
yeah.
Bye.
Bye.